the pyramids, the better the architecture. The newer ones, it's almost like they forgot how to build them.
Yeah, but you have to remember Robert Schoch is amongst a crew of other gatekeepers, global gatekeepers like Graham Hancock
You
and all of those
know,
other numpties. Yeah,
going
you're Lionel.
all the way back
You're
to
roboting.
Hermeticism, there seems to be a deity that,
You're
if I'm
roboting. We can't hear you. You're down to
roboting,
like 25%.
somebody please
I
let me
can't. We
know.
can't understand you, Lionel. Or
I'll
I
mute
don't know what.
myself and
Yeah,
I'll
just give it
continue.
a couple minutes and try again, or to give it 30 seconds and try again.
Continue later.
Okay.
Later.
Sounds like a bad connection. Anyway, it's a good topic. I mean, the one thing you need to think about cannabis, it comes from Earth. Why do we have built-in receptors all over throughout our body and the nervous system and the brain and in our muscles for this substance that comes only from this plant, or mostly only from this plant? And also, it's the oldest known, possibly even the very first plant that was ever cultivated by man. And it doesn't do well really on itself by itself unless it is cultivated.
I'm not sure if the
So,
receptors is really the argument to make. Well, in a certain sense it is, in a certain sense it's not, because you have receptors in your brain that allow methamphetamine to do something interesting to your brain. But I wouldn't use that as an argument to make methamphetamine legal. But I nonetheless think that methamphetamine should be legal because no one has the right to tell someone else what to do with their body.
right, but the thing
And that
is,
might be a hard pill for some people to swallow, but it's the truth nonetheless.
But listen, Orion, you don't have site-specific receptors all throughout the body for methamphetamine. It affects the other neurochemistry that's in your brain, but you don't have a specific one for methamphetamine. No, but you do for cannabis.
Well, anyway, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that's not a point I'm interested in. The point I'm trying to make is that, as long as it's a victimless crime, it's not a crime.
Right, right. Well, let me tell you, I got off hard drugs and alcohol with marijuana. And I remain off of it. Well, I've had some times when not, but for the most part, I'm off of all of that.
Orion, I got a question. Yeah, no, and me too, by the way, Sonny. Same thing with cannabis and me and hard drugs and alcohol. It's crazy how that works. Orion, I take it you don't smoke weed.
I might.
You
I'm
might.
certainly not opposed.
May or may not.
All right. Just checking.
Here, let me answer this question the way that I would like to.
Okay.
So there's this thing called solar bowling. It's when you use sunlight and a magnifying glass to light things on fire. I'm very good at doing that. I'm so good at doing that, I used to light my friends' cigarettes that way.
Cool.
So I hope that answers your question.
It does not at all, but that's a very cool thing.
Well, the point is you can burn a lot of things, green things, with a magnifying glass.
Correct. Got it.
So, well, I think that's why they outlawed it. because it you tend to like find yourself.
You can, yeah. It's
So
so
if you, so
with
if you find
marijuana.
yourself and you're in a slave system and they're telling you that this is illegal, like if people kept smoking it, then they realize, wait a minute, I'm not a slave. You know?
Well, yeah. What it does is it helps your body. So marijuana it's called an adaptogenic, and it helps the body deal with and adapt to stressors, physical and emotional stressors. And so marijuana helps humans do that the most, because there's a lot of animals that don't have marijuana receptors that it would, they have it, but it'd fuck them up. Anyway, so the point is that marijuana is specifically, I guess you could say, designed to interact in a human, so that I don't understand how it does it, but basically the whole plant can feed, clothe, do anything for you, give you medicine, everything. That you can live off that one plant alone. There's nothing else on earth that you can do that with, I don't think. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that.
Unless you're allergic to plants.
Allergic to plants?
Well, you shouldn't go outside then.
I mean, just eating them.
Plants? No. Be bad.
Like, I'm just saying, if I tried to eat just hemp, I would get very sick very quickly.
Yeah, you'd have to get used to it for sure.
Also, the other thing, well, it's supposed to be actually very good for you in the raw state as well. But also, it can provide fuel materials like fiberglass, like Glat was saying. It produces 4 times more biomass than wood or trees would, or almost any other crop. Like, it produces 4 times, and it's a fast cycle time too. So you could do three, maybe, probably 2 to 3 cycles every season if you have good weather, like I do here.
Something I always found fascinating about the hemp seed is that it's one of the very few, like, I think there's only like 2 or 3 I could ever think of off the top of my head that are even close to this. Like, maybe macadamia nuts are kind of close to this, but they're even better than that. Is that they're one of the very few nuts or seeds that I can think of, or plant-based foods I can think of, that is actually entirely just fat, protein, and fiber, with no regular carbs or sugars in it. If you actually, look at the nutritional facts on a bag of hemp seeds, it's like all the carbs are just fiber, and then beyond that, all the calories are just fat and protein. So it's kind of nice, just because it, keeps your blood sugar really low, even though it's just plant material.
Totally, that's awesome.
I guess pumpkin seeds are kind of like that. Pumpkin seeds have maybe like 1 gram net carbs per serving, like maybe 1/4 of a cup or something, half a cup.
Man, I tried to log in on my phone on Discord and I couldn't get past the authentication, man. I don't know if I'm just like, I'm usually pretty good, but some things stumped me, and then I spend hours and still can't figure it out. So I'm like, well, maybe that wasn't the day to do that. So I'll try again maybe in a little while, give it some time. It would be nice to be able to move around and still like be on my bike like Elijah. That would be pretty cool. So one of these days. Man, I see this motorcycle down the street for sale. I'm like so tempted to make an offer. It's a 1100 Yamaha V twin. I could ride to Minnesota in that mofo in the summer. Anyway. But then again, I don't know, man. I'm kind of old. I don't know if I want to be like the idea is very exciting. I mean, that's a great way to travel. I love being on two wheels. And I pretty much trust my senses. I think I can handle it. You know, my equilibrium is, my balance system is finely tuned because of all the riding I do. So I don't think that would be a problem. But, you know, that's statistically speaking pretty dangerous. Maybe I better be fully covered.
Yeah, over in Bemidji, if you keep heading south, there's a certain highway that's great for motorcycles. It's very
Oh, yeah?
beautiful over there.
I bet it is. I've never been
A
that
lot
far.
of, yeah, a lot of winding roads, and then you've got lakes, a lot of lakes on sides of the road and some ponds. It's very pretty, especially in the summer.
Right.
I
Like
concur.
I've been to Michigan, Wisconsin, seen lots of lakes. Never been to Minnesota, but around the Great
hmm
Lakes a lot. The Chicago area, all through Illinois, parts of Indiana. Never been to Ohio or any of those states really. But a lot of the states in the South, my father used to take me on trips when I was a kid, business trips down all the way down to like Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia. No, we never went to Georgia. Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to Minnesota, definitely check out like Lake of the Woods area and Detroit Lakes, Bemidji, even Brainerd, areas like that. Very nice. Very pretty.
My family has a house 20 minutes from Bernard, and she's correct. It is gorgeous.
I bet it is.
And the roads, like, you know, it's not just like a couple winding roads. It's like miles and miles and miles of cities of this exact same beautiful, like, winding roads and lakes and small towns that you can stop and have, you know, a burger and then keep going through. And it's gorgeous
Right.
out there.
That sounds like it'd be an awesome freaking trip too.
Yeah,
You know?
it's a lot of fun. Yep. And there's no, like, you know, you don't have to work too hard to do it. You just take your bike out there and go.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably have to wait at least a year or a couple years, maybe. God, I hope not that long, to buy me a little RV or something. Do it that way instead. Because if I had a small RV, like maybe one of those shells on a pickup or something with a rack for my bike and on the back, you know, then once I stop, then I can just use the electric bike the whole time while I'm anywhere local, like in a town or something, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I pull into a campground, you know, secure everything down, and then go out for a ride and see what the town looks like. That, I mean, that's.
Well, if you're going to go to Bemidji, let KJ and I know. We'll do some fishing with you.
Shit, I'd love to do some fishing. And I know there's another one of us. I forgot which one that lives in Detroit Lakes or right by there. Another one of us. Here.
Yeah, Lumpy, I
That's
think.
right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to live in Detroit Lakes. I lived there for a few years, went to church there. It's a very nice town, a lot of nice people, pretty lake, beautiful area.
Yeah, I eventually just want to buy a piece of land, you know, and put a self-sufficient whatever. I don't know how exactly, but it seems like it's so far off, but it's still this dream that seems to be closer than it was before. You know what I mean? Like before, even when I was
Yeah.
working, making money, that thought seemed like a really good thought to me, but so far off, even though I had money at the time. And now I don't have any money, but the dream seems closer, like it's more possible, even with the lack of resources. I can't
Yeah.
explain that. you know?
Well, if you're looking for like cheap property, around here, especially where I'm at, like northern Minnesota, there's a lot of cheap land around.
Yeah, harsh winters though, that's a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like Antarctica, honestly. Especially
Yeah.
the area I'm in. There's like barely any trees. It's mostly farmland, so you get crazy
Yeah.
winds all the time, and the winters are brutal.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could handle that kind of cold, those extremes.
Right.
So I'm almost stuck with like well, there's probably still a lot of possibilities, but there's a lot of land, open land in the Midwest in places like Missouri, Arkansas, a lot of them in Arkansas actually, a lot of property being
Mhm.
sold, and some of them already have houses and structures. I don't know what kind of condition, probably wrecked, probably like homes like squatters in them and shit like that, but a place somewhere where there's wood, there's a stand of trees with some running water with some fish. Man, that sounds like heaven to me.
Right?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck with this like Midwest, so you're going to have the winters there too, or hot as hell like Arizona. So it's hard to
Yeah.
decide what to do. The Arizona land would be super cheap, but totally unimproved and no infrastructure anywhere nearby. But so what? If you have 20 acres for like less than 100 grand, play things like that. I've seen those kind of properties.
Sure. But I mean, if you want like good weather pretty much all year round, I'd say Tennessee, but it is pretty expensive over there.
Hmm. Yeah. And it's a smaller state too. So land is at a premium. That's probably why.
Yeah, probably.
Unless you go find yourself some holler back in Kentucky somewhere. I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to move somewhere where then I would have to like defend my life against local zombies. I don't know, just call them that. You know what I mean?
The local zombies.
I don't want to. I don't want to end up in some deliverance type situation.
Is it illegal to shoot people in the face with Nerf guns?
Nerf balls?
Yeah, Nerf guns and Nerf stuff. Yeah, is it illegal? Because I wanted to do that when people were wearing diapers on their faces so badly.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
go right up and just like tap a guy in the nuts and be like, dude, next time bring your nuts in public, okay? You don't have to bring that diaper. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, that's
Just be careful if you're gonna do that. Careful how you do it too, because like if you do it to the wrong person, they
I'll
could
go up
like
to
try
a
and
cop and
pull
do
one
it.
on
Shit,
you
no,
and
I
try
don't
to.
I'm
care.
just
No,
kidding.
I just mean like the whole like legally assault thing. Like if you're like standing, yeah, that bullshit.
I know, and it would be considered illegal and probably like a class C or B misdemeanor, but still, it'd be so much fun.
They'll shoot you dead here, sure as shit. They will pull out a Nerf gun. They'll blow you away. They don't care if you're a 10-year-old kid. They'll shoot them too if they pull out a gun. They've done it before. Toy gun, little kid was.
Yeah, that's really scary. Yep, it's really scary that way. Because cops are so trigger happy because they're so afraid anyway, right? They're like, oh my god, anything could be a gun. Especially that gun-looking thing that child is holding.
Yeah, I was in Washington. Someone put a AK-47 out the window of their car. I reported them.
Good lord.
Yeah, that was just driving out. They didn't point it at me, but they stuck it out the window, and it was clear as day what it was. So I'm like, I mean, that's okay if you got that. Like, I used to have friends in Venice that had AK-47s against the door, so I get it. But you don't go sticking them out your window on the highway.
No fucking way. And also, can you get a permit for an AK-47 in the States? Unless you're military or something? I don't know. Can you?
You don't need a permit to own that gun. in the United States.
Oh.
You would need a Class 3 license if it was fully automatic. But if it's semi-automatic, just fires one shot every time you squeeze the trigger. You don't need a license or a permit for that. No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because then it would be in the same
Wait.
class.
Except for maybe in California, I don't know. That place is kind of messed up.
Probably different here. I don't know, but it put it in the same class as like a M1 Garand, which is single fire.
Yeah. I stay away from guns. That's all I'm saying.
Why would you want to do that?
I mean, I know how to use them. I just hope that I never have to. And
Yeah.
I live in a world where I never have to hunt if I don't want to, so I don't really have a reason to use guns. Although I do like shooting skeet with shotguns. That's fun.
Skeet.
Yeah. Clay pigeons. I don't know why they call them clay pigeons, because they're just little round discs. Imagine trying to toss a clay pigeon, like a pigeon made of clay, up into the air.
Well, they're trying to diss the pigeons, disrespecting pigeons.
Right.
The practical purpose behind gun rights isn't hunting, and it's not even regular, ordinary, common day self-defense. It's ultimately speaking, at least the reason originally behind the Second Amendment, is to be able to match the firepower of your nation's military. So the idea of us having to even get a Class 3 license to own a fully automatic assault, actually that's a derogatory term, it's not even a technical term. To own a fully automatic rifle, to have to get a Class 3 license to own that, it seems counterintuitive to the original reasoning behind the Second Amendment. But I'm just like, whatever, semi-automatic, whatever, it's good enough. I'm just saying, like, we don't originally have gun rights for hunting. We don't originally have gun rights to defend yourself against the person burglarizing your house. Originally, you have gun rights to fight governments, foreign and domestic, if you ever need to. Hopefully, you won't need to.
Wow.
And keep in mind, one of the famous quotes of our first president, George Washington, was, "If you want peace, prepare for war."
Right. Because unfortunately, you always have to end up fighting for peace. Isn't that ironic?
Well, if you disarm yourself, then you're inviting war, because you're making yourself an obvious sitting duck, and that just encourages people to take advantage of you or other nations.
Well, I hope nobody takes advantage of me when I say I have 0 guns.
Well, you certainly are encouraging some people to.
I doubt it. I don't have anything anybody would want to steal, and unless someone's really mad at me and they want me dead, I can't imagine that happening, but you never know.
Well, even if you don't have much to steal, you're presenting them with the truth that it's not much of a challenge to take it from you. If they have a gun, what are you going to do?
Oh, it'll be a challenge, but I don't have a gun. See, I've got boiling tar and buckets of feathers always at the ready at every entrance in my apartment. So that's what's up.
Could be like have little pails over the doors with tar and feathers above it, so when the tar falls, it could be electronically activated with a remote actuator.
Exactly. You know, it's funny.
Sit in your room and you have a camera. When they come under that door, it tar and feathers them all in one push of a button.
Yep. Then I put it on America's Funniest Home Videos. Let's see. What was I going to say? Hold on. Well, maybe I'll think of it later.
Didn't mean to distract you with the term.
No, you're good, man. I'm a dummy. My cat wants inside. That's why I lost train of thought. But I need to leave him out there because I can't be letting him in every 10 minutes. He needs to learn that, when you make a decision to do something, that's final for a little bit, right? You got to do that thing for a little bit. You can't just.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Cat. Delayed gratification.
He has no patience. He's like his dad. So I posted in the live stream voice text. I don't know if most of you know who Stephen Wright was. He's one of the greatest comedians ever. Very deadpan, very deadpan. But it's a picture of him above, and then below it says, "I believed we were on a pressurized ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour next to a vacuum until I heard myself say it just now." Which is not my best impression, but I can imagine Stephen Wright saying that. But think about it, folks. Think about it, Globers. Listen, you believe you're on a pressurized ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour next to a vacuum. What? If somebody hadn't told you that shit from birth, and you just heard that now, someone walking down the street, hey, guess what? I live on a pressurized ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour next to a vacuum. You'd commit the person, right?
Yeah,
like, what the fuck are you thinking about?
It holds billions of gallons of water to the spinning ball with no container and has gas pressure too.
Yeah.
But the real weird thing is that for all this curvature, the water, all that, the gas, all that stuff, whenever we look out into reality, into the creation itself, it doesn't have any of those characteristics. No ball, no motion, no gas pressure without a container. Unbelievable.
Yep.
That we believed it at all.
Well, someone said something yesterday or the day before. I forget who was saying it, but it was like, it's not that I believed it. It's that I was so busy I didn't have time to ask. And they were all like, don't ask questions, just fucking do your work. That I was just like, okay, well, I guess I just am not going to care about the fact that this space shit makes no sense. That was a brilliant thing, whoever said that yesterday. I'll be right back.
Yep. That's what they do. It's a ball because it's a ball. Get back to work. Stop dilly-dallying thinking about spinning balls.
Dawn, Dan, diggly, diggly, dawn.
In space. We have someone named Love Overall. They're muted. Let's unmute them. Hey, Love Overall. Hi.
What's up, Sonny?
Jesus fucking Christ,
drinker.
man. You don't give up, do you?
Hey, watch your fucking mouth, Sonny. Watch your mouth,
Hey,
dude.
you better
That's
watch
fine.
your mouth.
Hey, man, what is your deal about changing like your name all the time? What's up with that?
I have dissociative identity disorder, and I forget my password every 12 hours.
Are you
Oh,
serious?
Yeah.
Can't you
Yeah,
take
that's
that
serious.
There's
Can't you just-
autofill for
Serious.
autofill
Can't you just
on
write-
websites.
Why
Are
don't
you
you
serious?
just
Wait a
write
minute,
down your password?
Are you being
Not allowed.
serious?
The fuck?
You're being serious? Yeah. What about a notebook?
I don't know what that is.
He never came. Oh my lord,
You're what?
this guy, man.
Oh, he left again. He probably just he didn't.
No, he's here. He's here. Love Overall. Gosh, you're sweet.
Who's he?
Pea
Who's he?
drinker. Pea drinker.
Again? Don't you ever give up?
Oh, he will never give up.
Never did. He's got persistence.
You know, maybe we should hire him because he's pretty faithful. I mean, we could just convert him somehow. We could get him to stop talking about drinking his pee.
No.
Well, I haven't heard that in quite a while. He could take it to another room if anybody wanted to listen.
Do we
No,
have
we
a
don't want to talk about that.
pea drinking portion for the
Well, he's not really talking about it here in the live stream. Nobody else is either, right, guys?
No, I'm not talking about that.
Hey,
I was talking about
whatever
flat
I
Earth.
talk about is a flat Earth.
good morning, AI.
What was
Is
that?
it morning where he is?
What's that laugh?
Uh,
I think
It
that
was
was some
giddy.
goofy person.
Sounded
that
giddy.
was love overall. That was love overall.
So are you wearing love overalls then? Someone had to say it.
Wouldn't that be like your birthday suit?
Yeah. Yep.
What's a birthday suit?
That's the one you wear on your
It's naked.
at the zero.
Naked?
Oh,
You know how
I
long
see.
it
When
took
you're
me to
born, you're
figure-
wearing the. Oh, I get it. That's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. It took me so long. It took me most of my life to figure that one out, rookie. It took me
No,
forever.
it didn't. I was kidding.
No, it took me forever. I'm saying, like,
I'm sorry.
I'm dense.
I was only
It took
kidding.
so long.
There's a lot of
why
those.
did they
There's
call
a
it
lot of those
birthday
phrases that
suit?
did take me a while. Yeah, but that's one that I didn't. I kind of got it right away. I was like, and I just started laughing. I was like, that's funny.
Yeah, I didn't get it for
Glad-
years.
Glad was looking around his whole life in the stores, like, where's that birthday suit? I've been looking.
No,
my
I
whole
knew
life.
it. I knew
Yeah,
it meant naked.
do you have any
but I
birthday
didn't know
suits?
why. I didn't know why it
Go
meant
into-
naked.
Go into one of those Halloween superstores and ask them for a birthday suit.
Why would it be naked? How could you put that on?
They just look
That
at
would
me
be
like,
hilarious.
you've
And then come
already
out
got
and
it
then come
on.
out of the changing room naked and be like, how does it look?
If you're naked before you put the suit on, when you put the suit on again, how could you be wearing clothes if you're naked? Just
Whoa.
Mind blown.
But you're not naked. You're wearing a birthday suit. Get it?
Yep. Which is just skin.
It's
Fair
the
I
skin.
can
birthday
just see this.
suit for
I
your
can just see
soul.
this getting sued in a court of law.
It's the
Well, you-
birthday suit for your soul.
Yeah.
The robes.
I thought it was. That's called a meat suit, isn't it?
We
That's
are
a
in a
meat
meat suit.
suit.
That's
Yeah.
a little vulgar, though. I don't know. Or maybe vulgar's not the right.
You remember when
Did you guys know that there's a patent for supposedly that can make you feel a certain way, like literally manipulate your emotions? Do you know that?
The patent, is it a device? Or just
Yes,
the
it
patent?
is. Oh, it's a
Oh.
device, and the patent is still good as far as I can see. It's quite interesting. It's literally called. Wait, let me go back to it. Hold on, I'll let you know.
There's a Pogue carburetor. There's a patent on that. That's a free patent, and it's on 100 mile per gallon or more carburetor made by Mr. Pogue, Pogue, from 1940 something. I had the patent. I had the drawings. I was going to make one. It's not very hard. You just atomize the fuel with some of the heat from your exhaust, and you atomize it so finely that it's a super duper fine mist. And that's how it works. I did some of that with my Volkswagen. I put a HHO booster, and I increased my mileage anywhere from 20 to 30% higher gas mileage.
Okay, here I found it.
On a
So
Ford
this
bank.
one says,
God, I missed that car. Dang.
yeah, I bet.
I miss all my cars.
Anyway, this patent I was talking about says the date of the patent was January 14th, 2003, and the name of it is Nervous System Manipulation by Electromagnetic Fields from Monitors. That's the name of it. Quite interesting. I was reading over it, and I was like, this is terrifying. And it actually has references to the theories about how this works. Nonlinear problems in random theory. Let's see, what else is here? Measurement of imposed voltage gradient adequate to modulate neural firing. Psychology 42. I gotta have to look this stuff up.
Well, since you're
Kellogg
speaking of
Foundation.
that, since you're speaking of that in patents, has anybody ever made any of those devices? Now, I've tried. I didn't get it to work. A magnet with and some coils that it should create electricity that lights the light. And I see them doing this. Well, apparently doing this on YouTube videos or whatever, showing you how
I
to
knew
make.
this was going to come up.
Has anyone ever made one?
I have made a couple of. I've tested some stuff like that, and it never works. I don't know why it doesn't work. Maybe I'm not doing it right. Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
something's not
either.
right with it.
I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know what they're not
I
telling.
mean, maybe it doesn't work because they're telling you the truth, but they're leaving one like important thing out, like of the patent or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah, I need a better magnet probably. I wouldn't mind trying some of that because if it was real though, like someone said yesterday about some other technology, it would be everywhere. Because why wouldn't you want to do that? Just get some magnets and wrap some wire around a freaking pencil or a dowel, and you got yourself a freaking electromagnet. So it should cause electricity.
what do they use? What is it that uses 2.4 hertz? Wasn't like RC cars or something, or is that 1.4 or something?
I don't remember. I don't know.
I'm just
Man,
curious because this
yeah,
this
go
thing
ahead.
is weird, bro. It's talking about psychological effects observed in human subjects in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near a half hertz or 2.4 hertz, such as to excite a sensory resonance. Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displaying pulsed images, emit pulsed electromagnetic fields of sufficient amplitudes to cause such excitation. Wow, that's interesting.
Bro.
I picked up 0% of that.
Hertz. Listen,
I'll
Hertz is in
post
the net. Hertz is in the nether regions, all right? All the electronics that you're going to use are going to be in the megahertz or gigahertz range. This is obviously a very low, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's not too, yeah. So I don't know. I've got a list of these patents that all go together, and it's a little bit terrifying what they're claiming is true here. And there's like references.
The basic claim is that with modulation of the electronic devices that you already use and inhabit your space as you walk around, that they can affect your mood in conjunction with audio visual stimulation.
That's fascinating, right?
Really affect your mood.
So that would lead me to believe there just might be technology that could actually control your mind to some extent, right? Or put you into some kind of a
there's a whistleblower from CERN that says that the stuff that they garnered from the tubes was sent to the universities to be tested, and while it was there, it increased the violent crimes and rapes by a large factor.
Wow, that's interesting too.
Well, think about it. A lot of times the inventor
says he lives in Laguna Beach.
A lot of times we make decisions and act upon our feelings rather than thinking it through. Right. So if you have a bunch of fake feelings being given to you by some kind of field that can manipulate your electrical system and mimic feelings, right, then you're going to think, oh, these feelings are real. So I need to act.
That fits right together with all that other stuff that we've been talking about. But I've got a list of patents here that if anybody's interested, I was just reading them and I was like flipping out because there's publications that go along with it. So it's not like it's just something that they posted and it doesn't work. This patent is actually still in, as far as I can see, that it's still valid. And the references that are on here are from the 50s, which makes me wonder if they knew about controlling people's emotions with TV screens in the 50s, then that means they've had, 70 years to perfect this stuff? That's terrifying. Everybody's muted.
I'm doing stuff back and forth here before I leave and do more stuff. But I'm listening.
Check it out, bros. That stuff's ancient technology, right? The idea of energetic auras that interfere with human emotions, whether generated by a human or by an animal or by a plant or by the biosphere or by the celestial objects, right? That's been quote unquote known for millennia. So being able to tinker with it intentionally, right? Like finding out how it works and saying, okay, we figured it out. Now we can implant the information we want into that system and get results we want. That might be new. But the idea of it's been around for a long time.
So I can laminate. And I'm take it with me. I'm going to start showing people. Because I think it's funny how whenever I talk about mind control, everybody always laughs and they go, "Oh yeah, we heard about MK Ultra. That was just, we get it." And I'm like, no. Did you ever think about like what kind of information would they have learned from doing some study like that, right?
You guys know the Nazis had television in 1938, don't you?
Actually,
What's up,
TV
Rookie?
was invented in the teens or 20s, I think it was.
Yeah, they had TV.
What's up, Rook?
What's up, bro?
I just wanted to say hi. Talk to you for a while.
It's been a while. How you
Doing
doing,
all
bro?
right.
How you hanging?
I'm hanging
Doing
good.
all right?
How are you? Yep.
I'm great. I'm great,
Cool.
bro. I know you've been going through a
Julio.
lot, so yeah, right on.
No,
Thanks
it's
for
all
asking.
good. Yeah. Anyway, what were you saying a second ago, Sonny? Sorry to interrupt you. Sonny.
Oh no, you didn't interrupt me. No, not at all. And good morning or good afternoon, God rockin'. Yeah.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, thank you. We're just kind of rambling. He was talking about these patents. I was talking about the Pogue carburetor patent from 1940s. Are you familiar with that? Yeah, you ought to
No.
be. Oh my God.
Well, familiarize me a little bit. Maybe
I've
I
heard
am.
of it, yeah.
Okay, Pogue, Pogue. I forget his first name, but he invented a carburetor in the 40s, and he tested it over 100 miles an hour. I mean, 100 gallon.
100 miles per
100
gallon.
miles per gallon. Yeah.
Carburetor, and it just uses a coil, a tube coming from basically the exhaust, and it goes around like a canister, and you send the fuel vapor, and it atomizes it and heats it up enough to atomize it to a fine vapor. That's all
Right.
it is. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I know that the
Yeah,
plenum
and then that
on
gets sucked into
a
the intake.
manifold,
Yeah.
the plenum on a manifold is supposed to atomize it somewhat before it goes into the cylinders, but it wouldn't do near as good a job as heating it. That's for sure.
Yeah, like the atomization would be more like a diesel engine does.
Well, I don't know. I think that the pressures that they pump it at raise into the cylinder are pretty close, aren't they? You would think it would be anyway.
It's the aperture size. So
Diesels run on very, very high fuel pressure. They
Yeah,
squirt
it has
on.
to because it has oil in it, right?
Yeah.
Still has oil left in it.
And diesels don't have spark plugs. Diesels
Yeah, they
just
have glow
explode
plugs,
because
right?
the compression makes it
they
go
do
off.
have atomizers. They do have atomizers, so it blows a fine mist of this fuel in there, and under high pressure, and then just the compression, it ignites it.
Yeah.
Right.
The fuel injectors
Well,
on
there's
a
a glow
diesel
plug to get it started, but yeah.
diesel fuel injectors are very expensive, by the way, and they squirt a very fine mist at a high pressure. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
But yeah, but what you're saying is if maybe he came up with something that could do even better than that, that makes sense to me. I mean, I'm saying that it doesn't sound like a lie. It sounds like I believe that. I do. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, what he's saying is that by wrapping it around the exhaust, it vaporizes the fuel into it and it expands. Right. It would expand also when you vaporize it, and then it would make it much more efficient to burn once it's vaporized like that. It would be like in a gas form, like a gaseous.
Atomized, yeah. It would basically be, basically, it would be at the flash point, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yep.
That way, once it entered the cylinder, it wouldn't take much to, right.
There's still plans available. Let's see.
Never thought about that.
Charles Nelson Pogue. Here's the patent number 1.759.354. Here it is. I'll put the link.
Well, how come nobody's put that into operation on a vehicle, I wonder?
Yeah, well,
I can probably tell you why.
The big three.
Yeah, I can tell you why too. But what I'm saying
they'll
is
leave something missing from the patent, of course.
The big three.
Well,
so there it is. There's the plans.
I'm surprised the patent wasn't just bought out by one of the big corporations and then just shelved.
Here it is. Here's the plans. Even look at this. That's a trip. Boom.
Well, for some reason it's not for sale.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It wasn't.
Yeah. If you use it, you got to build it yourself. So.
Holy crap, dude!
Charles
I just realized something.
I pinged you with the list.
I didn't notice this before.
Oh shoot!
Okay.
Listen to this.
Sorry.
1927. I thought it was in the 40s. It was patented in March 11th, 1930. They had carburetors with over 100 miles per gallon in 1930.
Wow, that's crazy. But I'm sure that you wouldn't get 100 miles a gallon on these new engines because they're 6 and 8 cylinder. It would have to be a very small engine, probably like in the 30s. They were like, what were they? Like
He tested it on a
small.
V8. I think he
Yeah,
tested
didn't
it on.
those vehicles
Oh, wow.
only get a top speed of like 40, 45, 50 miles an hour?
It
Something
might have
like
been
that, yeah.
it might have been a straight 6 or a straight 8. It could have been one of those.
Yeah, I don't think they made V8s until later than that. Straight 8s they did, and straight. It made flat head, straight 8s, flat head, straight 6s, straight 4s. They didn't start with the V engines till I'm not sure what year, but
Yeah, you're right.
it was,
Yeah, 40s.
So let's be clear. Let's be clear. I ain't trading 45 miles an hour for $5 a gallon of gas.
That's true. But listen, with modern engines, and if you had this and it was technically built correctly, I mean, where it was safe, it would be a different story. Now, listen to the story of this guy. He says the original blueprints for a device, this is in the patent. No, it isn't. It's in this website, rexresearch.com. Anyway, it says the original blueprints for a device that could have revolutionized the motor car have been discovered in a secret compartment of a toolbox. The carburetor that would allow a car to travel 200 miles on a gallon of fuel caused oil stocks to crash when it was announced by its Canadian inventor Charles Nelson Pogue in the 1930s. But the carburetor was never produced, and mysteriously Pogue went overnight from impoverished inventor to the manager of a successful factory making oil filters for the motor industry. Ever since, suspicion has lingered that oil companies and car manufacturers colluded to bury Pogue's invention. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Now, a retired Cornish mechanic has enlisted the help of the University of Plymouth to rebuild Pogue's revolutionary carburetor known as the Winnipeg from blueprints he found hidden beneath a sheet of plywood in the box. The controversial plans once caused panic amongst oil companies and rocked the Toronto Stock Exchange when tests carried out on the carburetor in the 1930s proved that it worked. Patrick Davies, 72, from St. Austell, had owned the toolbox for 40 years, but only recently decided to clean it out, as well as drawings of the carburetor. The envelope contained 2 pages of plans, 3 test reports, and 6 pages of notes written by Pogue. They included a report of a test that Pogue had done on his lawnmower, which showed he managed to run the engine for 7 days on a quart of petrol. The documents also described how the machine worked by turning petrol into vapor before it entered the cylinder chamber, reducing the amount of fuel needed for combustion. Mr. Davies had the patent number on the plans authenticated, proving that they were genuine documents. He said, "I couldn't believe what I saw. I used to be a motor mechanic, and I knew that this was something else altogether. I was given the toolbox by a friend after I helped to paint her house in 1964. Her husband had spent a lot of time in Canada. It's almost over." The announcement of Pogue's invention caused enormous excitement in the American motor industry in 1933 when he drove 200 miles on 1 gallon of fuel in a Ford V8. However, the Winnipeg was never manufactured commercially, and after 1936, it disappeared altogether amid allegations of a political cover-up. Dr. Murray Bell of the University of Plymouth's Department of Mechanical and Marine Engineering said he would consider trying to build a model of the Pogue carburetor. Engineers who have tried in the past to build the carburetor using Pogue's theories have found the results less than satisfactory. Charles Friend of Canada's National Research Council told Marketplace Consumer Affairs Program, "You can get fantastic mileage if you're prepared to derate the vehicle to a point where, for example, it might take you 10 minutes to accelerate from 0 to 30 miles an hour." You got a great point there. You had the excellent point.
Did you say 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you need a combination system in order for it to be practicable or desirable, right? You need a hybrid system.
All you need is a transmission that'll do it. The transaxle, you'll probably do it. Or those, what do they call those new transaxles?
He's absolutely right. You need a hybrid system so you could inject more fuel to take off the car from a dead stop, and then have the efficient carburetor take over once you reach speed.
Actually,
Yeah,
why
but you
wouldn't
could
you just
also
have a generator
include
built into the engine, and then you could just use electricity to speed you up, and then maintain
exactly.
it
You
with
need all
gas?
three. That's
Yeah,
the crescendo is all three working together to make a hybrid
Yeah.
vehicle that's
Right, exactly.
all three
That's
of
what I'm
those
saying. Is I think
technologies.
this stuff
It's the
already
best of all
exists.
worlds.
They're just not
Well,
giving us all the details on it and the highest tech of it. They're giving it to us in
well, yeah,
increments.
exactly. See, if
Okay,
you
so
have,
I'll give you
go
guys a
ahead.
trick question. So, what other technology utilizes to increase the explosive capability of the fuel ratio by aerosolizing or vaporizing it first?
Wait a minute. Say the whole
Jet
question.
engines.
Okay, so the premise of this thing is that you aerosolize or vaporize or break down into smaller particles the fuel
And
before you ignite it, so you get a bigger explosion out of the same amount of fuel.
Make it
right.
more
So, what
volatile.
other technology utilizes the same principle?
Diesel engine.
Let me think about this for a second.
Pretty famous.
Oh, wait a minute. Jet aircraft.
Maybe, but there's another
I
one
already said
I'm
that.
thinking of in particular.
Like gas turbine.
Space.
No,
Some of those rockets
the
use solid rocket
bombs.
propellant.
Bombs.
Really?
Yeah,
Bomb.
Oh well,
fuel
yeah.
air
I mean, like,
thermobaric bombs.
yeah, of course. Yeah, like how there's an explosion beforehand, and then that explosion causes all the gas to vaporize, and then it ignites. Yeah, like napalm.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Although I don't know why they would waste time on chemical weapons when they could literally just put a lens in the sky and just beam the sunlight down and burn the crap out of everything.
I think HHO is the way to go with internal combustion engine. If you're going to use it at all as a hybrid system, like AI was saying, I think that would be ideal. But I like the idea of not only multiple fuel options and power options, but also multiple travel options, such as on land, on water, or in the air.
You know, I designed a solar generator that runs from a lens, like you guys were talking about a second ago, a huge magnifying lens about 3 foot across, and it focuses the sunbeam onto a metal plate that water drips into, and it turns to steam instantly, and then it runs a steam engine. It runs it, and then turns a generator, and it's really it works really, really well. I've never built one, but on paper it looks like it's going to work like way killer. You just have to have the lens track the
They're
sun.
complicated, but yeah, I know a guy who has one, and he actually started it up in front of me. I was like blown away by it. I thought it was fake.
Yeah, but anyway, there's one problem with those. When you use a magnifying lens to focus the sunbeam to a very fine point or extremely hot point, that particular ray of light is extremely dangerous. I mean, if it swept across your hand or reflected off, it would blind you, burn you. I mean, it's super dangerous. And so, I don't know what the regulations would be on having a beam that powerful, that dangerous, enclosed in a device to make steam and whatever else. I never researched that part of it, but I designed one. I got the blueprints, or it's drawings, I guess they're not really blueprints, but I got drawings on how the machine would work and how it would function perfectly. But once I got into the research, they said that when you concentrate the sunbeam like that, it's an extremely dangerous ray of light. It's fucking so hot. It's got all kinds of radiation concentrated. I mean, it's dangerous as fuck. I don't even know if they'd let you do it. I haven't researched it that far. Back in the day, don't you remember ever hearing about the Romans had this big reflector that they had on almost like a light tower, like on the beach, a great big
They also had a
bronze.
staff with a lens on it. I always wondered about that.
Anyway, this had a big bronze dish, like a satellite dish, and they would focus the sunbeam onto a ship out in the bay, like maybe 100 yards away or something, where it would the focal point, and it would start these boats on fire. This was an actual weapon that someone had made back on it. I can't remember, like somewhere around Roman times when the Palestinians and the Romans were having all those wars on boats and shit.
I think that's how the Egyptians built the pyramids too.
Could have been. I don't know. But anyway,
well, speaking of this technology, supposedly we've been waiting on two guys, I can't remember which group is which, that are going to simultaneously live stream. One's a glober, one's a flat earther. The temperature check of the light from the moon by using just standard objects in the light shade, right, moon shade or not, then a magnifying glass. And then I encourage them to use a parabolic amplifier that's used for like cooking things, because they make these that you can buy pretty simply for cooking things at camping. And I said, well, if that's just reflecting light, why not use that as well? So you could have these three things. Supposedly they were going to coordinate that and live stream it together. So you have Glober doing it and Flat Earther doing it, and everyone can watch and see the results. I never heard back from them guys yet.
Well, if the moonlight is supposed to be colder, and you get this 10-foot magnifying lens across and focus the beam from the sun or the moonlight down to like a 1/4-inch round beam, and what if it freezes when whatever it hits?
I'm waiting for a full moon to do that. I actually have a big Fresnel lens in my backyard.
Because if it's cold light, that's what you would expect, right? For it to get colder.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah. Maybe you can't focus cold light. Maybe it's different kind of light. But yeah.
I don't know. I'm just using my screwy imagination.
That was what I told those guys. I said, look, if you could, and I'm not saying it's necessarily true for the reasons Rook said. I was saying, if you could take one of those parabolic cookers, but instead of cooking a hot dog, you freeze something. I mean, that would be a pretty powerful demonstration.
Boy, I'll say.
Yeah, that would explain why everything is cold at night. It's not necessarily the lack of the sun. It's actually the moon that causes it then. Like we're partially. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but when the moon's full, it's always colder. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not.
I drove all the way out to get my sister's prescription for her. Clear out. Oh my God, and I left my wallet home. Oh, nice.
Well, that's a bummer, bro. That'll ruin your whole day.
I'm on my way home to get my wallet.
Okay, so another trick question. What technology is employed that is designed and is the only thing that can get matter that we can control to the coldest possible temperature?
Liquid nitrogen?
Nope.
What are you talking about? Absolute zero?
I don't think absolute zero.
Coldest possible.
I
don't know. What do they use some chemical, don't they?
Liquid helium.
No.
Absolute zero is a theory, isn't it? It's never been done.
No. How many points?
Well,
how many points do I get for my Get Me Get impersonation?
5 points for accuracy of content and negative 30,000 points for impression of accent.
Oh,
that hurts.
What was
I'll send you a nickel. I'll send you a nickel just to hear it.
What was that last question?
I'll send you $1.
The question is, what technology do we, quote unquote, currently employ to bring things to the coldest possible temperature?
Actually, what you're talking about is superfluid liquid helium.
Well, they say that's the coldest place on Earth. Then that makes.
I didn't understand if you said brain or drain.
Bring or get or arrive at the coldest temperature.
Oh, bring,
yeah.
Well, let me ask
you
guys.
What is it? Tell us the secret.
Let me ask this real quick first. Is not absolute zero a theory? It's never actually been achieved.
Yes, it is a theory.
It's a concept, yes.
So absolute zero is when everything stops moving. It's so cold, even the vibrations of the molecules and everything else just becomes, supposedly, you're supposed to stop
Correct.
moving.
But
Coldest
Everything.
record temperature is minus 89.2 degrees Celsius, or minus 128.6 Fahrenheit. Date record was July 21st, July 21st, 1983.
Liquid
That's
nitrogen,
natural.
liquid helium, or liquid nitrogen is colder than that, isn't it?
I think
Yeah, I
your
know, but I'm saying
source
that's a
is,
natural temperature.
I think your
That's a
source
natural
is
temperature.
off, Rookie, because
Yeah.
I mean, I see you posted it, and thank you. But I find that so. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, never
No,
mind.
go ahead.
Disregard
No,
everything
no,
I just said.
what did I post?
Liquid
Which one did I
nitrogen
post?
is close to
You're
200
fine.
something degrees below zero, isn't it? Isn't liquid nitrogen like 200 and something below zero? Just a liquid nitrogen, like you stick your finger in it, and you can hit it on the table and break it off like it's a piece of ice.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I'm not at home where I can look it up on my computer real quick, but I'm pretty sure liquid nitrogen is very, very cold.
Yeah. It is. But Rookie was posting a natural thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't
I
post
guess
that
liquid
from yesterday, but yeah, I know.
nitrogen is not natural, is it? Liquid nitrogen.
Well, no,
cold.
it has to be pressurized and compressed in order to get that temperature. Yeah.
Right.
Filtered and whatever. Yeah.
So maybe Rookie's temperature is accurate for natural temperature.
Yeah, the lowest natural temperature was somewhere in Antarctica, and it was minus 120 something degrees. That's a natural. Now, when it comes to like freon or chemical ways or electronic ways to make things cold, I don't know. I don't know what the maximum is or what the coldest is. I know it's pretty cold, but but when something gets to a certain temperature, right, below zero, it kind of like flash freezes everything. Do you really need to get colder? You know what I mean? Like how cold, how cold do you need it to be?
You do need to get colder because certain things change their properties at temperature, right?
Yeah,
so they
I
become
agree.
something else.
I wonder what things would become at the absolute zero temperature where everything completely stops moving. That's interesting. When you mentioned that, my brain just kind of went crazy for a minute trying to think of what that element what's the next state that it would take from being just cold, liquid, to so cold that it's absolute zero and no movement whatsoever. What state does it take on at that point?
Well, maybe
What
this
state
will help you.
on? Does it become like steel or become what?
Anyway, so the principle is, well, the technology is a laser.
Oh, a cold laser?
Really?
Well, the
I didn't
laser
know that.
itself isn't cold. It's called a cold laser because it brings things to cold temperatures. But how it does it, the principle behind it is that, in a colloquial sense, it traps particles in between the wavelengths of the light. And so you imagine light as a wave. Imagine light as an undulating wave and a particle trapped inside that wave with nowhere to go. So it stops moving, essentially. Or, it moves a small amount, maybe, because it's not absolute zero. But it essentially is limited. It's limited inside this corral of frequency that stops it from moving. And if you say temperature is motion, then that's the lowest we can get things.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's an interesting thought right there. I learned a couple things today, by the way, guys.
What would be the?
What temperature would that be?
Somebody once said that matter is nothing
called
more than hard
photobiomodulation.
light. Okay.
Wow.
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean.
Repeat that. Matter is nothing but what?
Hard light.
Hard light? I think that's probably
Yes.
right. You know what? I've heard that even our bodies, everything that you feel is matter on this earth. Everything that's solid, like dirt, rocks, human skin, whatever, it's all light. It's just in a state to where it's hard light. It doesn't move. It's taken on a state of matter, I guess. And I think that's probably true. My brain tells me that makes sense.
I'm interested to know what happens from a standpoint of entropy from the surrounding cells or surrounding material when it seeks to equalize.
What do you mean when matter seeks to equalize with what? Can you explain further?
If you had a device that you could essentially freeze, colloquially speaking, or technically speaking, not in the anyway, where you could freeze the atoms, right?
Absolute zero.
Yeah, and then all the surrounding material would be at a completely different potential energy, whatever. When you're no longer doing the thing that causes that to happen, and it seeks equilibrium, I wonder what that process would be like. If it would be explosive anyway, like for instance, you do crazy things with dry ice and water. You know, it has a pretty violent reaction, and so I'm just saying, like, I wonder how
Well,
violent of a
wonder no
reaction.
more. Wonder no more. I have the answer for you. Now, mind you, this is an answer from a fictional story, but the threat within the story goes like this. They create that molecule, and then it immediately starts freezing everything else in a chain reaction until everything is frozen everywhere.
Wow. Oh, reverse entropy almost.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Now, I did preface that with it's a fictional story, and that's like the boogeyman in the story.
Yeah, that is quite the boogeyman.
I wonder if going in that direction would be kind of the opposite of an explosion, and it might be some sort of implosive nature, similar to what we see with sonoluminescence, right? Light is created from an implosion due to frequency and vibration.
Yeah, the expansion and contraction of a tiny bubble is what caused it. Star in a jar, isn't it? Doesn't it expansion of a tiny bubble that expands and contracts tens of thousands of times per second?
Yeah, it expands and then basically implodes upon itself, creating light.
Friction. Yeah, friction,
But
which is light.
that visible light that we see is due to an implosion, not an explosion.
Right, because it's the friction that causes the light, because it creates so much heat that it puts off a little spark of light. I think, wouldn't that be the case?
Yeah,
Spark
of light is an interesting term, but yeah, basically that's what's taking place.
Interesting.
I think there's a lot more energy within implosion than explosion. Like, think about how much energy can be created just with like a water hammer, which is a small implosive thing that's taking place.
Right. So, real quick, this is the claim of how nuclear bombs function. An implosion, which then yields an explosion as a secondary event. The implosion is the source of the energy.
So what is it? How do you have an implosion? In other words, how do you leave a vacuum in the center of something to which all things fall towards that central point, right? 'Cause that's what an implosion would be. What is that though in reality?
I would say it's the the opposite. So, right, explosion expands things quickly, right? It's an
No, we know
expansion of
that
nature.
happens.
So
I've seen that. I'm saying like,
yeah,
what's the counter like?
getting there. I think an implosion would be the same thing, but instead of expanding into space, it's expanding into counter space. But this gets into a whole freaking wormhole. But anyways,
See,
Right. So standard molecular
with an
theory.
explosion, the energy is pushing things outward. Like, but in the in the implosion sense, you wouldn't have a force pushing things inward, or would you? How like would it's because you
Well,
can't just say it would do that. I how what
well, here's the
you
deal.
know?
Here's the deal, bro. It goes like this. So, the standard claim is that most matter is made up of empty space, right? But the claim of empty space is a misnomer because, in theory, it must be something in between the small parts of a piece of matter. So, if you can condense the matter into the space, right? Then, much like a piece of soap, when you squeeze it, what's in between those things comes outwards. So the implosion is the matter being forced so small that the soap that holds it together is squeezed outwards, which creates the secondary effect, which is that energy from within being released into free space. And so, in theory, right, since we don't really know on a very sub level what these things are, like on a micro, even greater than a quantum scale, if you do such a thing, like they were afraid when they quote unquote tested the first atom bomb, they were afraid they were going to blow up the whole atmosphere because they had no idea what energy they were about to release. Whether that's true or not, that's just the way the story goes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the story, but I don't know how much of that story I believe. And I'm sure you guys are in the same boat when it comes to that. Nuclear explosion, if you're going to split an atom and it's encased with more atoms that again get split and then it causes a chain reaction, when does it stop? Yeah, that was the threat, right?
That was the gamble. And the way the story goes is that the president of the United States was given the final decision. And he was basically told, listen, if we test this thing, we don't know if this chain reaction is ever going to stop. Just like we talked about earlier with the ice particle that freezes everything. The theory went,
right.
Well, this could blow everything up. Everything. Never stop.
I think it would. I think that makes sense, but not in a very thin atmosphere. I don't think there's enough molecules to split atoms to split. Even if it were true, if they're actually splitting atoms, I don't believe they can split atoms at all because just look at it like this: they're taking an electron, so to speak, and an atom, and they're firing it at another one and hitting it to split it. Now, what the hell are they using to throw that atom at this bomb at this other atom when you can't even see? They don't even know what they look like, and they're grabbing onto this thing and shooting it at another one. They've got one fixed in a center location, surrounded by massive amounts of more material that's going to create this chain reaction. They're going to shoot something that they don't know what it looks like. They're going to shoot something that they've never seen or touched, and they're going to shoot it at another one and make it split. How the fuck is that happen?
That's not how. They don't do it on that scale. They do it on a bigger scale than that. So it's supposedly. So they take
a big chunk at a big chunk.
Yeah, and what happens is when you throw those two big chunks at each other at a certain amount of force, whatever that mechanical force is, causes them, quote unquote, molecules within it to interact at a way they normally wouldn't. And when you force that interaction, there's a chain reaction that occurs within, and then you get the implosion, and then you get the subsequent explosion.
Right. You create the vacuum is what you do. Create a huge ball of nothing in the space, so to speak. And then everything sucks back into it. And that's the implosion that causes the explosion. You're right. It's like a lightning bolt. You know, a lot of people don't realize where thunder comes from. And that lightning bolt splits the atmosphere, and it splits it and pushes the atmosphere out like a 4 or 6 inch gap in the atmosphere, and it just moves the atmosphere out. And then when lightning bolt's gone, the atmosphere just collides in on itself and smack.
Yeah.
That's the
Let's
the
talk
air
about
molecule.
another.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, you're right about that, but there's also one where, like, the sonoluminescence is a little crab, right? A little shrimp dude can punch his hand fast enough to do this, right? So the idea that you can release energy from a certain precedent event that's much greater than what it would appear the original energy is seems solid, right? We see that in nature.
I've got an idea. Check this out. I want to throw this out. I want to hear what you guys think about it. When you split the atmosphere, that's how planes create lift. The wing creates a vacuum above the wing. It splits the air, and it sucks the wing up into it. Okay, that's how these planes have lift. What if you put a lightning bolt out in front of your aircraft around the fuselage, create a vacuum, one after another, real fast, like brrr, create this vacuum, and it sucks the plane. There's no atmosphere, no friction, and you can go super, super fast. If you could create this vacuum in front of the plane fuselage and in front of the wings, like with a lightning bolt, so to speak, or something, split the air and let it suck the plane into the vacuum, plus propulsion added to it. It would reduce friction. It would create a vacuum in front of the plane, sucking it into it. What do you think about that? I don't know if I was clear enough on my description, but no comments or what?
Sorry, I got distracted in my own silliness over here posting the Octonauts video of the snapping shrimp. It's a cartoon, little kid cartoon that that my kids have watched in the past.
Did you even hear what I said about putting a lightning bolt out in front, around the fuselage and around the wings of a plane in front of it, removing the atmosphere and letting it suck the plane into it, and have that happen? Have it happen every split second. Just it creates this vacuum in front of the plane. No atmosphere, no friction.
What would keep it up?
Well, the lift from the wings. They would work the same way.
The lift from the wings only exists because the atmosphere is there to lift it.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to rework my theory again a little bit here.
It's a neat idea. I like it. It sounds incredibly destructive to everything outside of it, and or just super loud, probably. But it's a neat idea.
It needs a ground to earth, though, in my opinion.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's a neat idea.
So I should be able to do it on
plane.
I should be able to do it on my bicycle then. I should just drag a wire and shoot a lightning bolt out through the front of my bike. That'd be awesome. And just I wouldn't even have to pedal. It would just like you'd be pulled through the medium.
Yeah. So check this out. So if everything is based on, regardless of what you believe about gravity, whether it's electrostatic or some other kind of energy medium like space-time or ether or fairy farts, it really doesn't matter. We all know it pretty much works on buoyancy and density. So essentially, if you can alter the field within the quote-unquote matter structure to the point where it no longer cares or no longer interacts with that energy field, it essentially becomes weightless in free space with absolutely none of those forces, whatever they are, acting on it anymore. So in other words, if you were an ancient Egyptian that understood this energy and you were able to apply it to a 10,000 ton rock, you could, in principle, float that rock up, down, left, right, just like a Tetris block. Right? So you want it to go right, you energize the block in a certain way, and you energize the air space to the right a certain way, which creates a differential in whatever energetic medium or pressure or whatever, and it causes it to move in that direction. It's not impossible in principle.
Simple pressure mediation.
Yeah, whether that pressure is physical objects or energy.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
all
before,
energy is based on. I was
before you
just
go
going to
on,
say,
Globers will laugh. Globers will laugh at such an idea, but that's essentially what space-time, their stupid space-time idea is. Go ahead.
yeah, you're right about that. I mean, everything in terms of energy acts on pressure mediation as well.
All right, so increased pressure of, let's say, nitrogen. What? Help me understand. Is it a vacuum that creates the cold temperature, or is it a high pressure that creates the low temperature?
High pressure. You condense it. You run the fuel or a freon to a pump that pressurizes it back into a liquid, which makes it cold.
Yeah.
It's pressure, I think, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Colder goes towards solid. Okay. It's just weird because you're inputting energy. Or I guess I have a misunderstanding of what energy is, or maybe I don't.
Well, that's why
it just seems counterintuitive.
It gets wonky at this around this point when we're talking about freezing and you know liquid.
Isn't it interesting?
Different phases and stuff. Because when you talk about entropy, it's like, well, what's freezing though? And what is it? Is it the temperature or the heat? I don't know which one that causes the pressure. Is it the pressure that causes the heat? Is it intrinsically linked? Is it both? Like I don't know.
Well, that's why a Freon air conditioner releases all that heat when you run it through the cooling skins outside. All that heat comes out of it, and
It's
then you
displacing.
pressurize it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't have a way to get the heat out of it, release the heat into cold, and you press the pump, the condenser pump, pressurizes it so hard that it presses it back into a liquid.
Oh.
Listen, bros, check this out. So if you go up and look up Coke bottle air conditioner, right, you'll find that people in the desert areas in Africa and other places, what they do is they create this wall of Coke bottles and they cut them, right? So they're like a funnel and they let the air go through. And there's something about, rapid change from compression to decompression that cools off the air just by the normal breeze. They don't need a fan. They don't need an air conditioner. Now, it's obviously probably not as efficient as a real air conditioner, but it does have an effect. And all that's changing is it's being forced through a narrow pathway and then being released into a big pathway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the narrow pathway would cause it to be pressurized. It would press things together, wouldn't it? being forced through a narrow pathway. Or is it just? Are you just saying it's natural breeze that pushes it through?
It's completely unpowered. All it is the natural breeze going through these narrow pathways and then expanding quickly. So the rapid change in compression and expansion cools it down.
Yeah, it's
With
like
well, there is mechanical energy from the wind, but there's no mechanical energy in the device, let's say. Like it's just passive. It just sits there and does, all it does is change the shape of the path.
Interesting, isn't it? It causes a vortex.
So this is like ideal gas laws, PV equals energy. And pressure and temperature are related in some way, shape, or form. I don't think you can remove one or the other from what's taking place. They're kind of dependent upon one another. One would cause the other, kind of thing.
But it is interesting because when you pressurize it, it induces the effect. So it's like, what could you do? Could you do the opposite? Like you know how you can do with boiling water, changing the pressure, boil the water, add heat, boil the water. Could you do the same kind of thing?
Yeah, the lower the pressure, right? And somebody correct me if I'm getting this the opposite way, but the lower the pressure, the easier it is to boil water. Like water will boil faster, meaning it'll boil at a cooler temperature if there's less pressure, and vice versa. Like you would have to apply more heat to boil water at a higher pressure. Like with if you're say like backpacking or hiking and you're at elevation, you can bring water to a boil faster at a higher elevation with the same amount of heat as you would use like at sea level.
Actually, it takes longer to boil something at altitude for some reason. It's I don't know what it is. There's less pressure, but I think there's less oxygen to get the heat higher. So there's kind of there's a battle that goes on there between available oxygen.
Garbage.
So the heat has to be higher.
I think I left out of my statement that if you have the same relative temperature, right? So if you're 50 degrees at sea level, 50 degrees at elevation, so meaning you have the same atmospheric temperature, but a difference in pressure.
It would boil easier. You're right, I think. It's just harder to get the temperature up higher, that high at elevation because there's not the available oxygen. So when you go to burn the fire or the heat to boil water, it's harder to do so.
Well, my friends, the correct answer is live from Gem Panda server being pumped in. You're all wrong. You're all wrong because nobody's ever proven any of this because science doesn't prove anything. Thank you. Good night.
Boy, the straws those people grasp for there are now so long It's so big that pretty soon they're not even going to be able to carry the straw they grasp for. It's already there, I think.
The only thing science proves is questions not of science, like measurement.
Wait, so how do you cool something again? What's the refrigeration process? Like what can somebody explain that to me?
If you're using a refrigerator, it's because they have what's called like Freon, some sort of a liquid gas that's awfully cold when it's in liquid state, like liquid nitrogen, liquid Freon. It's awfully cold when it's in liquid state. And so when they run that liquid, it gets pumped through a radiator, the liquid inside your house, to a little mini, like a radiator, a car radiator, and it blows the air through that and cools the air down super cold to it. So you got ice cold air coming out. And then when that Freon, once it takes on, removes the heat from the air, and then the Freon becomes warm and expands into a gas, then it goes back to the machine outside, and a pump pressurizes, and it runs through a whole bunch of more of those radiators outside your air conditioner. That's why they get hot. All that heat's blowing out, getting sucked out, and then they pressurize it back into a liquid with a pump, and then it gets pumped back through the radiator inside your house in liquid form. And they blow air through that, cools it off. So it just a circulation. They circulate this Freon liquid in and out of your house. Push it in as a liquid.
And the
pull
point
it out.
that he made there, is a very similar explanation to the Coke bottle air conditioner, where it's all about shrinking the thing on one side and expanding it on the other.
Right.
Which, according to what the other guy had already said, that's part of the gas law is volume. You change the volume, and you alter the pressure or the temperature.
Yeah,
unless of course you have a volume. Unless of course you have a volumeless gas, which good luck with that.
Yeah. When it's gas, it takes on a much larger volume than it does in liquid state. I mean, I don't know what the expansion ratio is, but it's got to be probably 10 times bigger, at least. I don't know. To take like steam, when you boil water, it turns to steam. I mean, it expands like 10. I don't know how many times. It's a lot as far as volume goes.
Hey, God rocking.
Yeah.
That entire process that you just described. How would that work out in the astronaut suit? Are you fish down here? Is that how that works?
They probably do have some sort of a little condenser in that backpack. Yeah.
Somebody's hot mic.
Yeah, I think there probably is some sort of a condenser maybe in the back of that backpack, but maybe they're just using, I don't know, maybe they're just using water, and I don't know what they're using in that. It's probably a little Freon air conditioner in the backpack. I don't know. I guess you could research that.
I'm sure that would work out, and when they were standing directly in the sun, I'm sure it did a very good job, and with that 69 technology, to keep them nice and cool while standing directly in the sun with no atmosphere.
Right.
In an extreme vacuum,
Well,
nonetheless, with no expansion to the fabric of the suits that they're in.
Nah, that's the details. Don't worry about that.
We all know that whole scenario, it just falls completely apart when you put any pressurized system. I don't care whether it's a spacesuit. I don't care what it is, a pop can, anything inside of a vacuum. And what does it do? Anything, put it in a vacuum. What happens? And even the small
will expand. It will expand violently.
And explode if they're enclosed. They become very shortly not enclosed, and the pressure from inside the spacesuit, the pop can, whatever the enclosure is, wants to expand out so badly that it destroys the enclosure that it's in. So this spacesuit thing in a near perfect vacuum is nothing but a fantasy, obviously. I mean, because they've shown that on what they put that astronaut in a vacuum, started lowering the pressure. The pressure got down not very low at all, and the water on his tongue started to boil, wanted out. The pressure, just from the pressurized system of the human body.
They were like, oh no, a
body
vacuum.
out. Man.
This we can't deal with a vacuum. So from now we train in water.
So the guy
Does that
almost
make
died.
sense?
He was only in there like 2 minutes when they started sucking the pressure and lowering the pressure in the vacuum. I think, I don't know what it got down to, but it wasn't very low. It wasn't the 6 torr that they can, the maximum vacuum that they can reach with that man-made vacuum. They didn't get anywhere near that. He would have been dead long before it ever got near that. So this idea that a spacesuit can go out into this near perfect vacuum is complete. I mean, I don't even have a word
That
for it. It's so
actually sounds like a good point.
that could
Like,
even be
yeah,
possible.
can somebody demonstrate like how low, like, well, what would the differential in pressure have to be in order for things
That
to go
pressure would
haywire? What? Hello?
out so badly
Mic check?
that it would rip apart the ISS.
He's still talking, bro.
It would rip apart anything. And that's not the vacuum sucking, it's the pressure from within wanting out.
Hey, God Rockin', can you hear Elijah when he
That
talks?
spacesuit would have to be made of
God
very,
Rockin',
very
can you?
hard steel to keep your body from
He might not be able to hear anything.
to
God
available
Rockin'.
space, which is
Yeah, I don't think
of
he
the
hears anything.
spacesuit, which is fabric.
God rockin'.
Pressure within.
Yo, God Rockin', can you hear anybody when they talk?
He's just dipped, man.
He dipped.
Oh, okay. Maybe his connection was bad. All right. Sorry, Elijah. I couldn't make out what you were saying because God Rockin' was continuing to talk.
Yeah. Just to, like, do we even have any proof that you can be in a vacuum using these suits? Like, have they demonstrated that at all?
No.
Because that's like actually, I mean,
Well, then that's not true.
if anything was worthwhile bringing up,
There is an alleged demonstration. However, in the demonstration, the quote unquote astronauts are not in their suits exclusively. They're somehow tethered to outside of the vacuum with some kind of pressure hose. So what that does, who knows? But it's definitely not an isolated vacuum with the suit doing what it's supposed to do. Let's put it that way. That's even if it's a vacuum at all. Who knows? But I will say this, for all of you who hate Mark Sargent, right? Donate to the GoFundMe to build a vacuum chamber. He said he volunteers to get in a spacesuit, go in a vacuum chamber, and bring it to the lowest pressure that they can. And whatever happens, happens. He's
Shit,
already
I'd pay to
dedicated
see
himself
that.
to going out.
You really think he would risk his life for that?
Well, that's what he said. He said that he's willing to volunteer to be the lab rat to prove that spacesuits work or don't work inside a vacuum, in which the manner in which NASA pretends that they do, or claims that they do.
no, but this is
Well,
actually
what do you
pretty
think?
good.
What do you
Like,
think is the bigger risk, though? What do you think is the bigger risk, that a flat earther like Mark Sargent loses his life, or the whole okey-doke of astronaut suits not working in a vacuum being exposed to the world?
Well, listen, guys. I want to, since I do work for NASA in their ops room on occasion, I have overheard their excuse that they're going to use. So what they're going to say is, since vacuums on Earth can only get 10 to the negative 6, 7 torr, and space is 10 to the negative 17th torr, then it's not a true experiment. And even though Mark Sargent exploded, that's not what would happen in space.
Right, because it's actually orders of magnitude worse, isn't it? But it wouldn't happen in space.
Yeah, it's one of those post hoc excuses where you just make it up that once you get to a certain lack of pressure, things change, right? Like magic.
I
And then
thought
you have this
if you go to the submarine, listen,
math
if you go to the
equation.
bottom of the ocean in the submarine, won't you get crushed or whatever if you're not in the sub?
Yeah. And you'll
Because
experience compression sickness
didn't the
on the way up.
astronaut dude open the fucking soda on the seafloor or whatever, and he shook it up and nothing happened?
Yeah, at about 15 atmospheres, you will be crushed, or 15 to 20 atmospheres. With atmosphere is 6 feet of depth. So you have a exponential increase in pressure. So at 6 feet, you're actually 28 pounds per square inch, and so on and so forth. There's pearl divers that dive down to 100 feet, though, I think, or more even.
No, you know how they have cars now where you can actually control the temperature, like in the back and then in the front, differently. I'm trying to find out how does that work.
On the spaceship?
I mean,
spacesuit.
yeah, in the spacesuits.
Yeah.
How does that work? I mean, if you're facing the sun, the front of you will have to be kept cool, while the back of you that's in the shadow, that's what I don't know, negative 300, 200 degrees.
200 to positive 4.
Yeah. I'm trying to find out how these suits are keeping your body actually stable, but meanwhile you have two very different gradients of temperature in the front of you and in the back of you.
Yeah.
With that 1969 technology, how does that work?
Yeah, it would have to be
great.
automatic too, Chocolate. It would have to be automatic because as you turned, it would have to move to every part that's lit by the sun.
Indeed, it would.
Look, guys, I'm not a perfect person. I never meant to fake the ISS, but all my friends were watching.
I like that, man. You should put that to a track.
I don't know it. I could learn it though.
Does anybody know how to grow new brain cells?
Well, if your name is tea drinking, buddy, maybe you could drink pee.
I was talking about it earlier. It's called neurogenesis. You have to take
mushrooms, man. Yeah, man.
But I heard magic mushrooms were illegal. Have y'all heard about the lion's mane mushroom?
We heard that people on the ISS drink poop. Maybe that helped.
Chugga, 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 chug.
Poopy D scoop. Scoop D.
Guys, listen. It's not good for his rehabilitation program to bring up past trauma.
Okay. Okay.
12 steps, brother. 12 steps.
Yeah, he's 5 days sober. Let's keep it up.
Talking about pressure, atmospheric pressure, they do have hyperbaric chambers and similar for athletes, similar machines that they get in. Apparently, it increases healing. I've always wanted to do an experiment. I haven't really bothered searching though for like an actual hyperbaric chamber that I could get, like a small one, because like I have this idea. I don't know if it would work, but just hear theory that the reason, because if you go back if you believe in the archaeological record, if you believe in fossils and dinosaurs, because apparently you see there's fossils of dragonflies that are like 3 feet wide, right? There's 6 foot tall penguins. There's giant orangutans. There's giant crocodiles, giant snakes, all these giant animals. And for the most part, they haven't shown too much evolutionary development except they've shrunken, right? So we have these fossils that go back possibly millions of years that are basically, they look the same exact way as modern day. They're just way bigger. Even giant people, like 15-foot tall people, right?
Well, if you're a new creator, buddy, you might make a few mistakes, and then you might have to send a flood to fix the mistake or something like that. So it's trial and error, man.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyways, apparently back
How
then,
dare you?
the physical laws were different. The atmospheric pressure apparently was stronger. The oxygen content was higher. There was basically everything was different. And now we have less oxygen in the atmosphere. We have less pressure. Where back then, since we had more pressure in the atmosphere, these animals could grow bigger. And just like a goldfish
Can I point something out?
Go ahead.
You've asserted a number of things that you may or may not find alarming when I pointed out. And these things that you have asserted is integral to the truthfulness of the things that you're saying. So, number one, these fossils that are dated millions of years. Number
Yeah,
two,
I don't believe that.
that they're fossils from a primitive time era at all. And two, that the atmosphere was different. These are two things that must be true in order for your story to be true. Is there any way to validate this?
Yeah, good question. And mind you, disclaimer: I do not believe the Earth to be millions of years old. I don't believe these fossils to be millions of years old. This is just what they're telling us, right? Nor do I believe carbon dating is accurate more than 6,000 years. More than 6,000 years, carbon dating, you can throw it out the window because of the isotopes. But I don't believe the Earth is more than being kind, being nice. I don't believe the Earth is more than 13,000 years old. I think it's anywhere between 6 and 13,000 years old. But that's another topic. I'm just trying to paint a picture so that I'm trying to convey something so that we can unpack this.
Prophecies that have to be accepted.
Yeah. But let me just get to the point. I'm not trying to argue the age of the Earth or whether the electromagnetic spectrum that we see today or the electromagnetic field that we see today was stronger or weak back then. Honestly, nobody really knows. But there is data to show that the electromagnetic field was stronger at one point in the past. They do see a shifting of polar shifts. I don't know if people they see because the lava when it cools, you can see the polarity shift.
Can I ask one more question, and I promise I'll leave you alone?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So you're saying that these are fossils of bigger creatures, bigger humans, bigger things, which actually I believe in this stuff, but that aside, that's the claim, and the things that would lend credence to this is their dating method and the idea that the atmosphere was different. That's what substantiates whether or not these fossils actually are what they say they are. Is what you're saying?
I'm gonna
Just
explain in a
think
second.
carefully
Let
about
me
what
just.
I'm asking you. Because I definitely was listening to what you said. I heard what you said. Did
Yeah, yeah,
Do you know what I'm asking you?
yeah. I know what you're asking me, but I'm trying to explain it, and it's hard for me to unpack it all. Right? If you keep asking me question after question, I have to be able to unpack it all so you understand where I'm
But
going.
you don't think that because you finished making the point before I started asking you questions, right?
No, no, no. Well,
Like, so I'm asking you questions based on the things I've already heard. Like, isn't that, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm asking you mad different questions about mad different things. You've made statements. You were
yeah,
finished
I get you,
based
Elijah. I
upon that.
understand. All right, let me just talk for like 5 minutes, and then you can ask me all the questions you want. But if you don't allow me to actually unpack the first question, how can I answer your second question when I'm still trying to answer the first question? Right. So you're asking me
My
what
question
data,
is the
what
same.
evidence. Well, hold on. Well, what evidence do I have to support the premise of my theory? Right. That's what you're trying to ask me,
I
and I'm
didn't
trying
ask
to
you.
answer you.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you. So you're saying that what you said was the evidence for what you're saying. I'm asking if you're saying that because everything that you've offered up is what I'm asking if you think is evidence. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, at the end of the day, we can only believe in the data that
Oh
you're giving
boy.
us because we're not doing the experiments ourselves, right? So, at the end of the day, no, I don't know if the data is legit or not. How would we know unless we did it ourselves? Like, ultimately, right? Which is what flat earthers
That's,
do. They go out there and they measure
that's not
they
even
measure
what I asked, but
distances.
don't worry about it. It's all right.
All
You
right.
can,
Okay.
if
So
you want to explain more or whatever, just do that. I'll be quiet.
yeah, let me elaborate. Let me elaborate. So we know that polar shifts have occurred in the past. They can study the magma, and when lava solidifies, it records the magnetic field. It records the North Pole and how much it's moved, right, over technically thousands of years, right? So, and they know how strong it is based on certain uh I can't really. They allegedly the magnetic field is weakening. How do they know that? I'm not exactly sure, but apparently they can see through different variables that the magnetic field does strengthen and weaken over cyclical cycles. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm just giving you guys my theory on this, right? So apparently, at one point in time, the Earth was a lot richer than it is today in oxygen and in magnetism. That would, and apparently the scientists are starting to figure out whether it's legit or not. That's a whole other question. That our DNA is uh, reactive to the magnetic field, and the magnetic field has an effect on our growth. So between the magnetic field and the atmospheric pressure together, they can affect and fluctuate the growth on Earth between trees and all living things. So you see, I've seen fossilized trees. Apparently, like Devil's Tower, that most people believe is, or in our community, they believe that used to be an ancient tree, right? Apparently, they're all over the world. They got these fossilized trees that are huge, a mile and a half in diameter. How come we can't reproduce these trees today? Even if theoretically you can bring to life one of these trees from back then or one of these animals from back then, they wouldn't be able to survive in our atmosphere in our current world because the way that their DNA was formed back then, apparently they can only exist under certain variables, theoretically, right? Theoretically. What if, because I used to grow weed. The long story short, I used to grow weed, and I used to always try to keep the weed in a perfect environment with CO2, the the light ratio per square foot, everything. I would have about 60 watts per square foot, and I would try to produce the biggest buds I could possibly humanly produce, right? But apparently, there's one variable that I left out. It's atmospheric pressure. What if, theoretically speaking, I could create a chamber that I could increase the atmospheric pressure to replicate, the Eco-Cambrian era or whatever, the Jurassic era? What if I could create an atmosphere replicating that of ancient times, and then maybe the buds would grow to enormous size? I've never done that. I would see if anybody can get a hold of a hyperbaric chamber and maybe do that and see if they could, even in tomatoes, any plant for that matter.
Bro, you need to stop talking. Hold on. You need to stop talking and put the link to your GoFundMe. Because listen, a lot of people are interested in in that, right? So make a GoFundMe.
Yeah, I don't got to go.
Get some funds, bro. You hear what I'm saying, though, right?
I was gonna legitimately wait 5 minutes. Because
no, I don't wait 5 minutes for somebody who needs an entrepreneurial kick in the pants, right? You want to get this done? Make a GoFundMe, peddle your story, put the GoFundMe, get the results, satisfy your customers. Everyone's happy.
I'll throw 5 on it.
Next on shot.
Here's the thing. I asked you a question. I'm sure you disregarded it because you didn't try to answer it. You just wanted to finish what you were saying. I respect that and all.
What was your
you
question?
began with it doesn't matter. I asked you twice. You didn't answer it twice, so you're not. I don't believe you're gonna answer it now.
No,
but
bro, I'm honestly not trying to avoid your question. I'm really not.
And I'm not trying to argue. I attempted to ask you twice. I'm not gonna force it. So it is what it is.
Ask it one more time, brother, please. I'm not trying to avoid your question.
So you began it because it's still relevant. You said to let you finish, and then you began with telling you prefaced what you were saying with, this is what they say. I don't know one way or another. This is my theory on what they're saying. So you've taken what they've said on face value and have begun to ask questions and come up with logical reasoning based on those supposed ideas, when I was just saying, so you're gonna believe them. That's all I was gonna ask is, so you're gonna believe them?
Believe who? People that talk about the past?
Yeah, I'll be.
Well,
I could be more clear.
I'm just confused by that, honestly.
Yep. So you mentioned like the Cambrian and Jurassic eras, and that there was different pressures. You're presupposing that those periods existed in one shape or another, and you're presupposing that there was a different air pressure during those times without any evidence for either of those things.
Yeah, I agree. I already said that I have no way of proving it because all I have is data that we had to take at face value, which I already said that. I've never actually done the experiments.
So that's what I'm asking you about. That's why I'm saying you're not.
Though, but I said that.
No, not you said that. You said something, and then I questioned that, and you're just saying I said that in response to it.
Well, again, the disclaimer: I never did the experiments myself. I don't know for a fact or not.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked, since that's the case, what you're saying right now, why did you just accept what they're saying and begin to build logical inferences based on these things you don't know? Why would you do that?
Because
that's all I'm asking.
Well, I'm going to explain it. There's circumstantial evidence supporting the theory, right? The hypothesis, because we don't, at the end of the day, it's only a hypothesis because we really don't have evidence to even make it a theory. So with that being said, there is circumstantial evidence like hyperbaric chambers that athletes use to increase healing and recovery. That is a fact, right? And we know that when you increase atmospheric pressure, it allows the heart to work more efficiently and distribute blood to the extremities, right? To to the tips of your fingers. So these animals, theoretically, these animals that were humongous in size, like let's talk about long neck, they wouldn't be able to survive today with today's atmospheric pressure because their hearts wouldn't be able to pump the blood to their extremities. Where under increased atmospheric pressure,
That's
the
not the
heart
only
doesn't have to
reason,
work
though.
as hard. That's just, this is
Yeah,
all
friend.
hypothetical at the end of the day. That's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
no. These
I'm not
listen.
trying to
Whether that creature exists could be hypothetical, but those principles that you outlined
I'm
are
not
not
even
hypothetical.
trying to debate.
Okay, so
Regarding the
anyway, let's
atmospheric pressure.
advance it forward with some knowledge. So, real quick, for anybody who doesn't know, this is roughly what Ken Ham and Kent Hovind believe, that the antediluvian period was high pressure and it allowed people to grow bigger. Now, one of the reasons why you can't have a Godzilla-style creature in the modern day is the inverse square law, because when you multiply distance, you triple the volume or something like that, whatever it is. So it has to do with density, bone density, and support medium, right? So obviously the largest creatures that exist in the ocean. They have the supportive medium for their biomass at the pressure in which they exist. So yes, pressure is necessary for life forms. So it's energy, right? So if you have more variable energy and fuel, you're obviously going to run more efficiently. And if you have a higher pressure system, you obviously can have a bigger structure biologically. These are facts. Now, whether those creatures existed or not in the past, that's a different story. Now, there's a third factor, which is epigenetics. So, for example, he said that their DNA could only work with this environment. That could be true, but it doesn't have to be true, because their DNA might have just expressed itself in a certain way when they had those environmental factors available. For example, domestic pigs, if you put them out into the wild, they become feral pigs. They grow thick hair, they grow tusks. They can do this within one generation. So we have evidence that epigenetic stressors or environmental factors or availability of resources can literally cause new expressions within the pre-existing genetic code. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to say a little something too, if you don't mind. I'm kind of familiar with some of the data he's talking about. I know that they've taken ice core samples from deep ice core samples and then taken them to the lab and taken air bubbles inside these deep core samples and shown that there was more oxygen in the air at that certain depth of the ice. Whenever it existed, I'm not sure. There's a little bit of evidence that shows there was more oxygen, but pressure, I don't know. I don't know about atmospheric pressure. I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever to say that the pressure was higher. There was definitely more oxygen at one point in time, but pressure, I do not know. Also, when you say about these creatures existing, there's absolutely no physical evidence whatsoever. There's no bones, there's no petrified or bones found that can replicate like a long neck. If he's talking about dinosaurs or whatever, I don't know what he's talking about for sure. But the dinosaur bones, they're all man-made. There's not a single one that's they find one bone and then they go out and design an animal around one bone. And there's been no evidence whatsoever to support anything that supports dinosaurs existing at all, period. No evidence for it whatsoever. So I'm not sure where he's going with all this, but what's I don't know what's the point he's trying to make here? And as far as the pole shifts and magnetic structure, yeah, when the lava cools, the magnetic field causes the alignment of the molecules in the stones to be lined up in a certain way with a higher magnetic field. They align more accurately, more densely. They line up the molecules as they cool, and that's how magnets are made when the molecules line up in a perfect line. That's the only way you can magnetize metal is when the metal's molecules are in perfect lines. They line up, cool off in a certain way. Anyway, I'm not sure where he's trying to go with this whole scenario, but
all he's saying is that things were bigger back then. That's all he's saying.
Oh, okay. Well, things like what? Animals
Well,
that
I
we
don't
don't
know.
know.
Things are bigger. That's based off of the the information that the atmosphere was different and the certain conditions were different back then. That's the evidence.
We know there was bigger trees. That's for sure. We do know that. We find them petrified all over the planet, or all over the plane. Excuse me. I still say planet sometimes. Shoot me.
But the evidence is the evidence.
Right.
What's evidence that this is what this is? Well, what I'm telling you about it. That's the evidence of it being what it is.
Right.
I'm not saying that that's not what it is. I'm just saying
Right.
that's what he's saying.
I get you.
Well, listen, there is supposedly, and I don't have the information because this was just back when I was going through Ken Ham and what's that other guy, Hovind debates. Supposedly, there's evidence of people pressurizing aquariums and growing piranhas to like triple the size or whatever, than they normally would be. And the only factor that was changed was the pressure and the oxygen content. So that does make sense, though, based on all the things I laid out before, that if you have more pressure, right, and you have more available resources, you can build bigger structures and you can have more energy available to be able to do it, which does make sense.
Go downstairs.
It's more upstairs.
Yeah. Eli!
What? Oh. What? I mean, I was like, what am I doing? And why is
God Rockin's lady is calling you out.
That's my sister. That's my sister hollering at my nephew. Eli.
Okay.
Sorry. I thought I muted my mic. I'm not micing again. Just shoot me,
I
guys.
got scared. I was like, is my ex on here? What's happening? Like,
Eli.
Well, you were just bullying that young man's dreams about high pressure super cannabis.
I was not. I was not. I was just.
Did you donate to the GoFundMe?
I was just asking questions. It's like.
No,
I know, but Chocolate saying Chocolate saying put 5 on it. How much did you put on it?
I got $1 if he can get to me.
If this guy built a barometric chamber to grow in, where he created higher pressure, and it was sealed chamber, and it had more carbon dioxide and more better atmosphere in there, maybe he could grow bigger buds. Who knows? But that chamber would be very expensive to build. I'll tell you that right now. Every time you
everything that's possible. Everything that's possible is possible. It's not like we're going to sit here and question what's been done. Which is, I was just asking. Look, I don't have to say it again. Y'all heard. It's almost like when you ask questions. I wasn't even. I know when I'm being aggressive. I don't feel like I was like super aggressive. I was just like, I think I'm asking the question I'm asking. I think I'm asking right.
Yeah, you weren't
Elijah,
aggressive.
you may not realize this, but your questions are on point, and here's why. Like I said, a lot of this stuff came about in the sphere of scientific debate and evolution and atheist versus religion, whatever, with Ken Ham and Kent Hovind, right? Who basically believe in the dinosaur fossil record, but then have to explain it from their biblical worldview, especially things concerning what did they eat, or Adam, blah, right? And so what they basically did is they had pictures of Tyrannosauruses eating watermelons, right? And atheists used to laugh at them, be like, dude, Tyrannosaurus has like 6-inch teeth, bro. He's eating meat. He's not eating watermelons, bro. Right? But if you then say, well, a Tyrannosaurus is just a made up story, then you don't need an excuse for why his teeth are 6 inches, do you?
No. The whole dinosaur thing is such a ridiculous theory anyway. I mean, we all know that
It's just
never been a
interesting that
dinosaur on this earth.
it's interesting, and I would like to understand why when you begin to question legitimately and justifiably what someone is saying, they start saying things like, "Well, I'm not saying," and they start saying things like, "I'm not trying to argue," and it's like the more, like the softer I try to get my tone and the less harsh I try to seem, it's like the more they get defensive, and it's like I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, so fair enough, Eli. Imagine you speaking to Kent Hovind. How do you think that would go?
The same. I'm just wondering, like, what's up with that? Like, why is that response? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, look, it's
Is
a
your name
phenomenon
is your
when
name
people.
Elijah? I'm not saying anybody's name is Jonathan Cullihan. I'm just trying to explain. I'm not trying to argue with an. I was just asking. All right. Okay. All right.
Can life exist without gas pressure?
Somebody else talking? Because all I hear is one person talking.
Yeah, we're talking.
But it did sound like Elijah was talking to somebody that nobody heard.
I heard him, but I didn't say anything in response.
No,
Hey, look what I found.
the other person.
Oh.
Never mind. Anyway, I want to make this point before we move on. Okay, and this happens in many, many different topics among the flat earth community, truther community, religious community, atheist community. Some kind of information comes out that's accepted or promoted or posited in the mainstream consciousness, right? Because other people find it meritorious and it simultaneously backs up a claim in my paradigm. Therefore, I'm attracted to use it in my argumentation or to claim it as true, right? Because it bolsters my point of view. Now, to be fair, I would say almost everybody has done that at least sometime in their life, where they glossed
I've
over
done
the
that here.
errors and the presumptions. Yeah, sure, right? And they just latched onto it because it clearly, bolstered their other point that they like. Happens all the time. Which, by the way, real quick, is why a lot of theists are in love with the Big Bang argument, because by logical necessity, you need a Big Banger. And so they say, of course, it's Big Bang. Of course, that's true, because that proves God, because you need a first cause and you need a sentient, immaterial, omnipresent agent. Therefore, Big Bang proves God. Therefore, I love Big Bang, regardless if it's true or not. Why would I scrutinize it any further? It proved what I already believe in.
But didn't the dude say that if you scaled up the pressure, the size increased, right? So by the same logic, you scale down the pressure, the size would decrease, and then use the same logic. If you remove the pressure, would you remove the size?
Sure, I would go with that. Without pressure, there can be no life. Or you could go without motion, there could be no life. Or many other constituent necessities that are required for life to exist.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but it's like does the plant really move without the constituents? Like if you don't have wind, is the plant going to move?
Well,
Yeah, it
well,
grows.
plants do move without, and yeah, they grow. That too. But they also move.
Yeah,
So
they
they
follow
stretch
the
towards
light.
the light, right? Like I thought they stretched towards the light.
So that answers your question.
Yeah. But I'm saying without the light, there would be no life.
Yeah, but that you just changed your proposition.
From wind to light. Yeah.
Well, it's like, can you have wind without gas pressure?
No.
Well, you
Bruh.
just and I mean, yeah.
What's wind?
I would say wind is like air that flows from one position
Air.
to the next, right?
So if you don't have
Air.
any,
Is air a
then
gas?
Air, gas. I'm not 100% sure.
Come on.
Okay.
Like I know about
I'm
wind.
gonna leave
I know
that
about
right there
wind,
then.
but I don't know about the others.
I'm gonna let
What
my
about
grandma hear this conversation. This is a good one.
Really?
I mean,
Go on,
you know,
ask another question on the level of without and just ask another question. Go on, keep going.
I can't think of any right now, but if I think of another one, I will.
Okay, what is light?
I don't know.
According to
The,
Einstein, energy.
look, I could fix this right now. The gospel bearer.
Yep.
You looking at a computer or a screen?
Always.
That's light. You looking outside?
Yeah, right over my right shoulder.
Everything that you see that you couldn't see when it was dark, that's light. Doing that.
All right. Check out.
Like if you're like, what is a tree? I can only point to it. I don't. There's no other way to answer that question. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
but the real question is apparently, can you have wind without gas pressure?
It's inconceivable.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
guys, there's a
the
synthetic.
stuff's got to hit the container, right? It hits the container and it flows back the other way, right?
Sure. Why not?
But who started the motion?
Dude,
Me.
that's obvious. The synthesis that this whole entire conversation wraps up in is in order to have life and sentience, you need the prerequisite conditions simultaneously, both physical, metaphysical, and informationally, proving that materialism is false and that everything was caused by a sentient agent.
But I'm saying if a tire is perfectly sealed and you fill it up with air, the second you cut the valve off, the air is going to continue to flow perpetually whenever it entered the container, right?
Right. So what are
And
you trying to say?
I
Who
guess it'll
knifed the
always
tire?
flow. I guess it'll always flow perpetually until it escapes the container.
Well, what if the container
That's
is
the
inescapable?
Under pressure.
Well, that's the idea. If the container is inescapable, then yes, the motion of the gas molecules will be exactly that.
It stands to reason that we have an equalized system, right? Water has always boiled at 100 Celsius at sea level, so far back, and as far as we know, the psi at sea level and so on, these things seem to be in stable equilibrium. So any indication or claim that we're losing pressure would have to be demonstrated in reality, right?
Elijah, DM.
Send me some of that shrubbery, man.
Yeah, but in the meantime, speaking of shrubbery, I was being legit with that other guy. We should make a GoFundMe and get this hyperbaric chamber delivered and get this thing started.
Well, I posted a video of a dude doing high pressure aeroponics. I didn't watch it, but the title caught my
Just the
eye.
roots or the whole ecotary, like the whole room was pressurized.
Yeah, I don't know. You can check the video out. Probably just the roots, but I don't know. If you're gonna do a room, that is
It would have to be like a 4x4 or like a 3x3 closure, like a 3x3x8.
yeah, it'd be
Out
even
of
that would
metal.
be probably pretty pricey. Plus,
Dude, you should have multiple. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're going to maintain a pressure, then you don't have to maintain it, but every time you interact with it, you're going to depressurize the system, and then it'll have to be repressurized. However, that's being done, and how damaging is the interaction process, and how contained is it? How do you maintain the pressurized system? There's a lot
It
of
would have to be automated. It would have to be automated, everything.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you're going to probably just call up Don Pettit. He knows all about gaskets.
So you know how we say prove something is true, and then they say prove something is false, and then sometimes we've said you can't prove something false or something like that.
Yeah.
But actually you can. Like that.
Okay.
That's what I feel about. That's what I feel about the space suit situation. Like another way of waking people up is to highlight the fact that, hey, seeing as that space travel is like an integral part of the future, and everything you think will be happening in the future. As a pesky flat earther, the only thing I want to see is, like, the internet littered with videos of people practicing like in suits in evacuated chambers. Like, why wouldn't that be a thing? Like, as a matter of fact, yeah, somebody could go ahead and try. Well, somebody already did. Someone else could go ahead and try it. And it's like the moment their tongue starts boiling or whatever happens, that's it right there. Like, we could actually prove that it's like space travel is not possible.
And spacewalks.
And definitely that,
Well, their
obviously space
claim
is real, but I'm just saying this is just another layer of okay. You're not gonna think hard enough. So let me just show you that what they're saying is impossible.
Well, you see, the thing about it is the pressure is high enough in those conditions, whereas in a vacuum chamber, it's a much lower pressure, and that's why they're okay. But in a vacuum chamber, you wouldn't be. Or they would make up some kind of hilarious story like, well, in a vacuum chamber, you have an artificial vacuum, but in the natural vacuum of outer space, it's different. Right? And people would be like, oh, yeah, natural vacuum. Yeah, okay.
10 flat earthers
What's the distinction?
People would die.
There doesn't need to be one. I'm literally just doing, hypothetical word magic.
Yeah.
People are so simple-minded these days. That's all it takes is a little bit of effort.
was going to say for the seals on anything that was to go into like outer space for say a spacewalk would need to be all clean, perfect, and to be able to maintain pressure within that with that small of a barrier just isn't possible as well. Just saying from that difference in pressure, outer space to what humans have to experience to live.
Yeah, I gotta
Well,
go use the
then
bathroom.
you've
I'm gonna
got
go
a
take
leak.
a spacewalk real quick.
Well, then you've got a leak.
It's super bad. Everything they got, the globe that is all bad.
But to your point, gospel, regarding they just have to say, oh, well, natural pressure compared to artificial pressure is the exact same, basically the same conversation as when they invoke atmospheric refraction and assume an R value. It's the exact same thing. People will parrot it without thinking critically about what's being said. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Or reflect on what's actually going on in the real world, say like the Sandusky vacuum chamber and the 7-foot steel concrete super clean barrier to be able to make the vacuum. And like that's not even like the reality. It's a thin like garment that's
Right,
going
but
out in
Lumpy,
space.
what's different? Okay, in their paradigm, what's different about the surface than in free space, hundreds of miles from the Earth?
Well, the pressure surrounding the human would be a major difference. Huge.
Yeah, but who cares about
Like,
that? Think more fantastically.
Floating.
oh,
Yes,
yeah.
but why
Yeah.
are they? But why are they floating? In
Well,
their paradigm, why are they floating?
apparently lack of a mass attracting mass amalgamated with the bending of space
What?
time because they're gonna. Well, that's what they do. They
No,
take their gravity and,
it's
and
because
make
they're
it fit
falling.
whatever.
no,
Okay.
no. Okay, the correct answer is that the density of the warping of space-time is in the differential, right? So you throw out the mass attracts mass altogether, it's irrelevant.
Oh,
So
but
they
it's
have
just
a
from
plausible
their paradigm.
matrix. Yeah, absolutely. So they have a plausible matrix in which there's a different density that exists in a world of mathematics. And since it exists in mathematics, you can always cure it with mathematical patches. So all they need is a mathematical formula that equalizes, and everyone will believe it. So yes, of course you explode in a vacuum chamber on Earth, and of course you don't in space because the space-time is different. Duh. Here's an equation.
I get it. Okay.
Right. So
I
when
like
you get
learning
off
from you.
into when you get off into these metaphysical claims, there's no end to the salvation of your story, right? Because you just make up a new metaphysical entity to fix the problem, right? And while
But
they
that's
claim creationists use God as the gaps, right? Say, oh, God did it. But what do? They just pull dark matter out their butt, bendy warp space-time out their butt.
Yeah.
And 5 years from now, it'll be a new thing, right? So that we had the Higgs boson, right? 5 years from now, it'll be the Elon's, wart flower. Who knows what the hell they'll call it? Elon's quagmastic protonogenic photoelectric magnetometer. That's what they'll call it.
It's
based
a
on
rip.
Elon Musk.
It's a ripple in the Elon scrotal flap.
Right.
Yeah, the speed of light. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. The universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. So how do we solve this problem? Do we abandon the first supposition? No, we just invent dark matter. Uh-oh, dark matter isn't doing what we need it to do. Let's invent ultra dark matter.
There's no problem
and
that
on and
can't.
on.
There's no problem that can't be fixed by an equation.
So, in
Right,
other
and now check this
words,
out.
I was
I want
just
to go
gonna
to
make a quick
their
joke
go for it.
about like how Goku, he's always fighting a seemingly uh ever increasingly overpowered enemy, and somehow overcomes it. He obviously has plot armor. That's what the globe is like. It's plot. It has plot armor.
Yeah, this story is the armor.
I guess it's not really much of a joke, but it's a good statement.
I mean, look, it is a joke because they believe that kind of nonsense. So, for example, if something doesn't work in our universe, right? No, don't worry about it. All you have to do is do a probability equation divided by infinity, because there's an infinite number of universes. And therefore, by probability alone, we must exist, and it works. Right? Any questions? Any doubters? Too bad. Where's my evidence of multiple universes? Well, this thing in our universe that doesn't work is explained by my equation that begs the question of multiple universes. Therefore, multiple universes exist. Now, they say that while simultaneously laughing at people who believe, like, for example, that quote unquote God did it, right? So if you believe a sentient, omnipotent, all powerful, ever present source of all energy does something, you're ridiculous, right? But if you believe in infinite universes and probability alone creates things, oh, you're intelligent.
Mm. I didn't realize the Captain Cook. The purpose of his voyages allegedly were to observe the transit of Venus.
Okay.
Why?
And this was paid for by the Royal Society.
Red flags. Red flags.
Yeah, I was
Where's
just
this
looking up the
coming from?
Yeah, I was just looking up the etymology of this word society because, people talk about different words. They're like citizen is human. Human is an evil word, and citizen. I get it. No, I do. But
You can
whatever.
hear the word and you see that it's like sight, see.
Oh gosh.
So you cite something because you've seen it, and
No.
that's society because the society is the what you see outwardly from within your third eye. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I know that pisses you off not pisses you off, or maybe a little bit, but it's annoying. I'm sorry.
It depresses me because the fact that anyone would ever acknowledge that as a rational method for determining the meaning of words, it just makes me very sad for people. But
Somebody told me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
well, this is interesting a little bit, the Captain Cook thing, because I've heard about these explorers. I learned about them in school. Magellan, Amerigus Vespucci, and there's probably other names in the recesses of my brain. But this Cook guy, allegedly traveling for the purposes of observing the transit of Venus, that is that's kind of interesting.
So is he fundamental in the assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth then? Would his observations be the foundation for that?
Is he the one that originated that idea? I don't know. Probably not. Because we're talking about 1769 apparently, or around that time. So I think it stands to reason that more than likely there was. I don't know. I have a feeling that some of these beliefs come from much older sources in regards to like the nature of the planets. But yeah, Royal Society. This reminds me of the other society that the scientific community has. And they bought an island, and they call it something with science. Is anybody? It's just left my brain. It's the Special Science Smart Boy Elite Club. It's got a name. Can't remember what it is right this second. Does nobody know what it is? Scientific.
Mensa? Maybe?
Mensa?
No,
Maybe that.
no, not that. Elite Club. It's something simple. I don't really. It's called
Nerds.
No, it's important. It's been around for like 300 years.
No.
They bought an island and they allegedly do special research there. You know, make up your own mind on what that means. But it's called this. Why is this so hard? It's so simple. It's gonna make me tear up when I realize what it is. It's like this Royal Society is reminding me of it. It's not the Society of Sciences. It's the something of sciences, but it's like royal. But
The American Association for the Advancement of Sciences?
no, it's not that. But
Well, if the name isn't necessary for the premise, just make up a name.
it's not necessary for the premise, but
Society for Science.
Yeah, it's not that.
The Royal Society.
It's the entity that scientists have been pining over or for 300 years. They're all trying to get in. They apply their theories to this group of people. Like why is this? It's not the Royal Society, even though it's really close to that. Oh
You
well.
realize you're teeing it up for us conspiracy theorists out here, don't you?
That I what?
You're teeing it up for us because when you talk about an island or someplace like that, I just want to go, Jeffrey's Island, where all these scientists want to go. But hey, that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I wouldn't argue the fact that they probably visited that island too, but this is a different island. It's out
I
off
know.
as far as I understand it, it's off the coast of Africa, so it's in an unusual spot. It's not the Royal Society. Maybe it is the Royal Society. I don't know. When I find out, I'll let you guys know. This is annoying. There is a Royal Society of Chemistry. It is, I guess it is the Royal Society, and I tricked myself into thinking it wasn't the Royal Society. Yep, started in 1660.
Can I get those 5 minutes back, please?
Here, there you go. There's your 5 minutes back. Because time's just a concept anyway, so I can just give time to anybody, right? Hey, listen, if you're annoyed at lost time, why didn't you just tell me it is the Royal Society? That is the group of scientists that bought the island that do unusual things over the last 360 years. You could have just set me straight and fixed the whole problem of my...
Rewind the live stream. I'm pretty sure I did, but it's okay. I was just messing with you, Gospel.
Oh.
Just messing with you.
They had their dirty little fingers in a lot of different pies, didn't they? The Royal Society, that is.
Yeah.
Maybe you were thinking of the Freemasons?
No.
All right, title irrelevant. I'm with the story.
I want to go back to something that AI was hitting on in relation to kind of how space-time kind of begs the question, right? Things about God, all that. If we remember back before we got on the Royal Society train. And I just wanted to say that I feel like most of the hang-ups that people have with the idea of God come from humans' propensity to anthropomorphize everything. And I feel like that creates the straw man in which the quote unquote scientific community would be able to destroy that straw man because they think that people who believe in God think that God is this either man in the clouds with a white beard or something along those lines, right?
Everyone that says that believed in him, though, at one point.
Yeah, and
okay,
I feel
maybe
like
not everyone. That's a fallacy, but okay, continue because I do kind of want to. Yeah,
I feel like it's a hang up as well for believers too. I think this propensity to try to anthropomorphize and understand something that is not understandable, and then when you try to give it certain attributes or qualities, then those attributes and qualities that you can't substantiate become the straw man in which somebody tries to tear down. Hopefully that makes sense.
yeah, it makes sense. I just think that I think that people's hang up with God is because again, I know I grew up as a believer. I feel like most people were like, all we did was complain about how we had to go to church as kids when we wanted to watch cartoons on Sunday. That was just the thing. You know what I mean? You know, all of our entertainers say, "Thank you, God," first and foremost. It wasn't even. It was a question, but whether he existed or not, but not really. But the feeling behind most people that couldn't stand him was because of something that was done to them. And mostly the people that, you know, the point of what I'm saying is people from their experience of people that are believers. So called, their negative, the negative impact that had, whatever experience or relationship that was had with those people of a church or, you know, a religious, well, let me not say religious family, but a family under a certain theism or theological beliefs. It's usually something that went bad in that situation that has them rejecting or being upset with God. And then all of the propaganda and all the illogical questions are fed to them later. Like, if God was real, then how come this and that and the third? That's after they've already felt this hatred for what I guess what they would for a situation that should have never happened if God existed. That's most. If God existed, then this wouldn't happen to me. You know, so I think that that's most people's problem. Their experience with so-called godly people, not the Bible itself. They don't ever actually really bring up anything from the Bible in context. That second part is key. In context.
Yeah, it's the consequence of the presupposition of neglecting. Can you have a presupposition that is neglecting a concept? If you can, that's what I'm trying to say, and that concept would be the concept of preeminence. Is it possible to have a negligent presupposition? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I would just have to find the antonym of preeminence, and then say that that was the presupposition. That would make more sense. But people neglect that, and that's where this all boils back down to. Or not just preeminence, but preeminence and prerogative. Prerogative is a really, really good one.
Yeah, but keep in mind, to be fair to the field of various people's mentality, to isolate and say nobody presents quote unquote arguments from the Bible in context already narrows the logical proposition to a field that's untenable, because that would mean that only the Bible can be true, which may or may not be true. But just when you're thinking about the idea, you can't say that only the Bible is true or not true, and therefore your arguments from God about God must come from the Bible. For example, listen to this logic. Just listen to this logic. The God of the Bible doesn't exist. Therefore, no God exists. Does that make sense?
No.
No, there's presuppositions in that statement.
But well, please finish. Yeah.
I mean that's pretty much it. Like people, like a lot of people will, especially in the Western world, argue against the biblical depiction of God, any permutation thereof that they surmise is the depiction of that God, as an argument against God proper. The concept itself. It's like, no, if you disprove the Bible and you disprove the biblical God, you do not disprove the idea of a God, period.
Yeah, I absolutely. That is true. Where I was going with it, for further edification, Gregory would be a better suited person to say what I'm trying to say, because he led me to some of the realizations that I've had. And one of them is when someone says, well, the God of the Bible may or may not be real, or there could be something else. There's this guy he passed away by the name of Jeez, can I remember his name now at the drop of a dime? Mm, what is his name? Doctor something Bonson, right? And the guy basically he talks about theology and philosophy and all of that, and he's saying, well, one way to try to prove or disprove something is to have an internal critique of it and critique it based on its um um based on its logical consistency versus something that is inconsistent or flawed because there are contradictions. And some would argue that the Bible is the only one that's perfect in this regard. Now, I'm not making the argument right now. I'm just saying I've heard really convincing arguments, especially because most people. Well, it's a good argument for people that are saying, well, why is the Bible true and not the Quran or any other book? Well, in that sense, you can look at both books. And under that, you can say, well, if your hang up is that, well, then we can get to the bottom of which one is more consistent, at least between these two.
I am putting gold in the text chat right now.
Yeah, Gospel Bear could probably help me out too.
I'm on the previous topic, unfortunately.
Oh God,
dude! If there's gold, listen. If there's gold in the chat and Wonka Vision was true, man, we'd be rich.
True that. Wonka Vision's pretty neat stuff. No, Cavendish's wife was the first woman to be a participant with this Royal Society. Any coincidence there? Probably just coincidence. Cavendish,
Yeah, but
how important.
Yes, but on which island?
Oh, I haven't gotten to the island details yet.
Yeah, someone will get that joke eventually.
Hey, can I share my commentary on what a political figure had to say? I don't know when, but pretty recently, maybe.
Elijah, if you want, real quick, Elijah, if you want the latest nuke, I'll give it to you, but not here. I'll go down there.
Okay.
Well,
anyway, go down where?
So Obama, in a speech, said, "Flood the public square with sewage," and from my perspective, that's the MSM, and then make it so the citizen has no idea what to believe, and the end result of that is he claims they win. There was a lot more words there, but basically, for me, that's what it meant. I sent the dialogue to a couple people in direct message, but wasn't sure if anybody had a look at it or just wanted to share that.
So, is there anyone here who doesn't believe in dinosaurs?
We're not talking about dinosaurs, Sasha.
You wouldn't need to believe in something if it were proven.
Well, you have to believe in the proof.
No, proof is proof. It stands on its own.
So, where did all the Globers go?
They're hiding behind the curvature.
We're working on the YouTube stream. If you share the children, because they know we're sexual arguments, art, teaching, it's a mystery.
Where'd he go? Oh yeah, way down there.
And it got pretty quiet.
So Sasha, have you measured the curve? Did you find the curve in your absence? Is that what you're out doing?
No. But I think it's a globe. Right now, I think it might be a globe.
Yeah. You believe it's a globe on blind faith.
I mean, I was considering it could be concave, but that doesn't really make sense anymore.
You'd still have to find the curve, right? Did you measure any concavity? Concavity?
No,
that
I
what you
heard a really good theory about concave Earth, but I forgot it. But it was like, it was really good. I forgot how to explain it. Yeah, I haven't done much flat Earth research in the past few months. I've kind of just been in other servers. The people earlier were saying they didn't believe that dragonflies were a foot long in the prehistoric age, but I think they were.
Do we have a fossil record for 1 foot long dragonflies? And what do you mean by prehistoric? Are you trying to date that in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, it was the Jurassic era, I think. It was called the giant darner. It's like a type of dragonfly.
Jurassic Age. How was that timeline established?
Well, it just kind of aligns with the theory of evolution. So back then there was less plants in the atmosphere, so there was less, less oxygen producers and less carbon absorbers. So there was more carbon in the atmosphere, and because of that, all the animals were way bigger.
Wait, so you said it fits with the theory of evolution. What's the theory of evolution? Is this just a story? Do we have any evidence for it? And when you say theory, it's not a scientific theory, right?
Well, it is.
How so? Do tell.
It relates to biology, so it relates to science, so it's scientific. I mean, it talks about genetics and common ancestors and stuff like that. Natural selection, mutation, these sorts of things.
So it's a scientific theory would involve the scientific method, right? So observations of the natural world that have gone through the scientific method, right? So what observations in the natural world have gone through the scientific method to prove these timelines?
For something to be scientific, there doesn't have to be the scientific method. You can also do observations, scientific observations.
Yeah, but you said it's a scientific theory, and a theory in science is
you don't need the
explanation for observations of the natural world that have been constructed using the scientific method.
Manipulate.
So then it wouldn't be a scientific theory, right?
Well, it's scientific because it relates to the sciences.
Oh, really? So if I built a building at a university for the science department, would that be an operation within science? We're performing science as we construct the building?
Evolution is scientific because it relates to genetics.
Oh, really? How is this proved out? I understand what genetics are, but how is this proved out evolution?
Do you believe in genetics?
I don't think it needs necessarily a belief.
Okay, so you admit that genetics are true. So if that's true, why is evolution not true?
Well, you're just saying, do you believe in water? Well, if you believe that water exists, then why doesn't space-time bend?
Prove Aquaman, actually. Yeah, Aquaman. Thanks. Good one.
Good point. You're making a huge leap of logic there, Sasha, with just saying because genetics, therefore evolution.
What? No, it's not. Mutation is a natural part of genetics. And then if you admit that there's selective pressure in nature, it kind of just naturally follows that when you combine natural selection and mutation, that there's going to be evolution.
What is a mutation?
Changing of the genome.
Oh, yeah. So let's say, like an addition to the genome, would that help perpetuate a species in a direction of increased, I don't know what you would say. Would that improve upon a species, or let's say human beings, for instance? If we had some sort of genetic mutation that added another chromosome, would that be a positive or a negative?
Well, statistically speaking, there are some most mutations are negative, but there are some that are positive. So the negative mutations just get filtered out through natural selection.
Right. So the problem, though, let me just point this out. both options, positive or negative, defeat adaptation, let alone evolution. That means the creatures already have the ability, no matter if it mutates or not. There's no new information, no evolution. Sorry.
Yeah,
Both
there's
options.
no selection.
What?
There's no selection going on, Sasha. Adaptation.
What?
Hold on a second. Organic adaptation by itself. That means adaptation due to the environment can actually cause genetic changes just by adaptation by an individual or some living being.
Well, yeah. If you get like cancer,
Hold
that's
on,
going to cause a
hold on,
genetic mutation.
hold on. The adaptation, be it adapting to environment, it's been proven that can actually change genetics just by your environment changing and your adaptation to it.
Yeah, you're just proving my point. I don't think you realize this, but you're actually
No, I'm
arguing.
not.
Careful with the terminology, son.
You're saying that.
Careful with the terminology.
You're saying genetics that it just doesn't make no, it's not true. You have no proof for this. It's natural selection. You don't have anything changing it from one to another. You don't have something changing from one thing to another. That's what the whole preposition is.
Sonny, do me one favor. Ask for an example of evolution or adaptation. He's talking about everything else, but that's the thing, is that they want to talk about water for Aquaman and genetics proves evolution. No, that's the point. We believe in already functioning genetics. You believe in the origins through evolution. So we need an example of evolution. That's just one example, please.
Yeah, could you give us one?
Yeah, one example is people that live in that live near the equator. They have darker skin, and people that live away from the equator have lighter skin.
Wait, no. Listen, wait, stop. Let's watch this. Did they already have the ability to survive there?
No, if you go to the equator,
yes, they do. They would have died. He lost. He killed himself. Yes. See, no matter what answer, yes or no, defeats his claim. So if they already had the ability to survive on the equator, they lived there. If they didn't, they died. Both options destroy you, bruh.
No,
Thanks,
you
man.
realize if they have the ability to survive, then they can survive.
Then how did they survive? So you're telling me they survived? So let me get this straight. You're telling me they didn't have the ability to survive, but they somehow survived? Is that your final answer?
They didn't have the ability, but they mutated, and then that gave them.
No.
They didn't
That's your
mutate. Are you kidding me?
imagination. No, that is your imagination, Grasshopper. I'm asking you, if they didn't already have the ability to survive, they wouldn't still be alive. It's the necessary antecedent for life. It already has the ability. You don't have a claim otherwise. Those people there admit they already had the ability. They didn't die and their kids gained a new ability, Sasha. I'm sorry that this religion has destroyed your brain.
Ultimately, this conversation will just boil down to abiogenesis. Do you have any proof for that, Sasha?
I mean, there's not any proof for it. There are a bunch of theories.
Oh boy!
Can't you show? Okay,
that's what we need, because we have Mad magazines. They had theories in there too.
I mean, there's one theory that that abiogenesis came from the natural need to continue to increase entropy near the bottom of the ocean.
That's a cool story. Can't you just show us like a fish becoming a pterodactyl or something, though?
Yeah, but you guys
you
don't
say
understand evolution.
Yeah,
That's
say
what
that, are
happened.
you lighting? Do you have the candles lit with the pentagram on your wall, Sasha? When you say that stuff,
You guys realize, like, in evolution, it's not like a human becoming a monk. Like, it's not like a human becoming a cat, like, in one day.
Sasha.
So you're disowning your claim?
Years.
Yep. So it's the law of what, monophyly, Sasha? Is that what it's called? Yeah, the law of monophyly, meaning it only brings forth after its kind. Yeah, thanks for admitting there's no evolution.
Yeah, how do you get all these different plant species, birds, reptiles, amphibians from a single-celled amoeba? How do you get that?
Genetic mutation.
Yeah,
Nice
but how do
story.
you
Can you
mutate
demonstrate
from
it?
a single-celled amoeba into even a simple fish or a
I mean, do you know,
or
like,
a
what
salamander?
prokaryotes and eukaryotes are? Like, the theory of how
Yeah.
eukaryotes emerged
You're just
from
vomiting, bro.
prokaryotes.
Sasha, you're just vomiting out things to conform to similarities. That is, we're talking about the origins or the adaptations or the evolutions of your belief. That's what we're not getting. We already know the systems exist.
Here's the real question. for Sasha. Sasha, why do you want evolution to be true so badly?
No, it's not that I want it to be true. It's that it makes the most logical sense.
Okay, logical but not logical.
I mean, it makes more sense than saying, "Oh, like."
So, Sasha,
That's
I have a
interesting.
question.
Because you haven't made any sense yet.
I have a question. One second. Let me just ask him this. When you say to your mom, "I love you," are you Are you thinking that you're just imagining a chemical reaction that creates an hallucination or some kind of that makes you say you love your parents or makes you feel that you love your parents? Do you think that it's just
Well,
how you evolved?
I think there are certain chemicals that are responsible for love.
So everything in your
love
life is actually just
transcendental.
illusions. So everything in your life is just illusions. When you say
No, I
to
don't
your
think it's
girlfriend, "I
illusion.
love you."
No,
Oh, okay.
I believe no. So I actually believe in the soul. Also, you guys are gonna get mad, but I actually do believe in the soul, and I do
Well, you
believe in
prefaced
love.
it
I
with
think
"I
there's some
believe,"
things that
so
are
you basically told
transcendental.
us everything we need to know.
How did the soul evolved? How
Yeah,
did the rock suddenly wanted to?
Yeah, so
The fish
like I
suddenly
don't
wanted
really
to have
have
a soul.
proof for how the soul evolves, but
Uh-huh.
I mean, I believe in the soul. That's just like belief. That's not really like a scientific thing.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of irreducible complexity?
Yeah, it's been disproven.
Irreducible complexity. How do you get even the single-celled amoeba capable of asexual reproduction? Even that process alone requires an incredible amount of microscopic machinery, involved inside the
You're
cell, right?
lagging.
One of these little mechanisms, if they were missing it, never mind. I'll just quit.
So the thing you need to understand is that everything you see, which was created by men, every building, every picture that was drawn had a creator. And it's the same thing going back to everything that there is. There needs to be a starting point, and it's made by a being of knowledge, a being that can create.
You can believe in God and evolution at the
No,
same
it
time.
has nothing to believe. It's obvious around you. There's no excuse for anyone at the day of
Well,
judgment.
it's a belief because
You see it around you. I do not need to prove to you that you know for yourself. It is written within you. You know that it's a created place. Everything is perfectly made for you. There are no abnormalities around you. This place is perfectly made
There's
for
plenty of
the thing that you are. The thing that you are as a human being gives proof of the surrounding which you are in is the proof of that everything is made perfectly for the circumstances of who you are as a human being. Everything around you makes perfect sense when you look at it from a perspective of someone who has created it.
It's almost like we evolved to live in our environment. It's crazy.
No, we didn't evolve to live in our environment. We were born here to live in this environment. Listen, when you talk about kinds of animals, the only thing that we know for sure, absolutely, without a doubt at all, that we know for sure is that there are less of them as time goes on, meaning there was a point, there was a beginning. Otherwise, you wouldn't have less and less kinds of animals. Do you know that the only thing that's ever happened to these, what you call species, is extinction? That's the only thing that you can correlate, that you can actually quantify, is that there were more kinds of animals before. Now there's less. The only thing that's happening is that they're becoming extinct, meaning less.
I mean, and recently they've become extinct because of human activities. But
no, he's right. No, listen. The reason why Sonny, listen, let me tell him, Sonny, because the reason you're right, Sonny's absolutely right. This is a great point. Your entire religion is based off of things dying off. That's why he's right. Your entire religion is based off of things used to be a certain way, but they died. Then we had another generation and they all died. And everything has died and died and died. And that's how we got here. That's why he's technically correct. That's what you're supposed to believe. But here's the problem, Sasha. You can't even give a coherent definition of evolution, yet you believe it. How do you believe something when you can't define it? And again, like Sonny has pointed out, it's
I can
all
define
based
it.
on death. Oh, what is it then?
Well,
I
it's
know you're
not
not going
based
to.
on
You're going to
death.
say
That wasn't the point. That wasn't my point about it. It's not based on death. That wasn't my point. The point is that there are less and less, which means there had to be more before, because we know that there were more before. The evidence of things coming extinct before the industrial revolution. So you can't say it's man. But the point is really, if that all we are having with these different kinds of animals is extinction, where are the in-betweens where they're supposed to be evolving? There are none of those.
Exactly.
I mean,
He's 100% right. Show me
Right. So
one.
yeah,
one
concede. Hold
thing.
on, Clay. Let him concede. So Sasha, can you concede to that you just don't know, right? Can you at least be honest and say you don't know?
don't know what.
He's not listening, Sonny. Sorry, I tried.
No, he said that there's no
Yeah, where are the
in-betweens, and there
in-between? Yes, he
clearly
said there's
are.
no
Like, you can
in-betweens.
see
There,
the
yes, there's no
evolution
there's
from wolf
no
to dog. Like, you
transitional
can see
form.
that similarity.
There's no transitional forms, and it's in your imagination.
Exactly.
What you believe is in your mind. It's not on that. You can't show it to us, Sasha. It's in your imagination. Can you at least admit that?
Yeah, and see what you're talking about in your evolution religion, Sasha, is you're talking about not just transitional changes. You're talking complete transformational changes. This has never been observed. No one has ever seen it. No one has ever dug
I mean,
that
you
up.
can literally apply certain changes to the environment
In
of
your
a bacteria.
imagination, Sasha. In your
Literally,
imagination. That's your
doesn't have
imagination.
anything to do with
Wait, just let me
changing the
explain
kind of
this.
an
So
animal.
bacteria reproduce really quickly. So if you change the environment that a bacteria is in, you can literally
Yeah,
witness them
They stay.
evolving in
Yep,
real
they
So
stay
time.
what?
Like,
bacteria,
They're
this has
right?
still
been
the same
proven.
kind. They're still the same kind.
It's still
No,
bacteria.
you can see them evolving to fit their environment. Like, I don't know how you guys
There's
are
that word
seeing
again. Listen, Sasha, we need a definition. I know QE's not here, so you're getting away with murder. But can you give me a definition, please, of your evolution, please?
Yeah, evolution is the process by which organisms become more fit to survive and reproduce in their environment through the mechanisms of natural selection
Hold
and
on.
mutation.
That's fine. Now, can you give me one example of that? Just one example of that, Sasha.
Please.
One.
Yeah, wolves evolving into dogs.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's worse because dogs can't go back out in the environment. They have to be taken care of by humans. That's the opposite. Sorry.
Right,
And
they evolved to be
all
taken care
dogs
of by
are
humans.
That's the
actually
right.
all dogs.
Those are just
all
dogs.
Well, do you
I
think a
know,
dog
yes, but
life is
even
easier? Or do
so,
you think a
listen, that's
wolf
the
life
point,
is
guys.
easier?
Don't let them get away with murder. The point is they have to be taken care of by humans now. Don't
That
let
doesn't
them run
even
from the point.
matter.
That's the
Wait,
opposite. Yes,
Exo,
it does matter. It's the opposite. No, it does matter. This is the opposite of evolution.
He's
That's what
right.
they're going to tell you.
He's
It's
okay,
the
right.
but
opposite of
okay.
evolution. Yes, that's the point.
I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. Okay, but they're still canine. They're all still canine.
Yeah,
And they
that's
need
like
dog
showing me
food
an
now.
example of
They
a human
can't
who
hunt.
evolved, and then he just shows you a human. That's all he's done.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
yeah. Here are dogs evolving
What do you
into
mean a human who
dogs.
What?
Dogs evolving into other dogs. Oh, that's evolution? Okay, great.
That
Yeah,
have
is
to
that
be
your
taken
claim?
care of now and have to go to the vet and have to be spayed and neutered and pampered. And I
I
have to
mean,
buy
do you
them a
really
sweater
think a
now. Yeah.
wolf and a dog are the same? They're obviously different.
Yes, that's why it's called the law of monophyly. They're considered the same kind. Yes, that's what the law says.
Poodles and
I'm pretty
Saint
sure
Bernards
a
are
dog
different
cannot
too. They're still
reproduce with a
dogs.
wolf. I don't think that works.
Yeah,
Poodles
I know
and
because it's in your imagination. That's not reality. Yes, they reproduce. Some people actually own wolf dogs, Sasha. I'm
wolf dog
sorry.
hybrids. Yep.
Dude,
It's a
if you
hybrid.
brought a chihuahua with
You're
a
lying,
wolf, they would
Sasha.
not
You're lying.
reproduce.
All you're doing is lying. You're saying reality's not real. We've already been doing this for thousands of years, breeding dogs and wolves, bro. You're out of your mind.
Yeah, if you brought a chihuahua to a wolf, they would not reproduce.
Bro, you lost your mind. You already
So what?
lied, bro.
They're
You have
still
to lie to
dogs.
justify this religion. Bro, you're already lying. Listen, why do you have to have... You're just here to make yourself feel better, Sasha. Why...
You're being dishonest about the part where you want it to be real. But anyway, you still have dogs. They're still the genus canine, all of them, from the wolf to the chihuahua. And he can't answer. Well, no, Exo can't answer. I don't know who muted him. But anyway, yeah, you still have dogs. They're still dogs. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
Prove you wrong.
dogs and wolves can mate, so that just completely destroys what you were saying.
It doesn't matter if they can mate or not. Some of the size differences would bar them from mating. Who cares? They're still the genus canine. Period. When you test their blood, they have a canine blood type. You don't have anything that's hybrid between a dog and, let's say, a giraffe, or a horse and a giraffe, or a zebra and a giraffe, or anything in between any other of these kinds of animals. You don't have any transformational evidence of it.
He's been rocking the dogs evolve into dogs proof C for like half a year.
Yeah.
Probably longer.
So Sasha, I wish you good luck finding a fossil or anything that indicates that there is or was a living being in a transitional stage where you could have where it was not completed. Okay. So for example, let me find an organism. For example, if you look at, to simplify it, if you look at the human body, your lung wouldn't work without a heart or a brain or a bloodstream. The same for the heart wouldn't work without the brain or the lung. The same for the brain wouldn't work without the lung, without the heart, without the bloodstream. The bloodstream wouldn't work without the heart, without the brain, without the lung. So find me one, just one, whatever little tiny, whatever thing it should be. Find it and then show me the proof of this transitional state where this being is not already fully developed, okay? And if you find that, I will gladly come back to have a conversation about your silly religion that you're believing in. Because it is silly and it's foolishness unto the Most High who created this place where you're living in. True foolishness, and there's no
Yeah, I think
excuse.
the universe is a lot more
There
complex
is no
than we make it out to
universe.
be.
You're the center of everything. You're living within an enclosed system, my friend.
Okay, do you
Wake
think the
up.
sun rotates around the Earth, or do you think the Earth rotates around the sun?
The thing that is rotating above you is a perfect clock that always resets. There's no change in it. You have star constellations that never change. You're living within a closed system. You need to understand this. Otherwise, there will be a bad wake up call once you're out of this flesh that you're still living in, which is not eternal. It's a very short time. Maybe use your time and start questioning the things that have
I
been
think it is
indoctrinating
eternal.
into
I
you.
believe in reincarnation, so I think it is eternal.
It's another stupid belief system. You want to be reincarnated as a pig, goes to slaughter from
I
over
mean,
the
maybe if
millions
I'm
of
a
pigs that are being slaughtered every day. Really, is that your dream?
well, I think it's natural that we are all one.
Come on,
We're
man.
the same in fragmented consciousness. Yeah, I think that's true.
Keep it simple, man. You're in
So
this.
Okay, so what do
think
you
about
believe? Are you a Christian? I don't even know what you
Sasha.
believe.
Yeah, I mean, what you're putting as proof is birds changing their song type. That's absolutely asinine. Are you serious to put that in the chat as some kind of proof that birds that change their song is evolution?
Yeah, that's evolution.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess we evolved.
you're
Humans evolved because we've written lots of new songs over time.
out of your mind. I guess every time I write a new song, then I'm a different species.
You evolved.
I mean, if you can't reproduce with other animals that make the other songs, I guess so, yeah. I mean, the definition of a new species is when they can no longer reproduce with the original one.
Yeah, I bet the warblers with a different song can still mate with other warblers, can't they?
Yeah, what was the genetic change for them to change their song? Can you prove that out within the genome?
Yeah, you probably could, yeah.
Oh, you probably could. We're not in the probably a business here.
So if I learn Spanish, does that mean I've evolved, and my offspring are somehow going to be more advanced genetically and carry this able to speak Spanish gene?
It's about not being able to reproduce with the former species.
So a new
The
bird
song
song
is the set
denotes
for
that they wouldn't be
reproduction.
able to
The song is
reproduce
what
with the
makes them
former
reproduce.
species.
You guys realize
the one
the
that
song
sings the other
birds
song?
sing, that's like their mating call. So if they can't understand that song, they're not going to reproduce
Well,
with each other, right?
Okay, so they're not going to, or they can't.
Probably both.
Okay, probably both. So you don't know that they're infertile.
I
You're
mean,
just
I'm
saying
not
they
an expert on
won't
this topic. I
mate.
just read it up, but I mean, like, it's not that hard.
Well, it doesn't sound like they're infertile. It just sounds like you're saying, well, they won't breed with each other. Well,
It sounds
that's
like
not really what you're trying to prove.
you'd believe anything on this topic as long as somebody wrote it out, right? And you read it, you just believe it without putting any thought to it. Because a bird changing its song is somehow proof of evolution? How does that work in your
Then
brain?
they're not going to reproduce with the other birds. Like,
It's not going to. But
Do you
can it?
Do you think song is the only thing
I don't
that
think they
allows
can.
birds to reproduce?
Okay, you don't
let me
think they
know how
can.
It's their mating call, dude. That's how they reproduce. Yeah.
Okay, but can they biologically? Is it possible? Are they fertile
I don't
still?
know. I'm not a bird expert, but I would assume that that's
Okay,
they
so
probably
your proof C
technically
just boils
could, but
down
they
to an
won't.
assumption. Your proof C boils down to an assumption you made. Next.
I mean, he cherry picked the one bird example. There's plenty of other examples I gave.
Yeah,
Wow, so it's
name
to be
all
one of
the
those then.
examples you want then.
These aren't
Like,
examples
all
of
of them
evolution.
do not show evolution.
I'm going to ask what we've all been asking ourselves. How did Sasha's parents manage to reproduce? That's what I'm really wondering, you know.
Maybe they had an evolved call, you know, maybe they had an evolved call, and since that reproduction caused some sort of mutation, it's maybe why this conversation is currently taking place. And Sasha can't wrap his brain around it.
I mean, I think my belief makes a lot more sense than your guys' belief.
So English speakers and Spanish speakers should not be able to reproduce then.
Yeah, they can't really talk to each other. They can't
Yeah,
call
so
each other.
They would choose not to. So there's nobody reproducing that's English speaking and Spanish speaking. Nowhere.
Like, how am I going to flex my stuff if I can't even talk to her, you know?
You know, Sasha, you know what's funny about the whole evolution thing? If you just look at the food which was given unto you by the Most High, you will suddenly realize that the similarities in the shape of the food, when you cut it or you look into it, and its ingredients, nutrients, and so forth, that they're perfectly made for each individual organ which is within your body or on the outer appearance of your body. You will suddenly realize that it's very dumb to believe in evolution in itself, because you will realize that this place was actually perfectly made for you, just as this is written. If you slice a carrot, the carrot looks like a human eye, and it greatly enhances the blood flow of the eyes. The tomato has 4 chambers. It is red, just like the heart. The tomato is loaded with lycopene, that is pure heart and blood food. A walnut looks like a brain, helps develop more than 3 dozen neurotransmitters to change the brain function. Grapes hang in a cluster that has the shape of the heart. It looks like blood cell and profound and blood vitalizing food. Beans kidney shaped, and they heal and maintain kidney function. Sweet potatoes look like a pancreas and actually balance the glycemic index of diabetics. Celery, this food specially target bone strength and more look just like bone. Citrus fruits look just like mammary glands of the female, actually assists the health of breasts and the movement of lymph in out of the breast. And and it goes on. So, do you think these things are made by accident? By accident, they're just, co-involved to be perfectly made for your body? Because, I mean, in your silly religion, they think you are the one who, involved without evolved because of his surroundings. Come on, man, wake up! I'm not trying. I'm trying to help you here. You know, I'm trying to help you
Well, if they're
open your
both made out of
eyes.
calcium, obviously they're gonna look similar. Like,
What?
I mean, you're talking about how things look like they're bones when they're made
I can't understand you, man. Your mic is kind of weird right now. Again, man, there is nothing that doesn't indicate that this is a created place. Nothing. Literally in everything you will understand that it's created. Even the smallest bacteria, in the way it functions and which components of it is, because if one thing is not there, it will
why
not
would God
function.
even make a bacteria? It doesn't even make sense. Like, isn't that such a pointless creature for God to create? Like, why would he make bacteria?
Because you yourself have a lot of bacteria in your body, which is extremely important for a lot of functions within your body. Just let alone look at the bacteria that you need for your digestive system. Bacteria is very important.
Why wouldn't he just make it so that we don't need bacteria and we can just do it ourselves?
Because
Why
you're
don't you
looking
design
at
it yourself then, since you have a better idea of how it should work?
Exactly. You're looking, by the way, you need to understand, you are within the frame of the creation. You are within the frame of the picture. You're a limited being. And actually, you're just looking at what is made in a way that there is no answer to why the Most High created the things he created the way he created them. Because you're you're the part of the picture. You can't look outside of the frame and say, oh, why, you know? Just accept the fact that everything is laid down perfectly for you to be in here, in this centered creation. And once you understand that the Earth is a topographical flat plane, or at least, I mean, some people don't want to say it's flat, but it measures flat, and the sky never changes, and so forth, you will understand. Yeah, you will understand, you know, you will gain understanding of the creation. There is no excuse, my friend. There will never be any excuse. The only reason why I tell you this is because I really want to help you, you know, that's all. And trust me, once you understand this is a created place, just looking at a stupid fly will, like, just analyzing how it looks, what function, it will give you a great joy of thinking, wow, whoever is the one who created it, I mean, you can even seek the creator, okay, and have a relationship. But apart from that, you're gonna really appreciate the way how all the little details, all the perfection that is surrounding you is made. Like, it will. I mean, maybe it's just me, but it's just amazing just being in the woods and see a little creature on the ground and knowing that has a certain function. And when you pick it up, you look at this little creature, bug or whatever it might be, and you see all these details, like all the perfectness, all this perfectness within it. Nothing abnormal, and so forth. It's insane to believe that all this order that you see is created out of nothing. Literally nothingness came to everything in order. That's ridiculous.
Well, he's going to believe what he wants to believe. But Sasha 2.0,
That's right.
do you remember what Darwin said about polar bears and whales in the original On the Origin of Species? Do you remember what Darwin said about polar bears and whales?
No, I didn't.
Have you read Darwin's On the Origin of Species? Have you read the book?
No, he hasn't read the book. Come on,
Okay,
man.
that's all I wanted to know.
I said no. Can you hear me?
Yeah, why would you need to read a book when you can just go to Wikipedia and use them, have Google tell you what to think?
I doubt if he's even done that much research on it.
Probably not.
No, actually, I learned about it in my AP.
Excuse me?
Your mic is cutting in and out really bad, Sasha.
Yeah,
So
just
maybe you need to
yeah.
reconnect or something.
Before pontificating upon this, maybe you should read On the Origins of Species and read the subsequent editions and read the criticisms that were made at the time. Read the assumptions that were made at the time. Read the assumptions that other scientists made that Darwin himself even argued with.
I said I learned about it.
By the way, going back to your question, why you would make it this way? Like, do you see literally anything about your body that is not perfectly made? The way it can heal, the way it can withstand things, and so forth. Like, are you missing some superhero
I think that's a
ability?
really simplistic way of looking at things. Like
Simplistic way? You take me my way simplistic? Where I not assume that nothing
suffering
created
and stuff.
everything?
Why would God create cancer and all these diseases if He wanted everything to be perfectly made?
Whoa, wait. No, that's not true. That's not true at all.
There's plenty of suffering.
That's not true at all. You're lying right now. That's not true at all. God, Yah, has never created cancer or any sickness. He has gave you. Okay, maybe I need to explain it in a very easy way. Okay, why there is sickness and suffering within the human body, and why some people suffer. Let me explain this, and it has also to do with generations of bloodlines and so forth. But that's another thing. Let me explain it in a very easy way. Imagine you're going to buy a new car. Okay, a new car, and the guy who produced this car, the creator of the car, is telling you, I give you these 3 commandments about the car, which tells you that you need to change the tires at a certain point, change the oil at a certain point, and do an engine overhaul, whatever it might be, blah blah blah. Every now and then, you're gonna at some point, some years past, you're gonna ignore the commandments of the creator of the car. And all your friends within the car, you drive on the highway and you crash into a tree or whatever. Everybody dies. The car is completely gone. Was because of the car malfunctioning, getting in a state of being sick where it can't function properly anymore, and then crashing at the end? Was it the creator who created this problem, or was it the one who was told to use it in a certain way but perverted it, misused it in that way, and then opened itself up for this cause of a crash that ultimately killed him? It's the same way with your body. There's a handbook. You can either use the handbook and listen to it, or you can deny it and you need to live with the consequence, which might be suffering, illness, and whatnot could come into your life by opening doors, okay? But you can't blame the one who created it, because he specifically told you what you need to do in order to keep you away from these kind of things. So that's the reason why things are the way that they are. Not because he created it that way. He told you what the way is of avoiding it, but still we didn't listen. And that's the things how they are. So to just clarify this maybe in your mind. There will be no at the end of the day, when there is judgment day, there will be no asking from anyone towards the creator. Oh, why did you allow this? Why did you allow that? Blah blah blah, blee blue blue. You will not even open one time your mouth. because he's going to do the same thing with you, because he knows what you have not done and what you have done, especially against him, that who commanded you to
I mean,
withhold up
honestly, if
things.
that's God, I don't really care. Like, if that's God, I'd
Yeah,
rather
see
believe
that if you do not care, see that's the thing. Exactly, you just proved my point. If you do not care, why do you even ask such a silly question? If you really do not care, then if you want to be your own destination giver, then give yourself a destination. And if it's going to be the hospital at some point of your life, crying out then on the bed, then it's going to be it was always your way of doing it. I can't change you. I can't, you know, make you believe or understand something else. If you choose that path, doing your own way, doing the I don't care way, do it, man. You're gonna need to live with the consequences.
don't believe in your God, so I don't care. That's not how I see God. I think that's really reductionist.
You just don't care. It's what you said.
I mean, I care about God. I don't care about your God.
If you would really care, why are you not seeking him? Why are you still
I was just
asking
curious
him
because you were trying to ridicule me for my beliefs, yet your beliefs are even more outrageous.
I'm not ridiculing you. I just laid down that you're not in the position of being the judge here. All right? Do you understand that? Me neither.
Well, I don't think God is some like holy judge either. That's not how I see God.
Okay. So let me see. If you're going to steal, a car today, okay? What is going to happen if the cops catch you? Are you being? Is there a point where you need to be in front of a judge who judges you according to the laws in your state or region, wherever you live? Or am I just making something up? Isn't there something that is already established here on Earth? And you really think something like this wouldn't be perfectly and wholly established above this created
Right.
place?
So I don't believe in heaven or hell. I believe in reincarnation. So I think that's the karma in the world, in the universe.
Okay. And do you have any? What is the
universe? What's that?
Yeah. What is the proof of the claims that you're making?
There is no proof, bro. This is my belief.
Okay. Interesting. So you're gonna leave this flesh and turn up as a cat? Oh,
I don't know.
or bird?
Sure. I mean, I just think reincarnation. I mean,
So why
energy
would
cannot be created or destroyed. It just seems more intuitive to me that
I agree on
energy
this?
cannot
Yeah,
be created or destroyed. It has to be
I agree on this. I agree on this. Yes, that's why you're gonna one day leave your body. But thinking that you're going to leave your body and for some reason you can suddenly transfer from being a human being into a dog or cat is very silly thinking, my dude. Like, do you need to be compressed with some kind of filter that then makes all the consciousness that you had about being yourself, a human being, then into a into a cat? Like some kind of reprogramming or something? Yeah, and now you need to meow, poop, and pee. And pure. And you're gonna have an owner who likes, who once was someone like you, who just, he's just think about it, man. Think about it one day, and then maybe conclude how silly this whole idea and concept of reincarnation is. Completely silly. Makes absolutely no sense. But again, I tell you this, and I hope it will be not too late. And I hope there's not going to be a point where you're going to remember this, but there will be no excuse on the day of where everyone is being judged. Understand? That's not coming from me. It's not my opinion. That's not what I would want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's
My opinion doesn't
some.
matter at all. I'm just I do not matter what it doesn't matter what I think and I feel like or whatever it might be. But I do know that what he says is right, 100%.
Everybody's trying to say that your religion is better than my religion. Can you tell us why your religion is better than his religion?
There is no better.
So both religions are equal.
No, I'm not even talking about a religion. I'm not talking about something which can put yourself into a relationship with the one who has created all things, including you, in order to come back to him who has created you in the first place. But there are two ways. Either you pay for what you have done against this holy judge, this perfect judge that needs to judge everyone according to his law, which is death, or you let someone else pay who has done the work for you. And you're going to put your life, your whole heart into believing what he has done for you. And you receive a new spirit, new mind, and you're already free here and eternally. Because this is not, this is nothing. This right now, this experience is nothing compared to eternity. And it's really not about me proving anything. I don't need to prove it. I don't need to put anyone into the judgment seat. We are the ones who are within the created frame. We are not the painter who is outside, but we have the ability given by the painter to reach out for the painter and ask who he is and who he is, where he is, what he does, and so forth. You can do it if you sincerely ask. You get an answer, but many people do not want to do that because there could be this slight possibility of getting an answer, and that would be a scary thing because then you need to change your whole life. Not many people are willing to do that. I tell you that. Letting go of your old self. Ui. Ay, ay, ay. That's where the battle begins. And again, it's not about better or whatever. I'm not better than anyone who's in here. I'm a sinner who has been forgiven and shares the things that he has been proving to me within the capabilities of the relationship. Okay, maybe proving is the wrong word. I'm just sharing, what he did for me. And if it would be so untrue, why would I even care, Why would I even care? I mean, I do not gain anything from this. There is no gain in that.
Will you tell us what God did for you?
He set me free from almost all my addictions, from smoking cigarettes daily, almost one pack, weed, at least 7 up to 12 joints, depending on the day, sleep paralysis, fear of
You would smoke
sleeping.
10 joints in a day?
Yes, because I couldn't fall asleep because some reason every time I wanted to fall asleep, something was tormenting me in a way that every time before you get into the sleeping phase, would wake up being extremely scared. Okay, and that's the worst thing I ever experienced in my life because I wish there's no one to have the feeling of being scared going to sleep. Like Man, I don't even wish that the worst enemy that is out there. Well, like, no, that's the worst thing. Being scared of going to sleep, man. Yeah.
Have you considered demonic possession?
Yes, I was demonically possessed from the bottom to the top. I embraced darkness. I was heavily in alchem. I was looking into alchemistic books. I was looking into occult things. I was even, calling upon the name of Baphomet while smoking, listening to, very dark music, and all these things, all these opposites, all these opposites.
Dark music. Oh no.
And still, trust me, I do not come from a religious family. No one in my family is a believer. And even though my dad himself seen the things that have rapidly changed within my life, what I'm now proclaiming, he himself still, runs away. He himself says, "Oh yeah, there's a universal beehive mind, which is the creator." Something to still hide. But it's not upon me to make anyone a believer or bring him to God. So yeah, it is a personal decision to seek relationship. It's not something you can force onto people. And most of the time, when it was forced onto people, these people are after that very much, how should you say, in a rebellious state where they don't want to hear or feel anything about it anymore because they were once in a life people forced it dramatically onto them. And yeah, then they rebel. But I do believe there is a lot of grace and everyone can be saved if they sincerely want to.
Has anyone spoken to Voki? Is VC verified?
Hello, Volky.
Voki, welcome. You're able to speak if you would like to do so. All right. Guess that's a no-go on Voki.
You've also got Funnel. You've been invited to speak, so if you choose to, please accept. I actually don't know how that works. It just says invite to speak, so I don't know if it works all the time or not, but you've been invited, so if you decide to speak, go ahead.
Yeah, Funnel, if you want to unmute your mic and speak, you can do so. Welcome to the server. What brings you here? All right.
Sure, nobody wants to talk.
Do you want to talk? Keep asking, want to talk?
All right, Rookie. Your turn to talk.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
Come on. Dance.
What do you want to talk about? What part of flat Earth would you like to talk about?
Floor is yours. Pick the topic.
Rookie, did you see the video I sent?
I don't know yet. I haven't looked at that. Hold on. I'm looking through. Oh, here's some flat Earth stuff. Let me look through here. Let's see.
We were looking at your black beam images, your video this morning, Ricky.
Yeah. You want to talk about that?
Because Flat Earth dude said he'd taken photos of the same thing, but with actually the black beam goes out in front of the airplane as well as just behind.
Really?
Yeah.
You saw my video. You checked my video again, right? You watched it again?
Yeah, man.
Did it look similar to his stuff or no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I think I've only seen like one or two other videos. I just happened to one the other day. I don't remember when it was. It was a while back, maybe a few months ago. But it was sometime after I had pulled that video out of storage because, like I said, it took it 3 years ago. It's just been, I share it every once in a while. But I got some other stuff too, but it's mostly just stuff about the clouds and stuff. It's not really like serious, like flat Earth stuff. But I don't know. It could be considered that, considering covering the weather and covering, blocking the sky in any way to keep us from seeing what's really going on up there. Could be considered obfuscation of flat Earth knowledge, right? Did I say that right?
But if no one else wants to talk about anything super Flat Earth related, then listen.
I bet you wish you knew, weather boy.
You want to debate me on that? Smarty pants. You'll lose. I got lots of stuff.
It's a
I got
joke.
lots
If
of stuff
anybody's
I know,
seen
I'm
that
teasing.
clip.
The trigger, yeah, I know what you mean. It's inviting someone to come in and say, no, you're wrong. It's not, you can't, that's not possible.
No, you're wrong. That's not possible.
Fine, possible.
I have no idea what's not possible. Just took the moment.
Damn, we got new people in here. What's going on?
Give me a second and I will post them.
Who are the new people?
Cedric.
Who knew?
Cedric. Cedric the Entertainer. What's up?
Entertainer. And he's gone.
Ooh. Call them by their name and they leave.
Yes.
Togi up. Gone.
Cedric the dead entertainer?
Was he entertaining you before on this live stream?
No, it's the name of a comedian.
I meant the comedian that passed away. It was a bad joke. Yeah, my bad.
He goes by Cedric the Entertainer. He's from my hometown too.
Well, you know me and my dry jokes, so my bad. But what were we talking about? Chemtrails? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're doing a number today. Should take some pictures for you. This morning they started. I only say they because I honestly don't think it's regular jet planes mostly. But I'm only guessing, of course. This is just my philosophy to kill time. But if you watch it during the day, if you put a camera up there, or if you just sit there in the backyard and you watch it, you'll see that right above my house or above my town or whatever, my neighborhood, however you want to, from my viewpoint, I watch these areas where they spray. Stuff will go by, an airplane will go by to leave a trail, and that trail will stay there for like 30, 40 minutes, and it'll spread out into this long, flat thing. And then it'll start to what looks like accrue moisture, like as if it's being, sucked up from the ground or wherever, from the upper atmosphere or whatever. but it just turns into a cloud. And then it gets pushed by some kind of I don't know how to explain it any other way, but it's some kind of wave or wind or something, some way they move the air or move the cloud, and they push them together, they cram them, they force them, like they compress and condense the clouds together, and then they push them out towards the east.
Hello?
Because they do that all
Hello?
the day long. Yep.
Hello? Hi.
Yes, you're speaking from a basement. What's up?
Hello.
Guys, I have a friend who just joined who wants to inquire about flat Earth. So
Okay.
he's going to ask a lot of questions. He's very knowledgeable. I think you guys might like him. Very respectful guy. But yeah, he's going to join very quickly. He's Samuel
So basically
Soul.
be nice.
So just be
Is
ready
that
for
what you're
him.
saying? Be nice. All right, cool.
Through your mic,
Okay.
Yanahan? Oh, Samuel Souls down there, is it?
Hey, Samuel.
He's here.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Good. Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
So,
Hello.
you obviously have read the title of this server, right?
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on the topic? What brings you here? Other than Johanna.
Actually, he's the only reason why I'm really here. Like, I usually don't join a lot of Discord servers for different purposes, but like, he was like, you should check some people out. They're really nice and everything. I'm like, I mean, okay, fine. Like, you know, but yeah, it's an interesting server
Subject,
name.
right?
Cool.
Subject,
well, welcome, man. And I'll just let you know that if you hang around for a while and listen often in here, there's many conversations that take place that you'll garner a lot of information and you'll learn quite a bit. Not just on the topic in the title, but many different topics, and you'll learn how to use logic more so than you probably have in the past. And yeah, even if you get a little turned off at some point, stick around, listen in. You'll learn a lot just from being around. But when it comes to the topic of the server, what do you know about the topic? What have you heard? What are some maybe beliefs that you have about what the term flat Earth means?
From my very inexperienced view of flat earthers, from what I know, basically, it's like some people, if not most of them, in a flat Earth position are kind of like skeptical of in some degree, whether it be conspiracy theory or something about like NASA or space pictures kind of thing. I've heard that view. I'm not very educated on the subject, but like I understand a little bit about what flat earthers kind of hold to, but that's probably about it.
Okay. So just to let you know right off the bat, we are not the Flat Earth Society. We don't associate with anything that comes from the Flat Earth Society. We're under the belief that the Flat Earth Society is what we would call a disinformation campaign to put out straw men so that the average person who just decides they want to Google Flat Earth comes across their site and what they put forth, and obviously realize that a lot of it's nonsense, right? So we don't agree with the Flat Earth Society, just to let you know straight off out the gate. Because the Flat Earth Society is the disk in space moving upward at 9.8 meters per second and blah, blah, blah. Nobody in this server is under that assumption. And when you were talking about most flat earthers that you've come across have a skepticism of things like pictures from NASA, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that we have received pictures from NASA of the whole Earth in space?
From my current perspective, sure. Like it seems like they would.
So yeah, just at a casual glance, you would assume that we have pictures of the whole Earth from space, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of the wording they use when describing these images is they call them images, not pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because what they are composite images taken from high altitude observations and stitched around a globe Earth, and then Photoshop is used to put in the clouds, put coloration on it, put a specular highlight. Were you aware that something like the Blue Marble 2.0 was created in Photoshop and it's not an actual picture of the Earth from space?
Interesting. First I've heard.
Yeah. Most people just assume it's a snapshot, a picture of the Earth from space. But the good thing about this is we know the person who created it. His name's Robert Simmons, and he did an interview where he described how he created that image. And he was blown away when he saw that his image that he created was the first screensaver for the very first iPhone. He created that image in Photoshop. And to quote him directly, he said, it's Photoshopped because it has to be.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say they take high altitude photographs, stitch them together, and then wrap them around a ball, that's how he described the process in which he created that image.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said he used some data from phytoplankton in the sea to color the seas in various shades of blue, a little bit more green towards the coastlines because that was where there was higher concentration of this phytoplankton. And he put the clouds in with Photoshop, and he said he uses Command Z a lot, which is the stamping feature, right? So you can just stamp the same clouds on there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you find it shocking that NASA in the year 2022 has no pictures of the Earth from space?
I mean, well, not to be rude, but I would prefer like a visual rather than an oral, I guess, like a oral way of passing it down. I would like to kind of like visually see it, I guess, for myself, kind of thing.
Sure. So there's a Livestream voice text channel, which is the channel directly above the one that you're currently in for the voice.
Mm-hmm.
And if you follow along there, people will post some images in there where you can see some of what we're talking about. Or if you use the Google machine, you can Google Robert Simmons, Blue Marble, and go to nasa.gov where this interview is clearly laid out for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
When you say you'd like to see it for yourself, does that include photos that NASA says are like pictures of the globe? Do you believe they're real? Do you believe they're taking photos from satellites? Is that what you're saying?
It seems to me, yes, they are.
They don't claim to have any, so why would they? Why would you in your mind decide that they do have photos from satellites when NASA clearly dictates that there are no cameras on their satellites? That's not what they're for. They're for radio transmissions, internet, stuff like that. They're not for taking pictures. They claim they don't have cameras on their satellites. Why would you think that they do when they say they don't? Where's that? What kind of thinking? Where are you getting that from?
Just traditional thinking, I guess.
It's traditional thinking to think something's there that's been told is not.
Would you say it's maybe because, when you're in school and you're flipping through your book, they might have a picture, like, say, the Blue Marble 2.0 in there when describing the cosmology?
No idea.
Yeah, just so you know, NASA clearly admits they have no cameras on those satellites. That's not their purpose. So I don't understand why you would think that they're there. That's really strange thing to me.
Can I ask this guy a quick question? So, have you ever seen a horse before in person?
Once or twice.
So, if I showed you a picture of a horse, you would have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not, right?
At an angle, perhaps, yes, for the horse.
Well, the point is, you would have a reference point to use to tell me to use to figure out if it's a realistic picture or not, right? Yeah. So you'd have a reference point. So, what reference point do you have to begin with when it comes to pictures from quote unquote the vacuum of space?
Interesting.
Yeah, you just have to take their word for that one. And their word is that it's Photoshop because it has to be. Why would an image of something that exists that you could just take a photograph of have to be Photoshopped?
Mm-hmm.
I would say it would have to be Photoshopped if it doesn't actually exist.
That's exactly right. They had to Photoshop it and stitch it together because they had no photo from space. Satellites don't have cameras on them.
Can we actually have that where they say they actually self-admit to have not having? Because I never heard this of no cameras on satellites.
Well, they claim they don't have
That's
anything
something
far
he's
away
saying.
enough to. Yeah, they say they don't have anything far away enough to take a picture of the whole Earth. Well, they have the Epic Discover satellite thing, which they say is far away enough to do it, but maybe we should just post a clip of that.
So yeah, there's high altitude aircraft that take, photographs, and there's satelloons, so you can take a lot of the same hardware that you might think is falling around the Earth. You can take that same hardware and just attach balloons to it, get a similar desired effect of it just hovering above the Earth.
Yeah, are you aware that NASA is the world's largest consumer of helium?
I think we're throwing a lot of stuff at him, guys. Just so you know, I think we're throwing a lot of stuff. I think we should just deal with what he kind of has objections to, the idea of the flat Earth, basically. Because I don't think he's like totally against it or anything. He's
Well, we'll start with point number one. So, Samuel Souls. Hey, Sasha, you're hot micing. Sasha, you're hot micing. So, Samuel, let me ask you this question first. Do you know of anybody at any point in time who has measured the curvature of Earth? And if so, how was this measurement taken?
And who did it?
I have not looked at anything scientific, so I don't know any of that stuff.
Right. Well, the good thing about a measurement is that it's not a question of science, right? So it doesn't have to be scientific. It's just a measurement.
Or an observation.
Or an observation. So do you know how the curvature of Earth was allegedly measured?
No.
Neither does anyone else.
Yeah. So
that's the problem. Nobody knows.
Yeah. So no is a good answer. So I'll ask you another question along the same lines. Do you know any person or group of people who have measured the alleged rotation of the Earth? If so, when, where, and how was this done?
Don't know that either.
Okay, perfect. No is a great answer. And the third question would be, do you have any practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No.
No. Okay, perfect. So the reason these three questions are asked is because these are the three fundamental claims of the globe that have not been established that are necessary for the globe to exist, right? You can't have a ball without a curving surface. Would you agree?
Sure.
And you can't have something spinning if you don't measure any spin or rotation, right? And you can't have gas pressure without a container, which would be a necessity in order for us to be able to be breathing right now and existing next to a near perfect vacuum of space.
Yeah, you see, the definition of gas pressure is that it's the collision of the gas on the walls of its container. That's where the pressure comes from. That's literally the definition. Gas colliding with the walls of the container to measure the pressure. So
Yeah,
we have 14.7 psi of gas pressure at sea level. So where there's no way to obtain that 14.7 psi without the gas colliding on the walls of a container somewhere. Without it, there's no gas pressure. You can't put gas into the air and have pressure. You can't. It has to be in a propane tank. It has to be in some sort of an enclosure for you to put enough gas in it to where the pressure builds up and then you can measure it. Well, the pressure has built up on the Earth and we measure it to be 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. The only way to obtain that pressure is because it's contained. The gas is not colliding on the walls of some container somewhere, then that pressure, you wouldn't be able to read it because the gas wouldn't be bouncing back and building up pressure.
So, Samuel, the reason we ask these three questions.
Actually, I have a question, if I may ask about the whole gas pressure thing. Is it true? Well, we've been told that gas pressure decreases the higher up you go, right? So the closer you get to quote unquote space, right?
You know why that is? You know where all the gas is on the Earth? Where is it produced? Where does all the gas come from? Where does it? Yeah, all the gases on Earth: oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide. Where does it come from? Where is
inside the Earth.
At ground level, right?
It's all produced at the surface, yeah.
At the surface. So as it's being produced, it comes up. That's perfect explanation as to why there's more pressure at ground level. Then it filters up and goes up into the sky, and the pressure reduces a little bit. It's going to always be higher here because there's a constant influx of gas at ground level, constantly being introduced. Now, if it quit being introduced, I don't believe there would be a gradient because there's constantly more gas always being poured out of the Earth, out of the plants, out of the plankton in the ocean, producing oxygen, various different reasons for gas to be being produced. It's at ground level. So there's going to be more quantity of gas at ground level until it and reduces in its quantity. But
so the question of gradient is a kind of a question of if gas pressure is X, then the gradient would be delta X, right? So the necessary antecedent for X is continuous. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure would be a container. Right? So regardless of the gradient, you have to have the pressure in the first place.
Right. Without gas
pressure, yeah, Samuel.
You can't have a gradient.
So Samuel, the three questions we asked, right? Curvature of Earth, rotation of Earth, and gas pressure without a container. we asked these questions, and you answered them honestly, which is good, and you said no to all three of them. We asked this because we want to establish and get you to understand that the conception that you have of the earth and cosmology is a belief system based on blind faith, meaning you have no empirical evidence for the foundations of the belief system that you believe.
And one of those would be pressure without a container. If you can produce the evidence that show gas pressure with no container, then that would be epic.
Yeah, and if you could show curvature of Earth and measure it, that would be epic. And if you could measure rotation of Earth, that would be epic as well. But none of that has ever been established, right? And I would say the biggest point of the three, at least in my opinion, is the curvature question.
Yeah.
Because without curvature, no ball, period. End of discussion. And when you talk about and think about NASA, and I'm sure you have in your mind rockets and satellites and all that fun stuff, you have to realize that in order for them to calculate the orbital mechanics of any of these things, they first need the radius value of the Earth, which has to be accurate. And in order to obtain the radius, you need to measure curvature.
Yep. You can't send a rocket into orbit without knowing exactly how big the ball is, so you can send it in the exact right spot, the right speed, so that it would remain in orbit. Problem is, the radius has never been measured by anyone. So how are they doing that? Just guessing?
I actually have a question. Do they? It's okay. So the whole thing about the size, what's it called, the speed of rotation of the Earth. They say it's 1,000 miles per hour, right?
At the equator.
At the equator, yeah.
At the equator, 1,000 miles per hour. And so do they just make that up? Like, just straight up making it up? Like, no one looks into this?
Well, yeah, it would be based on their model, but there's no way to, if they're not measuring any rotation at all whatsoever, how could you measure 1,000 miles per hour at the equator? It's impossible. But it's needed for their model. Nobody's established any measurement or detection of rotation.
Right. Nobody's ever measured the Earth to be moving. Now we can see that the stars move above us, but just because you see the stars moving, that doesn't mean that we are. That means that they are.
So what would someone like Professor Dave? I know that Professor Dave had a debate with a flat earther one time. How would they respond to something like this? And what would be their position on that comment? By the way,
He has no position.
They look up to the sky to prove the Earth, right? So their claim would be, we see the Earth move because the stars move in the sky. So that is their claim, is that things move in the sky, and the presupposition is that the ground is moving and the stars are standing still and have remained still and fixed in their positions for all of recorded history.
And are you aware of how fast they claim that the Earth and the Moon and the Sun are traveling through space at all these different speeds? It's not just that we're spinning. They say that we're orbiting around the Sun at like 66,000 miles an hour. The Sun is traveling something like 500,000 miles an hour through space. And
over 1 million.
Oh, I thought it was 500. And I thought the galaxy was moving over 1 million. I could be wrong. But either way, If we're moving all these speeds, then why are the stars never have changed their position, especially Polaris, the North Star? It hasn't moved in thousands of years, and we're traveling through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The skies would be different every night. The stars would be in a different location every night.
We are atmosphere through vacuum. 66,000 miles per hour.
Around the sun.
Yeah, but through the vacuum, with the atmosphere. The second law of thermodynamics, it's you cannot even say that speed.
So Samuel,
So far, what are your thoughts? Hello?
Just mostly just listening what everybody's saying, but I have no perception of like what's going on here.
Okay. Do you know the radius of the air?
I don't know it.
Okay, they say that it's 3,959 miles. And that means that but on 1 mile square will be 8-inch drop. That's math, geometry. And then we go to look in reality that should be dropped there. But there isn't any drop there. See, only flat. On every distance.
Does anybody else hear him lagging, or am I just lagging? I think I'm lagging. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I thought I was lagging, bro.
No, you're good.
All right.
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Nathan, I'll let you handle the discussion with Samuel. I guess he seems a little, I don't know, like lost for words. I don't know.
Yeah,
like, usually people are really aggressive about this. I don't know. It's kind of weird. He's just kind of
well,
chill.
It's a lot to take in. I understand, and I can understand if you just kind of want to kick back and listen.
Yeah. No, I'm just listening in and being gracious and just hearing everybody's sides on things, but like I have a meeting to go to very shortly, so it's not like I'm, really considering much. I mean, after all, this is a Discord server, and nobody here really that I know of has a science degree, so it's like,
Yeah, well, there are people in the server that do. So, and that's what's called an appeal to authority or appeal to credential fallacy, right?
Listen this. Any
Sasha?
science degree.
Come on, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's what's called an appeal to authority or appeal to a credential fallacy, right? So this isn't necessarily a question of science when we're just talking about measurement, right? And the reason that most of us arrived here and the conclusions that we've come to is because we took what was given to us as the alleged measurements of the Earth and we put them to the test, meaning we've made observations and or measurements to try to prove or disprove the claimed radius value of the Earth. And most of us have arrived here based on doing observations and measurements that don't support that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So what we see in reality and what we experience in reality is that the Earth is not curving at all, and certainly not at the rate in which it would be necessary to have a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. And it's very easy for people to put this to the test because there's things out there called Earth curve calculators. These were not created by flat earthers. These were created by, for lack of a better term, scientists or the academic community. So you can go out, search up the Earth curve calculators online. You can put in your observer height and the distance to the object that you're viewing, and it'll give you how much of that object should be, has to be, hidden behind a physical, geometric horizon, meaning that the physical leading edge of the ball Earth would be obscuring the object you're trying to view at a specified distance. And when we go out and put this to the test, it does not comport to reality. Simple as that. No curvature, no ball.
But I think we should elaborate on that point a little more about the whole credential thing, because we actually do have people who have PhDs in physics and bachelors in astrology, and so
yeah. I mean,
I think maybe because everybody takes in their scientists. Well, how about our scientists? Like, what's a scientist? You know?
Yeah, if you've done scientific experiments, you're doing science. Doesn't take a scientific degree to do an experiment, to come up with a hypothesis, to do an experiment, and then draw a conclusion. The scientific method is so easy that we learn it at a very young age. The problem that we have in current society is that people look at science as some big overarching community that has reaches with outside the realm of scientific experiment. If something doesn't fall under being able to be experimented with via the scientific method, then you're not doing science at all. That's all science is. We just have an issue in current society where, we have slogans like, trust the science. Science isn't something you need to trust. Science is something that you test with experimentation. But yeah, we have people in the server with all different kinds of degrees, including science, physics, engineering. There's also something called the peer review process, which is a really good filter to make sure that only specific information can be put out by the academic community. And most of what gets published in peer-reviewed journals isn't even necessarily correct information. These communities will let you know that themselves.
Because things will always change.
Certainly, things can change. But let me ask you a question. Would the radius of Earth ever change? Because it's not a question of science, it's a question of measurement. And people tend to conflate the two.
And what article says that it changes from another article?
I'm sorry, that was your claim?
Yeah.
What scientific article that was posted says this measurement of the Earth was right and this other one is wrong?
Well, that's the thing. We have no scientifically published papers regarding the radius of the Earth. Do you know of anybody at any time or a group of people who has measured the radius of Earth? And if so, how did they do it? What method did they use? Johan, and you're typing, bro.
Sorry.
No worries. Oh, well, I guess that gentleman who asked the question dipped out. Oh,
Now
no,
it will
he's still here.
Now it will be easy to find out because we have science, and now it will be easy to find out who was the first person who measured the radius of the Earth.
And after you tell us how they did it, maybe you can tell us why the measurements we've got don't comport with their claim whatsoever.
I wasn't trying to argue. I was just trying to mention that things always change. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked if the radius of Earth is something that can change. You said everything, right? So that would include the radius of the Earth. Do you believe that the radius of the Earth changes?
Again, not trying to argue.
I don't
Never
think
mind.
argument is
Just
bad.
answering a question. It's a conversation.
It's not a gotcha question.
Yeah, we're just talking here, bro.
Do we know about Eratosthenes? Can we talk about the problems that he should have had with his measurements of the Earth and why that can't be replicated today?
Yeah, well, the two people that seem to be talking have left the building. So,
I'm still here.
oh, who was that?
That's me, Johanna.
Yeah, but you know about Eratosthenes, though, Johanna, right?
Eratosthenes, who was that?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, Sticks and Shadows.
What?
Sticks and Shadows. Well,
Oh, the one that the measuring with the lasers. That one.
no. The alleged measuring of shadows. Very long time ago.
He clearly doesn't know about Eratosthenes.
It's something that took place over 1,000 years ago, supposedly. And that's what they still use today to try and argue that he proved that there was curvature on the Earth when it was something done over 1,000 years ago. A guy with some sticks and a shadow and measured the shadows and whatnot. When the exact same test, if you assume that the sun is local and on a flat plane, then the measurements come out perfect for a flat Earth as well. You have to assume that the sun is infinite light rays, perfectly parallel light rays. He assumed these things. He didn't have any evidence for that. He just said, well, the sun must be infinitely far away and the light rays must be straight only. And so he put some sticks in the ground, measured the shadows, and said, oh, that these shadows indicate that the Earth is a globe. But he just assumed several things. But if you assume that the sun is local and that the light rays are divergent, like we see them, I mean, we can see that the light rays are divergent. You see them come through the clouds divergently. So we don't have to assume that one. That's factual. It shows that
By the way, hold on.
Same exact experiment shows that the Earth is flat.
Samuel, we believe that the sun is like 3,000 miles away, probably. We don't think it's like 95 million miles away or something like that.
I wouldn't necessarily put out a claim of distance because we don't know for sure.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but it's not like...
It's local.
Yeah,
it's local. Let's put it that way. I would be bold enough to say that I would claim that it's local and much smaller than what they tell us. But exactly what it is, I don't know. But I would be bold enough to say that I think it's local. Because of the divergent rays, there's supporting evidence for it. And the hot spot on the clouds and the Earth. How could the sun make a hot spot on the clouds below it if it were 93 million miles away? That's impossible.
Can I have that? Can I have the evidence for that, by the way? The whole hotspot thing? I was actually looking into that today. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it's in the information down below, and in the we got a whole bunch of information. If you scroll down, there's tons and tons and tons of observations and information down there. What would that be listed? Where would that observation be? The hotspots. What category would that be, guys? For him to look at that.
Crepuscular rays, maybe.
Yeah. Or well, that I don't know that would show the hotspot, but it definitely would show the divergent rays.
There's also a sun section. It could be in there.
Yeah, it could be in the sun section. You're right. I mean, I guess I could take a couple minutes and go down and try and find it for you real quick. I don't mind.
Thanks. By the way, Samuel, like I know that that God Rockin kind of came off a little aggressive there. He's just passionate. Don't worry about him. But you know, if you have any objections or any comments or anything, feel free. Like no one's gonna judge you here on any assumptions you're gonna make or anything. We're all trying to learn, right?
I apologize if I came on, too like pushy or strong or whatever. That's just my personality. I apologize. I don't mean to be.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I don't mean to be,
Yeah, you're
that
fine.
way. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Yohanan just invited me just to meet people. I didn't really come to really get into anything like this, to be honest.
Well, this is what we do down here. We try to present the evidence that we have that shows that the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? And when someone asks something about whatever, then we like to try and present something that shows you
we
that
get
we
quite
know.
bored because there's not a lot of people come in here sometimes. So we get a little aggressive sometimes when somebody comes in.
At least we know
swamp them
about what we're talking about. It's not like we're just grasping at straws here. We got some really good observations that show the things that we're talking about, that they're true and factual.
Yeah, so Samuel, we have observations, some of which are not even done by quote unquote flat earthers, one of which is a Guinness Book of World Records long distance photography photograph where there's literally miles of missing curvature, meaning the objects that we're seeing in the distance, the top of the mountain should be hidden by miles of Earth curvature. But yet, there it is. So yeah, our observations of reality do not match the claim that the globe puts forth.
Oh, I have to go to my meeting now. But it's nice meeting you all.
Likewise, come
Samuel,
back anytime,
just want to say, yeah, Samuel, you should definitely come back here whenever you get curious. Oh, he left. I was gonna tell him I was gonna tell him whenever he feels curious about what we because he was telling me that I basically excuse me, he's an Orthodox.
Did you ask him if he really wanted to know the truth, like about where he lives? Did you even ask him?
No, I told him that
because if he's not willing, he's not gonna bother even.
Hold on, let me clarify. We were talking about the Orthodox Church, and I was saying that, does the Orthodox Church have an official stance on the shape of the Earth? He said that, we do believe that the Earth is a globe, but if anybody comes and believes that the Earth is flat, he's not a heretic or anything. But we just kind of pray for him. So I was like, why would you pray for him? He's like, because it's 21st century, no one's gonna believe in a flat Earth, right? So I was like, there's a lot of smart people I know who would affirm the globe, affirm the flat Earth. I believe in the flat Earth, right? So I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I was like, if you want, you can join this, and we can talk about it there. Those people know how to answer your questions. So I was like, all right, sure, why not?
I'm half Orthodox, and Orthodox has nothing to do with the globe.
You're what? You're half Orthodox? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Half? How are you half Orthodox?
Yeah. My mother is Orthodox, all right?
Oh, you're not Orthodox?
I told you, I'm half. I had 2 Christmas, 2 Eastern.
Hey,
Yeah,
I just wanted to quickly point out to the guy.
I'm not religious. That mean that I am product of 2 religions. Okay.
What does your dad believe in?
My dad also was not religious, but he was Catholic, and my mother was Orthodox.
Oh. Which church did he get married in?
They did a marriage in church.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey,
Yikes.
Johanna, I just thought I should point something out to you. So it's actually a lack of belief. It's not a belief that you have. So you know that the Earth is flat until you have
Yeah, but you know
evidence
what
to
I
the
mean.
contrary. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, you should point that out to them, that you know the Earth is flat until they can
Yeah,
present
I
to
know.
you evidence to the contrary. And, you know.
I just think that position kind of throws people off really hard because like it's like we're the ones who are presenting an argument that they've never heard before. So it's like, hey, actually, you guys are the crazy ones. You guys are the ones that have faith. So I was like, I'd rather just say, hey, you know what? We can talk about it, and then we can get to that later. I guess that's I would come to them like that. Personally.
Yeah, just keep in mind, it doesn't do anybody any favors to ever be in denial about the fact that the burden of proof is on their side. That doesn't do them any favors either.
That's true. That's true. No, that's why I asked him. Can you prove the globe? Of course. Yeah. So your mother also
No,
thinks
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. I only
I
telling
know, I
you
know.
that Orthodox Church, it's Christian church, it's religion, and it has the same beliefs like a Catholic Church. That mean Bible. That mean that if you put like a Orthodox religion, you cannot connect with the globe in any sense.
Okay, well then, does your mother also know the Earth is flat?
No, of course, like
She
everybody
does
else.
know.
No, like I'm telling you now, like all other Catholics, all Christians who saying that are Catholics cannot be globers, for example, for me. But 99% of them believe in globe.
Okay.
If you understand me, if they believe in the Bible and what Bible is saying, they cannot believe in globe. If they're real religious and if they believe in that book, if they're Christian, they cannot believe in globe. But it's opposite. They believe in globe. You can say 99% of Christians believe in globe. But you have, because of influence of, I don't know even story of Catholics and blah blah blah. 500 years ago, who changed it and why? Because before that, nobody thought that Earth is sphere. Did you know that?
Wait, but how about the ancient Greek philosophers who said the Earth was a globe?
Really?
Yeah.
Like Aristophanes?
Let me see. Ancient philosophers.
Can you show us what philosophers thought that it was a globe and how they thought that?
Sure, one sec. Plato? Plato. Spherical Earth in Plato's Phaedo. What's Phaedo? I think that's only VPN for watching this setup. Large I don't know why this is the sad part. When I googled ancient philosophers who believe globe Earth, I'm just getting flat Earth propaganda. It says fighting flat Earth theory. Why bad ideas refuse to die. How to debate a flat earther. I'm not getting anything good.
Wonder.
That browbeat you with
Like,
that propaganda. I hope you believe it. Because there's no real scientific facts in all that.
why can't they just show me ancient philosophers who believe the Earth was round?
I
I
can't
just want that.
because there isn't any.
Hold on.
Can you read story about Eratosthenes and can you tell me, is it something strange in that story?
An ancient Greek philosopher was exiled for claiming the moon was a rock, not a god. Yeah, I'm getting nothing. Okay. People who proved the Earth was a globe. Let's see what I got. Christopher Columbus never set out to prove the Earth was round. Yeah, what's this story by Christopher Columbus then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I don't know.
Christopher Columbus discovered America. Only when he got there were already people there. So now what?
Yeah.
No, he was trying to show that
he really
the Earth
discovered.
was.
Yeah, but he
Wasn't
went
trying-
to America. He went to America. He didn't go to around the world.
Wasn't
Yeah,
trying to
when I
show that the Earth was round. That's what I've heard in my school, at least.
Maybe I should bring this a little context. Christopher Columbus, to the best of my knowledge, thought himself that the Native Americans were Indians. He thought he was in India.
Yeah. But he told that he will travel around the world and to come to the India.
So where he was setting out from England, right? Right?
And I think in that
Spain.
time it's coming the story, the ships is
Spain.
going over the horizon. Spain.
Yeah, you're right. England. Yeah.
I thought it
England.
was
Okay,
Spain.
so let's see. Christopher
Or
Columbus.
maybe it was Spain. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh shit, you're right. I was thinking the Mayflower. My bad.
Italy. Probably Spain.
Yeah, he
Okay.
born in Italy. Yeah.
Okay,
Genoa.
let's get a globe map. Let's just do a
globe map.
observation. So he was in Italy. That's in Europe. And then he said he was going to travel to which direction and end up in India?
In direction of the
West.
USA. West, yeah.
West. So he thought he was so from Italy, he said he's gonna go west and he's gonna end up in India.
Yeah.
He ended up in the United States, but thought he was in India.
Okay, I don't understand how that works because isn't India under? Hold on, let me get the map. Okay, so this is a globe. Italy is here.
Yeah.
If you go west from India, how the hell do you end up in? Sorry, if you're west from Italy, how the hell do you end up in India? That mean, didn't they have a globe back then?
This is what happens when you
sail around the Earth.
Yeah, this is what happens when you presuppose a globe and you try to go around the globe and don't understand that there's actually no globe and there's a landmass in between you and where you're trying to go.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Can I have a model for what Christopher Columbus used to say that he was going to get to India?
Wait, are we talking about Mr. Columbus?
What?
Am I the only one who thinks that story is just a story?
Yeah, it could be story because I know also like a story. I don't
It's
know if
just-
it's
it's
true.
just-
Okay, fine. Okay, I don't care if it's a story. I'm just trying to follow the narrative. If the narrative is that Christopher
Why?
Columbus, well, here's the thing, because they believe the story, right? So if they're believing the story, then let's just base the evidence that they're bringing on their own story. So their story is that Christopher Columbus was supposed to get to wanted to travel around the globe, supposedly, right?
Mm.
And that's how he wanted to prove that the Earth was round. But then he traveled west from Italy and then ended up in America and still thought he was in India. But India is east from Italy. So what model of the globe was he using?
No, because the America was not discovered, man. That was the first land he saw, and he thought that is the India because of
Okay,
so
so
much.
they missed Russia and they missed China
No,
and they missed
what?
South Korea.
Man, they go west. What are you saying? That's
Okay,
east.
if you go, no. Yes, that's the point, because you're saying they didn't know there was an America. So if you go west from Italy and you pretend America doesn't exist, you end up in Japan, South Korea, Russia, or China. Either one of those. You don't end up in India, which is all the way here.
That's why
If
it's
you
a
want to get
good
to
story.
Yeah. This model today, but who knows what he thought in that time?
exactly, that's why I'm asking for his model. What model did he use?
I posted an image in the Livestream voice text of the alleged first globe from 1492, which would have been the time frame in which he sailed.
Let's check this out.
Can I interject?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when he left, right, the very day he left was the beginning of the Spanish Inquisition. The day that it was no longer to be legally a Jew, right, he left that morning at sunrise. So you might say that he was looking for India, right? I might say that he was trying to escape the Spanish Inquisition because he didn't want to accept Christ as the Lord and Savior, and he knew that he didn't want to be a converso, so he left, right? And you might say he was trying to prove a globe. I might say that he wanted to avoid the Spanish Inquisition because of the exact day that he left on. So I guess we could argue over motives, but all evidence, as far as I could tell, he left so that he could escape the persecution of, his religion, which I'm perfectly fine with. Not the persecution, but
Christopher Columbus was a Jew.
yeah, his real name wasn't Christopher.
Ooh. What the hell? Hold on. Christopher Columbus.
Also, do we know that Columbus definitively believed in a globe? Do we know that?
Was Christopher Columbus secretly a Jew? What the hell? What's going on? What? Okay. It's just a story next to a story next to a story. The whole narrative is a whole. It's like Islam, dude.
Just like the globe.
Yeah, it's just all a good story that you can sell.
It doesn't make sense though. Like even on this map that I'm seeing of the supposed globe, what's this big landmass? That landmass is it that would be west from Italy? That's not India. That's not India either. I don't even know what that is.
Do me a favor and just type in Christopher Columbus and look at the Wikipedia picture. He's literally doing the Jesuit gang sign. It's just a Jesuit fictitious. I don't even think that this guy was ever real. Who knows?
What's the sign you're talking about? Jizza what?
He is doing a Jesuit sign.
Jesuit?
Yeah, if you type in Christopher Columbus on Wikipedia, he has his picture shows him doing the Jesuit sign.
That's Christianity, right? Jesuit
No.
sign. What is a Jesuit sign? The first three letters in Greek of the name of Jesus. These letters appear as a symbol of the official seal of the Society of Jesus, or Jesuits.
Yeah, but trust me, they're not Christians, quote unquote, so to say.
It's a joke, right?
Which
It's kind of like
church
Flat
they
Earth
come from?
Society, the Catholic Church. Catholics
Of
aren't
course.
Christians. If you ask
Oh.
a Catholic, "Are you a Christian?" they say, "No, I'm a Catholic."
Well, we wouldn't affirm necessarily that either. You know, like personally, I believe that Protestants are just a bunch of heretics. But anyway, in a whole
Yeah,
religion,
we can agree on that. Yeah, we're
Trust
we
me,
definitely
can.
heretics from the faith, the
I
Catholic
think
faith. We agree.
I think the whole historian narrative,
I'm personally Orthodox myself.
including the globe and whatnot, it's just all like it just feels unnatural. It just not even. It's just all weird. It's like some stupid stories to explain you something. To like in the Truman Show when they created this fictitious place where everyone was so to say an actor, and his teacher told him, "Oh, everything is already discovered. There is no place to go." Blah blah, and they just established this whole narrative to make you believe that there's nothing to explore, and you live on a ball, and you're a speck of dust in the ever expanding universe, and blah blah blah. Just believe our boring narrative. Don't look at buildings. Don't question anything about the wrong. The same as the globe is inconsistent, the same inconsistency we'll find in the historian narrative. Just by starting looking up how certain cities were constructed and built and what time period and so forth. I give you an example. Look at what was it called? I think it's 1 second. Give me 1 second. See it.
Why don't we get back to the shape of the Earth? So we're claiming that if you want to prove the Earth is a globe, it should be real easy, right? Because they claim that boats go over the horizon. This is what they've been saying for hundreds of years. All you have to do is get an Earth curve calculator, right, and go out to a large body of water at rest. And if the Earth is a globe, you can prove that it's a globe. But here's the thing, though, right? I've been doing this 7 years, and we all, even the anti-flat earthers, agree that we can see too far. And the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be at mathematically. It's an order of magnitude out too far. Sometimes 2 orders of magnitude. So if the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, based on the math of the globe, and anti-flat earthers also agree that we can see too far, don't you want to go check that out and see for yourself? Because if you can't measure curvature anywhere, which is the flat earth claim, then what does that make the Earth's surface? If you can't measure curvature anywhere.
Yeah, I would really appreciate though that we do, however, stick mainly to flat Earth. I just kind of exclusively because, I'm not really a fan of your guys' historical narrative either. Not to be rude or anything, but yeah, we would differ a lot on that. So
Well,
Wait a
flat
second.
earthers haven't caused any Spanish Inquisition, so I guess we can agree to disagree.
But what historical narrative? We do not claim any historical narrative. I myself wouldn't claim any historical narrative. But I could show you at least hundreds of things which show that the narrative we have been given is inconsistent. Inconsistent, the same as the heliocentric religion. So I just claim to prove that there are inconsistencies that I can prove to be true. And if there are inconsistency and there's no constant, if there's these inconsistencies, so I can't accept what I have been told, so I need to put it into a place of either, saying that probably everything about it is a lie, or to keep it in a place of, questioning it or reproving it.
Sure.
In this case, just
What's the
focusing
point?
on flat Earth is we reproved it as there's no measurable curvature, the star constellations never change, so forth. and so much more. Water always being flat, always finding its own level. Whatnot. So many things. And you can do the same with history. So you can see or look at the things they tell you, and then you do your own research and you end up understanding, oh wow, even the whole historian narrative is just another rabbit hole. Okay?
What's the point of the deception?
The point of deception is to keep you
Under control.
imprisoned.
It's for them to hoard the knowledge of where we are to themselves.
They can be
from
gods.
you. So they
They're your
know
god.
what this place is, where we are, what they can do with it, and you're stupid and you do not.
Right.
Or really,
And
like
then,
you really like that's what you think. Like
Okay.
that's their point. That's their purpose.
Baby, let's say like this, who cares, for example, if water doesn't curve?
it's just in place for you to be a very good slave.
Wait, but then again, we should like ask ourselves, like the founders of, the heliocentric model, what were they practicing and why? And then there's an answer to that.
Yeah,
Mind control.
So
they
at least for
demoralize
me-
you. You appeal
at
to
least for
them
me-
over your own senses and your own direct experience with reality.
Yeah,
and they
but-
have complete control over you, right down to what you
That's
see.
true. As I said, they become your gods.
But who do they worship?
They were practicing alchemy
The
and
Antichrist.
worshiping they practiced the mystery school religions, by the way.
So they basically are considering themselves as gods.
It basically comes
Wizard.
down to it basically comes down in the highest degrees to worshipping the Prince of Power in the air. The
Right,
one who
it's
runs
do
the
what thou
kingdom.
wilt. Do what
It's-
thou wilt is
it's-
the number one rule of worshiping of Satanism.
I understand, yes, but when you go into the highest degrees, it comes down to understanding that you actually, literally worship Lucifer himself.
Right.
Because
But
it's
that's
his
where
kingdom.
I'm coming from is their point is to serve Satan.
So listen, the father of lies has his own kingdom. You live within this kingdom. Is it then a big surprise to you that everything that is within this kingdom is a lie in itself? Since the father of lies and deception is the king of this kingdom that you're living in, with all its nice, things like drugs and all the other things that we can use to keep ourselves distracted. You understand?
Yeah.
Satan's ultimate goal is to bring you at the same place he already knows where he's going to end up at some point or the other. That's his ultimate goal. That's why he's putting so much effort
What
into
church are you part of, bro?
So we're just like learning about what they were practicing.
It's just at the end of the day, it's at the end of the day.
Model.
Right. At the end of the day, it's about you keeping yourself away from understanding who the one is who created you and the simplicity behind being saved.
Exactly. That's
Understand?
exactly the same page I'm on. That's the same
Clay
page
under
I'm on.
seal.
Yeah.
Clay under seal.
Yeah.
What church are you part of, bro?
I am what church I'm part of. You are like the temple that you have been given to is the church. He who created you can dwell within it if you receive the Holy Spirit. That's the church. God, Yah, the Creator, does not dwell in temples made out of stone.
So you're not Eastern Orthodox? You sound Orthodox, but I was assuming that.
No, I do not go into any churches. I think I think personally that most of the churches are dead. And especially because the
Look into-
scriptures, but especially scriptures themselves say that the Most High does not dwell in temples made out of stone and hands.
Yeah, but I think that
You
those
are
same
the
people.
temple.
Okay, yeah, the problem is the interpretation of scripture.
Hey guys, Guys, I'm going to cut you off right there. And if you guys want to have a biblical discussion about, certain sects of religion, you can take that to the biblical VC. Por
Yeah,
favor.
you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to get it focused back on the shape of the Earth. So, if you can't measure it, and I'm asking you, if you can't measure curvature anywhere, what would it be? I asked you a few minutes ago, but I don't remember your response. If you can't measure
Asking me?
curvature anywhere, yeah. If you can't measure curvature anywhere, then what would that mean?
Yeah, I never said the Earth is round, so.
Okay, well, I still didn't get an answer, so I'll ask you again.
I
If
don't
you can't
know.
measure curvature, you don't know.
Can I answer?
So would it mean if let me give you a multiple choice. I'll help you out. I'll extend an olive branch. So if you can't measure curvature anywhere, then that means it's convex. All right, and B is concaved, and C is flat, and D is all the above. So what's your answer now?
Probably not all the above, right? Can't be all the same thing. But from what I know, probably flat.
Right, that's right. That's the correct answer. Excellent. So we can't measure curvature anywhere. That's our claim. That's why we're here.
Yo, can I ask, like, do you think it could still be curved, but just like maybe times a million, like a way bigger Earth than we
Yes,
thought?
that's also true. It could be that the Earth is the size of the orbit of the moon, right? And if you look at the Black Swan, and we see that the horizon is, out past 10 miles somewhere, then yeah,
Cannot
the
see.
Earth could have a radius the size of the
No,
orbit of the moon, which would be about 250,000 miles.
no,
But
Ali, cannot
that would throw off
be.
every. Yeah, you can go ahead and finish for me. Go ahead.
No, I'm
Well,
saying it cannot be bigger.
Yeah, I
Because
guess
of
not,
distance.
because then we still have to deal with space and everything else. So,
Because
the
of
point
distance.
is no curve has been measured, though. I mean, it could be
right.
a giant turtle for all we know, but
Sorry,
that
Ali,
hasn't been demonstrated in any way either, right? So there's no reason to think that it is curving, even though I guess it could possibly be curving to some slight extent that nobody can detect. And if that's the case, why would they ever say that it is?
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ali, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry if I did.
My bad. I kind of interrupted. Sorry. Yeah, but if you can't detect the curvature, why are they going around saying that there is curvature? Where'd they get that from?
That's a good one. No, but I think I mean, I just seen like a video of this big ass ice wall. It looked pretty cool. Like, I could imagine that just for a very long time.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So what's this? What's this deal? Do we know that there's a barrier to our Earth, and that's Antarctica? Like, do we know that for sure?
No,
Right,
so
like
we just know that there's a shoreline to Antarctica, right? So just like we were talking about Christopher Columbus previously, if he came to the Americas and he ran aground, he would think that that would be the edge of the earth, right? Anytime you go to the beach, you're literally standing on the edge of the earth because the sea is not the earth. All we know is that there is some sort of shoreline down in the south. What its exact dimensions are, how long that coastline is, we are uncertain of, and we don't have the ability to go there. We do know that it's pretty cold and there's a lot of ice. How far that ice extends or the extent of it, we do not know. But the claim is that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth.
So Antarctica being the highest land, that's really cool. I didn't know that.
The highest land. What is that even supposed to mean?
The highest elevation from sea level.
What about Mount Everest?
Yeah, but that's not a continent.
Oh, Antarctica's on a continent?
And Mount Everest is not. As far as continents go, Antarctica is by far the highest elevation.
Yeah, but hold on. How do we know it's a continent?
How we measure that elevation?
From sea level.
Wow.
Who's incontinent?
Yeah, who's saying continent?
Which sea level? East coast or west coast?
The only sea level.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you could cut the damn tension with a knife there for a second.
He ain't impressed.
Yeah, the sea level is simply an average.
Well, my question would be like, I think maybe what Sasha was getting at is like, who hiked up the mountains, or how did they measure the height of the mountains even?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Let's say middle of the USA, and how you measure now mountain? The reference to which sea level? East coast or west coast?
Both.
Oh, beautiful.
It's all the it's all the same level. Bro? It's all the same Earth. It's all the same level as demonstrated by the Panama Canal.
Any globers?
Yeah.
Any globers? Do we have any globers?
What?
I think not, or else there would probably be one piping up saying something stupid right now.
Who was the guy saying Antarctica is a continent then?
Well, it's an ice shelf. It was me.
You? You believe Antarctica is a continent?
It's a giant ice shelf, I guess.
Giant ice shelf.
Yeah, and it's got the highest elevation of any land. I guess it's not exactly land, it's ice, but higher elevation than any of the continents, let's say. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Highest elevation above sea level, that's the point. And it's not exactly a mountain like Mount Everest, so...
Although there are
Where
mountains.
they say it's all just glaciers. Like, but yeah, Antarctica is a land mass of some type.
So why don't any globers come here?
What kind of question is that?
Some of them have been banned. They can't hold an honest conversation, right? Like I did a litmus test just a few minutes ago, right? And I said, if it's not measuring curve anywhere, then it's flat. And if you can't just hypothetically admit that, it'd be flat, then you're not capable of having a conversation. Also, a lot of them have been banned for being what we call like a relative truther. So all morals are relative. You can't know anything. And some of them say stuff like, and it's a direct quote, if you walk in on someone in bed with your wife, right, can you make a model where she wasn't cheating on you? And they like go out and try to make a model like maybe it was a robot and the robot slipped and fell into your wife. And then some of them will say stuff like, I don't know if I've ever eaten food. So when Globers say stupid shit like that, like we can't have a conversation, right? Because if you don't know anything, but you're over here making claims that the Earth is a globe, how do you fucking know if you don't know anything? And then they have what they call observational science, where they reject the scientific method, and then they say that you can't trust your eyes. So you got observational science, right? But you can't trust your eyes, and you don't know anything. Get the fuck out.
And they're
I don't know
saying
the
that
whole swearing thing, man.
they're saying that both. Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
Okay, you go. You go.
No, go. It's all right.
Well, yeah, and they're saying that boats go over the geometric physical horizon, and then out of the other side of their mouth in the next breath, they're going to tell you that you can't see that physical geometric horizon because refraction constantly moves it around and essentially makes their Earth curvature invisible. Both of these things can't be true. They can't seem to go two straight sentences without going against the thing they just said. Like, what is it? Is the horizon geometric and physical? Does it physically block things as they get further away from you? Or is it refracted and invisible and we never actually see it? and they just know it's there by some kind of inference that never holds up to scrutiny.
And by all means, let's get a Glober in here and we'll easily demonstrate, how their arguments just fall apart, right? And the double speaking that goes on. For example, if you say, well, the Earth spins at 1,038 miles an hour, they go, no, it doesn't. It spins one rotation per day. Okay, so that's saying 2 plus 2 is incorrect. 2 times 2 equals 4 is correct. They're both correct, right? But what they're doing is they're trying to minimize the impact of the rim speed of the Earth, which would be 1,038 miles an hour. That's faster than a 9 millimeter bullet, faster than the speed of sound, by far.
That's exactly the same thing they do with their missing Earth curvature. They try to rephrase it in terms of degrees of their presupposed circumference that they can't have measured in the first place. And by doing that, they say it's just this small little amount that's missing. In reality, it's dozens or hundreds of feet of obvious curvature that should be there that we're not seeing. They try to downplay everything.
But yeah, we do let some Globers come in all the time. Matthew Learns, he seems to be honest at times. He'll answer math questions honestly, and he'll admit when he doesn't know something, like he doesn't debate, a whole lot of theoretical astrophysics because that's not really his field of study. So, we do have Globers that come in all the time. What's his name? Platypus? He's a resident Glober. He's been here for years. Comes and goes when he pleases. He don't debate me very much when he's here, but I guess I'm not worthy. Yeah, there are other flat earthers. I'm sorry, globe earthers who come around also. We've had some famous ones come in from time to time. All those are recorded, to expose
Can I
their
see those?
scientific.
Can I see those?
Absolutely. What was the one guy who came in? Somebody help me out.
Was it Benjamin Owens?
I bet it was Mick
No.
West.
Yeah, Mick West. So he's the Metabunk guy. And yeah, we exposed him pretty quick that even though he's a science communicator, he didn't know the necessary components of a scientific experiment. So yeah, you're more than welcome to search on 24/7 Flat Earth Debate. Sorry, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Showing my age there, guys. Yeah, it's a YouTube channel where this is being streamed live, and Mick West he's on there. Is it once? And there was another one too, wasn't there? Dan, is that his name? Danny Faulkner? Wasn't he also on here?
Yeah, Danny's come in here a couple times.
The astronomer?
Okay.
Yeah. Is he an
So, yeah,
astronomer?
I think so.
With PhD.
Both. I think he has a PhD in astronomy.
Good old PhD Danny Faulkner.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, he's the debate that I had on here with him. It was me. It wasn't a debate, more it was like walking him through some of the misconceptions that he had. So it was just interesting. That's all. But yeah, we got some people in here, it looks like, that are listening. That maybe want to chime in here. Looks like Spectre Deflector, Radical E. And if they're flat earthers, please excuse me. I'm just looking through the names. And you got the gentleman baby that's in here. So there you have it. I don't know if you guys want to unmute those guys. Oh, and I missed Oda Nobunaga.
Yeah, hey, just looking for that curve now.
Yeah, if anybody's detected any curvature, now would be a good time to go up to the live stream voice text. And if you're a flat earther and you want to get VC verified, go up to the I'll say live stream voice text. I meant to say VC verification, and one of us will check you in. If you do not have roles, you got to go pay your toll.
Oh, do we have like meteors? How do we like where
Meteors, what's
does
that?
come from?
Yeah, you're
Huh?
talking about lights in the sky?
What are meteors?
For Pillsbury.
Like rocks that fall from the sky.
Rocks that fall
Oh,
from the sky? You ever seen a
can you
rock fall
show
from
us one?
the sky?
Such a bold claim.
Hang
Nah.
on,
Can you show
let's
us?
see.
No, what about shooting stars?
No,
What
well,
about
what about it? Like, when is a rock falling from the sky, baby? This kind of poke your mind here a little bit. Think about this very hard because
a
I don't think
meteor?
anybody's ever challenged you on this, right?
Nah, I've never really asked this question.
All right, so let's examine the question. Rocks falling from the sky. When has it ever been witnessed by you that a rock fell from the sky? Any rock. Doesn't matter what rock you want to talk about. Meteors, comets, whatever.
Nah, I did. I saw I saw one time like this. It was like a shooting star. Like it looked like a comet, and it looked like it was like almost landing. Like it looked like it was coming towards the Earth. You
Okay.
know? And then yeah, it was
Go
just
over
like
there
a
and
split
pick it up like
second
a hot
thing.
potato?
Huh?
Did you go
What?
over there and pick it up like a hot potato?
No, I was
Okay.
in Philadelphia.
Well, I'm being facetious right now because of the fact that there's a story that they've told you about these falling rocks, but they've never given you any evidence like as to, okay, see that thing that's in the sky? We're going to follow it all the way to the ground and then pick it up once it hits the
This
ground.
could have been anything, but
Well, I mean, especially when they tell you a story that's behind these falling rocks. So you, me, and everybody have been told a story about what these falling rocks are. And they categorize them, right? Asteroids, comets, meteors, you know, whatever. You know, there's this little story behind it. But they indoctrinate your mind with what they are. And they show you different kind of rocks, and they tell you it's from space. And there's this big old story attached to it, right? And sometimes it makes the news, sometimes it don't. But if that's true, that we got falling rocks like that, then where's the evidence? As in, has anybody ever witnessed one go from the sky all the way to the ground in one continuous shot? Recorded the thing in the sky bright, hit the ground, and it's smoldering hot, and they're just looking at it like it's smoldering from the sky. That's never happened. You hear these stories about how something hit the ground, they go over there and they find it, and there's a little piece of a rock on the ground that shouldn't be there or some other nonsense. But there's a story that they fill your mind with, but they never give you any verifiable, falsifiable information. You can't empirically know that information. I'm just kind of exposing that because I know maybe nobody's ever challenged you on this, and I know I want to challenge you. So maybe if somebody tells you a story about falling rocks, then you can tell them, has anybody ever witnessed this falling rock and followed it all the way to the ground where it looks like it's still on the ground red hot or something? Nobody's ever done that. These are just stories that they tell you, they fill your mind with. And alongside all the other stories, I don't know how much story time they might have given you, but it sounds like you have plenty, right?
I just want to post something for everybody to take a look at if they got a minute, right? And what I'm posting here is a lightning strike. So this is lights in the sky. Most people know what it is, static discharges, right? Because our Earth is very electrodynamic, right? Am I still being heard okay?
Yeah.
While I'm uploading this video?
yeah.
Cool. So the point is that there is
Whoa.
plasma in the sky, right?
Yeah, it's
That's a
like
good
almost
example of
what I
plasma.
saw.
But
That's like
that's
looks
not the
just
only
like what I
type of
saw.
plasma.
Yeah.
Right. Lightning isn't the only type of plasma, right? I'm going to say that there are other types of plasma, kind of like the northern lights, right? We see them glow green in the northern parts. Well, I'm going to say that there's other parts as well, of other kind, like plasmoids, right? Like the Foo Fighters that were described by the World War II pilots, right? They described orbs. I've heard Mexicans tell me stories about orbs over the mountains, like Mexicans from Mexico who come to work here in Texas. So, I'm proposing that there's a lot of, plasmoids going around up there that people are saying UFO. UFO doesn't necessarily mean an alien from outer space who came to, you know, probe Uranus. It could just be that it's an unidentified flying object. And I'm saying that sometimes those objects could just be plasmoids. Thanks.
Another thing too is even if they did show you a smoldering rock that they say fell from the sky, they'd still have to demonstrate to you that it came from a thermodynamics violating vacuum above your head.
We talk about we talk about like chemtrails.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing. Did you see anything that we've talked about how it made either, because we're not getting any confirmation from your end. We don't know if this makes any sense or if you're thinking
I
about
don't know. I mean, dude, I don't know. I mean, fucking, I'm looking at it. I'm like, the one I saw was blue. That definitely looks green to me. But
what are you
you said,
are
oh,
meteors or
it said it was sent at 6:40. This one above that, but now that I'm looking at this lightning, does not look not what I saw. But one up there was.
all right? I'm not sure if you're just going all over the place talking about stuff. Are we on the same conversation? Like, does this make any sense to you? What I just told you? How can you verify some rocks from the sky are falling?
Yeah, I
If,
get that. But you were
right.
also talking about the live stream voice text.
What about the live stream voice text?
You sent a picture of lightning or a
Okay.
video. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to throw in the concept that you see a light in the sky. It's most likely plasma, right? Because we have an electrodynamic Earth. I've also
Yeah, what
seen
is
green
this?
stuff in the sky.
Yeah, what did
I've seen green
no go up.
objects.
What is that?
Yeah, I just hang on. Before we give him something to think about, I think he needs to first understand that the story he's been told is not. There's no validation to it. So I do understand, Larry, that there's something that you want to tell him about that. But then there's also needs to be verification on the other end. So he needs to actually investigate that other side. But first, he needs to understand that the thing he's been taught is incorrect because there's no way to validate those stories. So
Right.
his mind
I'm
hasn't
just saying.
thought
I was
about.
asking like, what would they be like? Because
Well, that's the point. Look, so here's the thing. Before you get to that, you have to realize all the things that they've been telling you. Like that's just one piece of the puzzle, right? That you're looking at right now. And before you ask what else could it be, and everybody fills your mind with other things, I think it's best to find out what evidence is there for the things that they're telling you. Is there any evidence for the story that they've been telling you about the Earth, and what's all around the Earth, right? So curvature, the Earth is spinning, the vacuum of space, all that good stuff, right? That they're filling your mind with. If any of that has any validation in your reality, or has it all just been stories that they told you, including meteors and comets and asteroids, all that stuff? Where does that fit in your paradigm to where you're thinking logically and saying that, yeah, man, there's an exoplanet out there, light years away?
me, I just don't really know. I don't really know anything, but I have this app. Most all I know, like the most I know, I have this app, and you can like hold it up to the sky, and it'll show you the stars. That's it. And that really doesn't even know anything. So I don't think no one knows anything, so I'm just asking.
Right, but it's the fact that what I'm trying to present to you, man, is that they're telling you things, and you're just, I don't know, maybe you're just apathetic. You're just like, I don't really care what happens, like it's the fact that these guys are actively perpetrating this lie to you, right? You're getting told a story, and not only you, but your friends, and then your children, and whatever. It just keeps going. The lie doesn't stop until you finally come to the point where you're like, I'm gonna critically think about this because none of the stuff they're saying is making any sense. So when you start doing that, then you start realizing what's going on. Up until then, you're just gonna accept every nonsensical lie they tell you. I mean, are you even curious to be like, all right, man, what's up? Like, or are you just like, it doesn't matter, man. I'm just gonna let them tell me whatever. I'm not even smart enough. Because that's what everybody has when they come in here. Like they're not smart enough. They can't realize stuff. And you can. You totally can. If you're in this conversation right now, being curious, then you can understand that there's something going on that people aren't telling you. So,
Okay,
you
I know.
know what I'm saying? Like you come in here and we're going to tell you like what's really going on with the earth, like, and how we see it is what it is versus what they're telling you, that the earth is flat or the earth is curved, and it's not as flat as you're saying it looks. Like they're trying to deceive you, man, actively. So it's just like we want people to feel a bit more emotional about like the whole thing. Like it needs to be something that you're just not going to stand for, like, or does it matter to you? I don't know. Like, does any of this matter to you? Like,
Nah, I think it's bullshit. I hear you.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, you're a critically thinking person, and they're actively making you think that you're not. So we're kind of like the people in here are like we're forming a line. Like we're getting the people to understand. Look, man, you are smart enough. These fools over here, they've been hoodwinking you for as long as you're letting them. They're just actively letting them hoodwink you and give you apps and show you books and all this other stuff. And nobody's ever stopped a teacher and say, "Wait a minute, what planets? How do we know we got planets?" Like nobody, because they're gonna get laughed at, of course, because everybody since they were in the second grade, we're being taught what planets are. So everybody's kind of like peer pressure now. Like if you start asking questions, you sound like a fool. Like you're going against something we were learned something in the second grade, man. Like come on, but that's ridiculous, man. Like you can ask questions, you can think about stuff. What's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, what you're doing here, you're asking questions. That's what you're supposed to be. I just want to put a little like, I don't know what, like maybe excitement in your mind. Like this stuff is pretty cool because nobody knows any of it. Just like you said, like nobody has any answers to these things. We have speculations. We can go into like what we think stuff could be, but nobody has the answers, man. And because of that, because nobody has the answers to like what is the sun, what is the moon, people make up these stories. And then you have, on the one hand, you have these guys telling you a story about the cosmos, right? You got galaxies and exoplanets and quasars and all this other garbage. And then people, once they start making a claim, they can't back it up. They're not gonna be able to verify anything in the sky. So it's just a bit more like you just look at it from a perspective of somebody who has the ability to think about stuff, man. Like that's all on you, man. Like really, at the end of the day, if you go on thinking the Earth is a globe and just gonna keep letting people lie to you and lie to your kids, and unless you take a stand and say, you know what, man, screw these guys. I'm gonna actually start asking questions now. That's all you got to do is just ask questions. Ain't gonna hurt.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of seeing people like getting hammered with this information on the daily. And it's like global this and all this other stuff. We're running out of resources. The planet's gonna die, and like all this is make believe, man. They just got people on the run with this stuff. But there's nobody standing up for anyone, and telling them, hey man, how do you ask them questions like what? Why do you think resources are running out? What, are we running out of stuff? Like ever since I can remember, we always had apple trees. Like how are we running out of resources? Like that's stupid. The earth has always been like replenishing itself. But they got people on the run. Like we're running out of water. We're running out of and I don't know. It's just That's all it is, man. Just ask questions, bro.
You guys should get this app that's supposed to show you like the sky. It's called Starwalk, or actually the one I'm using is called Night Sky.
Right, night sky, right? It shows you the stars below your feet. When's the last time you saw stars below the horizon?
No, yeah, that's what I'm just trying to. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even look right.
Right,
And
so
it's
what
got
if
like,
above
why would there
us,
be?
what if,
It doesn't
listen,
make
bro,
any
what if
sense at all.
above us, right? What if above us are like a drone, right? And when the drone gets further away, like it gets closer to the horizon, right? Or if you get further away from the stars, they get closer to the horizon. And then what if you get so far eventually away from them, they appear to set, but it's only because you can't see light forever.
Yeah, no, but other than that, dude, this app, like, you can look at. It says that there's like satellites. They're like, what? Bro, this is not accurate.
So lights in the sky have
I wish
nothing
I
to
could
do with
post
the
this, but
surface of the Earth, right?
no, it shows these satellites like lined up like so close to each other. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. And there's like, you can't even count how many satellites there are out there, according to this app.
You ever seen a satellite up there?
Nah. I mean, nah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I seen stuff up there.
So let's say that I had, you know, this
Mhm.
electronic device that was the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, right? And I said, hey, we want to send this up in the sky. Would you send it up with a rocket that might explode? Or would you just tie enough hydrogen balloons that are more buoyant than helium and then send it up that way? Which way would be safer, cheaper, easier, recoverable?
Probably helium.
Right. So what if they've just been telling you that they're sending stuff up, but they're taking $60 million a day and launching rockets out of view because nobody ever sees the rocket go into space, right? What if they've just been hoodwinking us this whole time with movie magic and, you know, all these sorts of tricks? Would you know the difference? Would you know to ask the difference? You know, a lot of people talk about how do they build the pyramids. That's a pretty hefty task, right? Especially the pregnant woman stone, the largest stone in the world in Baalbek, Lebanon. Like if I were to move that stone, it would take 19 like industrial sized cranes just to pick the stone up and move it. So how do they move the stones back? Because hydrogen can float a stone a lot easier than cranes picking it up. So I'm thinking the ancients knew about specific gravity, and the bullshit they teach you today is only meant to dumb you down because there's absolutely nothing scientific about Einstein and his bending and warping of space time or mass attracting mass, which, if you look at the definition of mass, all right, cool. What is it? The resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Does that make any sense?
Wait, you were cutting out a little bit. The last thing I heard is you were talking about
Mass attracting mass.
pyramids. Like, how could they?
No, I was talking about gravity, right? What we've been told about gravity is wrong. and they probably floated the, the blocks in Giza that made up the pyramids with cracked water. If you take electrolysis, like batteries, and you hook it up to water, hydrogen and oxygen comes out. Why? Because it's H2O, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a lot easier to move the pyramid blocks. It'd be a lot easier to move the satellites. But they don't want you to be
Oh
able to
wait,
do stuff like
use
this.
balloons?
Hey, I just got to point out something that's easier than that. It would be easier if they used cement, which I think they did.
That would be easy if they used balloons. You could just like easily fucking move that shit. Wait, what else? What else did he say?
Yeah, also space-time about Einstein, that's not scientific at all. You can't put space-time in a lab and test it. In fact, you
Yeah,
can't test any of this stuff in space.
would they make the balloons out of like
Like,
the material to go up in the air?
No, this guy's spiraling, man. I don't think he's
I'm
not
just
cognitive.
asking questions, huh?
He's not cognitive. It sounds like he's pretty high, if you ask me.
Oh my
He's been
god.
sounding like that for a while, so I don't think he's not cognitive and not paying attention to what you're saying. So I don't want you
What
to
do you
cast
mean?
you know what I mean, that knowledge onto him, and he's just gonna trample all over it.
Yeah, he's smoking catnip.
He told me
Just
that they can use balloons.
yeah,
And
bro.
then
I know you. I know.
you
Yeah, but
told me something else and I didn't hear you. I
yeah,
don't
honestly,
know.
in this conversation, somebody's trying to give you some advice, some wise information, and you're just kind of trampling all over it with your trying to be humorous. It's not really cool, bro. Be honest.
I'm trying to be humorous.
I'm trying to do you a favor by asking this a question, dude. Did your parents use the television like as a babysitter when you were growing up?
I mean, yeah, you could put it that way. I guess I had an Xbox, and like had like a VCR player, and I had my neighbor's Wi-Fi sometimes, PlayStation.
Well, just
I think
because they show
everybody's
you the
parents
Earth as a
did.
ball on TV
Mhm.
doesn't mean the Earth is a ball in reality. Just because you see it on TV.
Yeah, sorry, Larry. I didn't want you to be spending your time here talking to this guy. He's just making light of what you're saying. So I don't know. It's just disrespectful. They're not going to contribute to the conversation. They just put themselves on mute.
They have any
I don't know. To me, it's
evidence
about the
or
audience.
anything?
Yeah, that could be, man. But he's just poking fun at. He's poking fun at what you're saying. So I mean, he's not even letting you be instructional. So
I don't know why you're saying that I'm making fun of what he's saying. I'm agreeing with what he's saying, saying that, wow, that makes
you're gonna
sense.
disagree with what I'm saying, but yet you're gonna be talking about balloons when the man's specifically talking to you about something, right? Like that is kind of making light of what he's saying. So let's be real here, right?
Sorry, I thought he was talking about balloons.
He never said anything about balloons.
Oh, he was
Yeah, I was
speculating.
talking about balloons. Yeah, I was talking about the gravity that they tell us, right? And then specific. Gravity.
You're roboting Hank. Larry.
Do we lose Larry? Yes, he did leave.
How's it going, Miggy? Way
Yeah,
to
really
keep
good,
them
man.
on track.
I
Way to
made some.
keep them on track, bro. You're always keeping everybody on track.
I just don't like people in here. You guys are so intelligent, and when somebody comes in here and they're mocking, I know it's for the audience, but these guys don't have to act like clowns when they're in here. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't like that. They need to shape up or put themselves on mute. It's just that simple. You guys have spent a lot of research, a lot of time, a lot of patience, talking to these guys. I don't know. It irritates me, dude. Like, I don't like for the people in here whom I call brothers and sisters because you guys have been in this fight, fighting the good fight day in and day out. And somebody comes in here and acts all nonchalant, really high, not paying attention. It irks me, dude. It really does. But yeah, you guys are doing a great job, by the way. Everybody in here. Sorry, I'm chewing right now. I just made some spare ribs, kind of enjoying them.
Yeah, we had a couple interactions today. Some okay, some not so okay.
It looked like there was some Glovers when I first stepped in here. But then, I don't know, this guy was actually sounding like a Glover at the beginning. And he turned out he was just, I guess, too high to have a conversation or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we had a bunch of random pop-ins kind of all at once. A couple that just said like one or two things, and then when pressed for any type of proof of their claim, they dip out. So, did that going on?
Are they the younger kids? Because it seems like there's like a group of them coming in here. Like young ones?
Yeah, I think so. There was a younger gentleman earlier. Actually, Flat Earther brought him in from another server. Johanan, the Flat Earther, brought him in from another server. He visits a lot of religious servers, so he brings some people in from time to time. That was a decent.
Johan has been around here for a while, it seems.
Yeah, he's good at going out there and getting people and bringing them in. Or he brought a group of us one time over to another server to have a discussion. So yeah,
How did that
putting in the
go?
work. Going to the other server.
Yeah.
Typical.
Everybody just hand wave dismiss everything you guys are saying?
Yeah. No proof of claims. The server owner, or at least a mod, he just kind of started going into some tangents. I was just shutting him down real quick. His first notion was to go to, there's so many different space agencies and they're all from different countries and all these countries hate each other and look at the conflict that's going on in the world and this would have to be the biggest conspiracy, that whole diatribe. And then he tried.
It's so tired. They always bring that song and dance out whenever. Why would they lie? Look at who would be in on it. Like, dude, like, it's distraction, for away from the point. But
yeah, I kind of flipped the script on him a little bit because he started trying to go into details of certain conflicts that are currently going on and this, that, and the other. And I was like, let me ask you a question. Are you part of a governmental agency that interacts with any of these countries? And he said no. And I said, so basically you're just believing what the television, which is known propaganda, is telling you about these situations, and you have no actual evidence or anything verifiable that these countries don't get along behind closed doors because you're not privy to any of the information that the government is talking about. And I kind of started going down that line with him. And he had to kind of concede and shift things around and whatever. But yeah.
They shoot themselves in the foot when they go that route. If you ask me.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because they're just making most of these claims based off the assumption that what the flashing box in their house tells them is 100% factual.
Yeah.
So when they don't have any evidence to back up any of these claims, all they have to go by is second, third, fourth hand information, from sources that are known to be liars. So yeah, they shoot themselves in their foot.
Yeah, it seems to be just like the younger ones are coming in here. I haven't seen really much older anti-flat earthers come in here. Well, except for Jimmy the Chicken. I would give him kind of a gold star because he's an older, and I knew he was educated in some way. I couldn't say that he was an actual astronomer because he claimed he was just a hobbyist, but even at that, he kind of knew. He had some knowledge. He had a head knowledge of like what he was talking about. Just listening to him. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. The guy was in here like yesterday, day before.
Yeah, I heard some of that conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't get too many like that anymore. Yeah, we do get a lot of the younger kids now. And I'll tell you what, here's the thing. I feel like the younger generation seems to be open to questioning things.
Mm-hmm.
But like you were just saying with the gentleman we were just talking to, they're all so apathetic about everything.
Yep. It's a disease, dude. Being that apathetic. But you know what it is, though? I think they're conditioned to do that. They're be like that. Be apathetic. There's this like because you're so stupid because you don't know, you can't know anything, and so they get I mean they get high, they get drunk, like they don't think like critically anymore. It's that is gone. Nobody thinks critically. Nobody stops to like realize like just ask a question that because of course their apathetic friends are gonna laugh at them, and so they don't want to be made fun of. So for fear of that, they stay stuck in a condition of where they're just repeating a cycle that's just generation from generation. Their kids will be that way, and their kids will be that way because they're apathetic. That's what they're going to teach their kids to be apathetic too, against everything.
Yeah,
Nobody
apathy is the cool thing these days. Like just not giving a fuck.
Yeah.
Like don't get me wrong, there's some things you should just not give a fuck about, but
Yep.
Let's be real.
Exactly. Man, you hit the nail right on the it's exactly what. And it's easier to go through life like that than having to actually question things and then maybe make some sense, because you become the opposite of like being in the group of like people that actually are being apathetic,
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I don't know what
Say
they're
something real
teaching the
quick.
young
I just want to apologize. I didn't mean to sound like that or for you guys to think of me that way, because that's not how I feel. Like this, it means a lot to me. That's the only reason I would be in here.
Look, man, we care about everybody, all right? This is the point, baby. We care about everyone. Even you. Even though you're coming in here like that, look, we want for people to have a different mindset. We want them to change. We want them to care. But when they don't, and it sounds like they don't when they come in here, it's a disrespect to all the people who are intellects in this room wanting to help these people. Because, I mean, I'm telling you, it's a prison for your mind. It's a reality that's what it is. And until you start to realize that, you're going to feel like very, apathetic. You're not going to care, indifferent. Like, what does it matter anyways if I know the earth is flat or a globe? Well, it does matter. And that's why we're so like adamant about the point. We want people to have like this like fire about knowing, like curiosity, and it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like we're not mad at you. It's just what the world has conditioned people to be like. This is what we're getting, man, from your like I'm only assuming that you're a young guy, but I'm thinking like for young people your age, I would say like your peers feel about the same way. The majority of them, anyway. There's probably like a very seldom few of them that are like really wanting to know stuff, and that's all it is, bro. It's not you. We're not upset with you or anything like that. It's just, man, just like I don't know. Like we want people to care more, I guess, and then that's what it is. And these guys are putting in work, man. Every day they're in here in the server talking to people, like even the people that are coming in here mocking them. And as far as I've been a moderator, man, I've been seeing that. Like they put a lot of effort into like teaching people, and for them to be doing that, it's like I don't know. It irritates me, man. But like maybe you didn't want that to come across that way, and that's all right, man. Because it's like I don't hold a grudge, man. I don't have a dog in the fight. Like if you don't really care anymore, you just want to walk away and think the Earth is a globe. That's on you, man. But like people here want to free your mind, like so you can critically think about the world. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I probably needed to hear that. I mean, even though I am young, and that's kind of like why I'm still used to like kind of being nonchalant about